I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Friday, April 5th, 2024. The time is 10:52 in the morning, and this hearing is being held in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building, although I suspect some of the witnesses will be testifying virtually. And this hearing is available on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. Not sure if it's being broadcast live, but regardless, the cable channel is cable channel 13. And the subject of this hearing, this is the second of a number of hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having on the proposed budget submitted by the mayor 2 days ago for fiscal year 2025. Fiscal year 2025 starts October 1st of this year. Today, we will be hearing testimony concerning the following agencies: the State Board of Education, the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education, the Office of the Student Advocate, the DC State Athletics Association, the Deputy Mayor for Education, the University of the District of Columbia, and the Public Charter School Board. And that's not the order in which we will be taking witnesses. In fact, the order that we'll be taking witnesses, we'll be hearing from the Deputy Mayor, Paul Kine. He's Deputy Mayor for Education, and then we'll be hearing from public witnesses. Then we'll hear from the State Board of Education, the Office of the Student Advocate, the Office of the Ombudsman, and the DC State Athletics Association. And I don't think there are any public witnesses. Then we'll be hearing regarding UDC public witnesses, and then UDC itself. And then we will end the day with Public Charter School Board, the public witnesses first, and then the Dr. Michelle Walker Davis. That's our order of business today. This is, as I said, the second of a number of hearings that we're having on the mayor's proposed budget. Next Thursday, April 11th, we will hear from the Chancellor of DCPS as well as the Superintendent of the Office of the State Superintendent on Education. Committee of the Whole has other non-education hearings or agencies under its purview, and we will have hearings on them the week of April 22nd. Committee of the Whole will have a hearing on all of the legislation that the mayor submitted related to the budget. So that would be the fiscal year 2025 budget, the supplemental or revised budget for FY24, the Budget Support Act. We will have that hearing on May 3rd. The council and the Committee of the Whole are scheduled to vote on the budget on May 29th. That will be the first reading. With that, we have Paul Kine at the table. I assume you're eager to testify. If not, please be eager, and when you're ready, start.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, members of the public. My name is Paul Kine, and I am honored to serve as the Deputy Mayor for Education for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to eagerly testify at today's budget oversight hearing. In this year's budget, I am grateful that Mayor Bowser has once again prioritized education along with public safety and downtown activation, building on previous investments in our work. This spending has delivered impressive results and demonstrates a commitment to the future of our district, our children. DC has seen record high enrollment as families are voting with their feet for DC public schools and public charter schools. Following a decade of record academic growth, DC schools are rebounding from the pandemic, with student achievement trending in a positive direction. I am very proud of the work we have done to develop innovative, evidence-based, and community-informed solutions to the most challenging problems. I also know there is still much more we must do. We do this work within our diverse system of schools and programs that offer a variety of options for families. At the core are our neighborhood schools. We are committed to ensuring neighborhood schools are vibrant with rigorous programming and sustained strong enrollment across all 8 wards. Our charter schools offer families options for innovative and specialized programming to meet students' diverse needs and interests. We are building on this district-wide access through shared hubs, not schools, but distinct programs open to all public school students that offer high quality, high demand programming. Now, as we prepare for our first budget without federal pandemic recovery funds, we must do more with what we have. We will do this by investing in equity, investing in evidence, and investing in our future. When we invest in equity, we direct resources to the students and communities where we have traditionally underinvested, rather than distributing those resources evenly across the district. When we invest in evidence, we are ensuring that our dollars are spent in the most impactful way, drawing on rigorous research on what works to improve outcomes. And when we invest in our future, we are standing up innovative programs that set young people on a path to meaningful, family-sustaining careers and build our local talent pipelines to meet the needs of DC's employers. In light of a $700 million budget shortfall and the expiration of $1 billion in federal recovery funds, we've had to make difficult decisions about what investments we can sustain. We know there are many district residents who have directly benefited from these investments, whether they saw that difference in their paychecks, in a program offering, or in a beloved member of their school community. Wherever they happen, we know any felt reductions are personal and painful. Despite these challenging times, we must commit to learning what we can from our recovery era investments over the past 3 years and continue to push toward our vision for excellence and equity. We have and will continue to do that through 3 strategies. First, we are accelerating learning across all grades. To that end, Mayor Bowser's budget once again directs historic resources to our schools. We are increasing the uniform per student funding formula, this time by 12.4%, which brings the base funding from $13,046 per student to $14,668 per student. Furthermore, we increased formula weights for at-risk students from 0.24 to 0.30, for adult students from 0.91 to 1.0, and for students in alternative programs from 1.52 to 1.58. This equates to $49.5 million invested in priority student populations and a total of $349 million that are additional local dollars invested in our schools compared to last year. We see equity further prioritized in DCPS's budget model, which directs even more resources to at-risk students on top of the UPSFF weight. We also know that during the pandemic, schools significantly increased the number of personnel to respond to expanded student needs. For example, from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 25, DCPS increased the number of school-based personnel by almost 875 people. Despite the end of federal recovery funds, we are proud that we maintained our small adult to student ratios that enable the inspiring work taking place every day in classrooms across the district. From fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 25, the student to staff ratio in DCPS schools has held nearly constant. In fiscal 25, that ratio in fact has lowered to around 1 school-based adult for every 6 students enrolled in a DCPS school. A similar story has played out across the charter sector. Let's be clear. That means we have both added adults and increased compensation for our educators compared to pre-pandemic conditions. We are also following the evidence on what it takes to accelerate student learning. That is why we are investing $4.8 million to continue high-impact tutoring. Recently, the National Student Support Accelerator published preliminary research demonstrating that our high-impact tutoring program reduced a student's likelihood of being absent by almost 7% on days they had a scheduled tutoring session. As Letitia Coleman, principal of Johnson Middle School, said, for us, tutoring isn't just about remediation. It's also about acceleration. It's about giving our kids a leg up. We are also giving our kids a leg up through support for educators to implement high-quality literacy instructional materials and the continuation of training for teachers in the science of reading. This investment stems directly from the recommendations of the Early Literacy Education Task Force and best practices from states and districts across the country that have invested in high-quality instructional materials and seen a difference in the classroom. In addition to investing in what we can do now in classrooms, we are laying the foundation for future work that will propel our schools forward. This starts with our people, and that is why we are proud to have sustained our commitment to significant increases in teacher pay for DCPS and charter teachers in the fiscal year 25 budget, reflected in the UPSFF increase, alongside sustained funding for educator wellness. We are developing our educators through structured literacy trainings and DCPS's Dream Learning Centers focused on improving math instruction. We are also building the pipeline for tomorrow's educators through the district's first teacher apprenticeship program. This program provides an opportunity for recent high school graduates and current paraprofessionals to earn teaching degrees in high-demand areas, free of charge, and receive support and training as they prepare to be lead teachers. This program will help diversify the teacher workforce and put more district residents on a path to benefit from our high teacher salaries. In addition to learning acceleration, we are, as our second strategic focus, keeping our children safe and sound. We know the safest place for students to be is in the classroom, which is why we are working to get more students back in schools. We are once again investing in everyday labs, an intervention that uses attendance data to target text messages and letters to students who are chronically absent or at risk of becoming chronically absent. This intervention has received a strong evidence rating from the Evidence for ESSA project that has increased attendance for 48% of district residents receiving this intervention. We are also directing more resources to the Department of Human Services for case management for truant students, which, along with a legislative change to our referral process, will mean that students and their families receive initial supports to remediate barriers to school attendance before facing more serious consequences. We know that many of the challenges students face in getting to school are due to issues such as housing or food insecurity, which DHS is well positioned to address. We are also working to keep students safe outside of school. One of Mayor Bowser's top priorities is building a robust system of out-of-school time programming. One parent shared that OST, quote, has really helped to restore my daughter's confidence in themselves as learners after the pandemic. Their writing, speaking, and confidence all soared. It has been life-changing for both of them, end quote. This year's budget will direct $27 million to Learn24 to fully sustain the historic pandemic-era OST investments and enable students and families to benefit from these expanded program opportunities. We are continuing our investment in Safe Passage, Safe Blocks, so that students living and attending school in areas of the city with high rates of violence can safely make their way to and from school. We must also create safe and fun spaces for youth to connect outside of school hours, which is why we are continuing to expand operating hours at recreation centers, investing in mobile recreation programs, and offering community-based youth programming through DPR. We are providing other resources to support students' physical and mental well-being. For example, we are investing $1.9 million in the Food Prints program, which improves student health and nutrition and provides hands-on learning opportunities. To counter the nationwide shortage of mental health clinicians, we are building our own pipeline of behavioral health professionals through UDC's Pathways to Behavioral Health Program scholarship with a $1.7 million investment. As our third and final area of strategic focus, we are building pathways to college and career and high-demand fields. We are reimagining high school to ensure that students are prepared to thrive in the good jobs of today and tomorrow by graduating with tuition-free college and career experience under their belt. This means investing in our nationally recognized Advanced Technical Center at the Penn Center, which has enabled students to earn 740 college credits, or an equivalent of $500,000 in college tuition. Enrollment has doubled between the first and second year to 200 students, and attendance is 7% higher for students attending the ATC. Building on this investment, we will devote $17 million to embedding a health clinic at the ATC in partnership with Children's National Hospital to provide needed care to community members while giving ATC students even more hands-on career experience. The establishment of this clinic is particularly important given that the Penn Center is in a health practitioner shortage area. We are further addressing equity gaps in our system by opening a new ATC campus at the Whitman Walker Max Robinson Center in Ward 8. This will be the first health sciences CTE program in Ward 8. The ATC allows us to expand dual enrollment or free college courses for high school students, which is a proven strategy for increasing students' college enrollment and completion. We also offer dual enrollment through LEA partnerships and the Office of the State Superintendent of Education's Dual Enrollment Consortium. As we heard from one student in a focus group, dual enrollment has helped me to understand what I really want to do. Now I know what I want to do, where my future lies, and the steps to get to my goals. To bolster students' career readiness skills, we are maintaining our expanded investment in paid internships during the school year and summer through OSSI and DOES, which help put students on a path to careers. Our virtual course hub, which allows students to access specialized and advanced courses across schools, is yet another way we are helping students pursue their academic and workforce goals by providing classes they otherwise would not be able to access. To drive dollars to programs with the strongest outcomes, we must understand what works by investing in data. That is why we are building on last year's investment in the Education Through Employment Data System to begin integration across 17 agencies to measure the impact of education and workforce programs on career outcomes. The office's work has already kicked off in full force, gathering applications for a public stakeholder board, collecting data sharing agreements, and preparing its first analysis on CTE programming to be published this spring. We are also collecting better data on school course offerings through OSSI's course coding initiative to gain a school-level and systemic understanding of the gaps in access so we can direct resources and programming equitably. Finally, we know that a strong workforce development system requires a strong community college and a strong UDC. To that end, we are investing in a Student Success Center at UDC to provide additional advising and related supports to improve outcomes for UDC students. Taken together, these strategies will help us to achieve our vision for an education system where families can choose from a rich tapestry of options. Educators are developed and supported. Students have access to fun and engaging recreation and out-of-school time programming. Students feel physically and emotionally safe, and this work is supported by a deeply effective and coordinated government, working in close collaboration with local partners. We are deeply proud of DC's public education system, and we are deeply grateful to Mayor Bowser for the historic investments the district has made during the pandemic and beyond to offer foundational and transformative programs and to invest in our future, our young people. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kine. I have a question from your prepared testimony. You said that the FY25, the ratio has lowered to around one school-based adult for every 6 students enrolled in DCPS. That's not a teacher per student. That is, you said an adult. Is that only in the school, or does that include everyone in, I don't know if this is DCPS, everyone in DCPS?
It's school-based staff, so it's not just teachers, but it's all of the adults that are staffed into school buildings.
So I take the custodians, the principal, assistant principal, business manager, counselors, teachers, special ed teachers.
Yes.
Some budget questions. This is a budget hearing. The mayor's proposed budget, once again, has funding. I think it's about $40 million going to DCPS. It's outside the UPSFF. It includes, for example, the impact bonuses, which are a form of pay to teachers. How does the administration justify this funding to DCPS outside the formula?
There are a couple of select instances where the administration has decided to put some funding for DCPS outside of the formula. Those are circumstances in which we believe DCPS has a unique budgeting need that does not apply to the charter sector.
I mean, like paying teachers?
In that instance, impact is a performance bonus payment system that does not apply to the charter sector. And so therefore we thought it was appropriate to have it outside of the
So if
UPSF.
charter schools want to have a bonus, performance bonus, the mayor would consider funding that outside the formula?
I've not had that discussion with her.
Okay, it also includes early stages, stabilization. What is stabilization?
Stabilization is the amount required in law to cover schools that see below a 95%, otherwise would see below a 90% drop in their school budget. So this is a legal requirement that council has implemented just for DCPS.
Actually, I think we removed that 95% figure. That was part of the schools first, that we eliminated that. But I'm not quite getting that because that's basically operating costs for DCPS schools.
Well, essentially, it's an obligation that is an obligation that only DCPS is responsible for and not charter schools in the
All
law.
right, well, so I'm not buying your explanation here. So let's do this. If you want to, after the hearing, provide a better, fuller explanation in writing, I'd certainly be interested in it because I think the administration is, I think it's a thin rationalization for additional dollars to DCPS outside the formula. The council adopted in the law last year that the executive was to stop doing this. Now, I believe the Budget Support Act either repeals that or puts it off. But basically what the council adopted because it's law is policy. So from that perspective, how does the administration justify disregarding that policy?
I think we believe, as you heard from the mayor earlier this week, Chairman, and certainly the mayor believes that we have the right to produce a budget that we then consider our final version of it, which we then convey to you and to city council to make your final adjustments to as you see fit. But we believe we have the right to create the budget that we think is best for residents and in this case for students.
That sounds a little, I'm going to just say, sounds disrespectful of the legislative branch. We adopt policy, but let me move on. The Budget Support Act removes the mandatory 3.1% growth requirement for the Charter Schools Facilities Fund. What's the reason for that?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Chairman. So firstly, let me be clear, it does not remove it for fiscal 25. So we have sustained the 3.1%, and it's a growth number. It's not the actual totality of the allotment. So this budget sustains the allotment and sustains the 3.1% growth for fiscal 25. It removes the growth for fiscal years 26, 27, and 28.
And that's my question, why?
Yeah, so we believe that this facilities allotment is the right thing to do from a policy perspective. We know those costs increase every year. And late in the budget process, as we were working hard to balance the budget, we made a determination that we would remove it from the out years. We fully intend to revisit this next year for the subsequent years for 26, 27, and 28.
So you said this is the right thing to do from a policy perspective, but then you said to balance the budget. And then you said we'll review next year. So it doesn't sound to me like it's really a policy perspective. It's more a budget balancing.
Sorry, what I'm saying is the right thing to do from a policy perspective is to include the facilities allotment for the charter sector, which of course have to pay for their own buildings. And we know there's inflation on that every year. So we also think it is good to increase it, which is why we've increased it in fiscal 25. It's why we know this is the reason that you included it as a matter of law.
All right, let me move on to St. Coletta's. So the adequacy study proposes a higher weight for a school, special needs school such as St. Coletta's. But that is not actually funded in the proposed budget for FY25. Am I correct?
You're correct.
Why?
Well, firstly, we love St. Coletta's. We think St. Coletta's does wonderful work. We've all visited. I know you have yourself, Chairman. And in our school funding study, which we recently released, we actually call out St. Coletta's specifically, and we engage with them deeply to understand what their costs are. They've got a lot of one-on-one costs in terms of additional aids required for students. And it's the reason that our consulting team ended up with this strong recommendation that we need a new weight in the UPSFF formula, what they call a 4+ weight, for students who are experiencing the most significant disabilities like those that are served by St. Coletta's.
River Terrace similar?
River Terrace is similar, yes.
Okay, so your office undertook this adequacy study, which I appreciate. The adequacy study objectively looked at this and said, hey, they need more money. And then the executive didn't fund it. Now, what am I supposed to do as the appropriator?
Well, I would say two things, Chairman. The first is that we do believe that we need time to establish the infrastructure to undertake this piece of formula funding. So as my office is what prepares for the fiscal 26 budget cycle and we come up with this recommendation, it'll also be with a recommendation about how to implement it. Because you have to be careful. It's a new part of the formula. You've got to ensure that you're creating it in a way that doesn't create unintended consequences and so on and so
I'm-
forth. So
My clock
we are-
is running out. I'm sorry, I interrupted you mid-sentence, but if you could make it a short sentence.
you'll have to refresh my memory on the piece of the question you'd like me to answer.
Well, so then I'll just have to rephrase it. I mean, so St. Coletta's, let's just say St. Coletta's is sitting down here at the table with the two of us. And you say to them, yes, you need more money, not given it. They look at me because I'm the one who now has to budget. What, and you gave me a balanced budget, so I have to cut some. I could raise taxes. I could raise taxes, I'm trying to remember from yesterday's hearing, on high income earners and then give the money to St. Coletta's, or I could just look at St. Coletta's and say, sorry, yes, you need the money, but sorry.
Well, I would want to talk to them about, in the first instance, they're also experiencing the money that comes from the increased foundation weight, which flows through to the increased level 4 special education weight that they get. And so they are getting an influx of new dollars. And the question I would have for them is, this particular year, what might the differential be, as a lot of schools are experiencing this decrease in what we'll call buying power?
All right, so picking up on that, do you know exactly how much you're going to get, assuming that we adopt the mayor's budget? Do you know how much you're going to get?
St. Coletta's?
Yes.
We do know that. I don't have it here in front of me. I'll be happy to provide it.
Would you provide it?
Yes.
Because otherwise, I feel like you identified the need, thereby the amount that they should get, the amount that should be budgeted, but not funding it. So then I'm going to look in the education cluster for where to move the money, from where to take the money to give to St. Coletta's. Maybe you can help me with that too. So if you would provide what the dollar amount is, and if you want to volunteer where I can cut. The new ATC in Ward 8, how much is that going to cost?
We have it budgeted for $600,000, which is half an FTE, which is a half year of the site coordinator, and money to enter into the lease arrangement with Whitman Walker.
Half an FTE plus the lease will be 600,000.
Yeah.
And how do you know? I asked this question last night of some witnesses. I don't know if you stayed up till midnight. That
Did
was
I
a
stay up till
question.
midnight? I did not.
You missed some good testimony. So the current ATC at Penn Center seems to be well regarded, getting good reviews.
Yes.
So we take a good thing and we double it. And how do we know that that will work? Because oftentimes take something that's operating well on a small scale and doesn't replicate so easily. How
Well,
do we have
spent a-
confidence this will work well?
We spent a lot of time with school communities east of the river. One of the things that we hear most frequently is a desire for access to wonderful programs east of the river. And we know that there's a lot of interest among students and families for access to high quality health sciences and health services, career and technical education programming, which is what this would provide. So you've got this fabulous new set of hospitals, sort of hospital complex coming online. We'll have all these wonderful new jobs available there. We are very, very confident that many of our high school students will be interested in actually pursuing those kinds of jobs and that kind of work. And we also believe that engaging with the same higher education partners as we are at Penn Center, continuing with the same very strong OSSI oversight of the program will ensure that we have a very high quality set of programs and that families and students will enjoy them.
Councilmember Fruman, if you have questions.
Yes, thank you very much. Sticking with that for just a second, you said at the, thank you for your testimony, Deputy Mayor Kine. You'll be working with the same higher education partner, so UDC and Trinity will be partners at the ATC at the Max Robinson site?
Yeah, right now Trinity is our partner on the Health Sciences Center at Penn Center. We have an intention to continue working, at least in this first instance, with Trinity for the health sciences at Ward 8.
You know what a booster I am for UDC, and
We share
UDC
that.
also has programs in the same area. So
Mhm.
I hope that you'll think about including UDC in that going forward. And it's the Max Robinson site. It's on MLK before you get, as you're coming up MLK, before you get to St. E's, or is it on the St. E's campus itself?
It is exactly, it's on the campus.
It's on,
Yeah.
so it's part of the St. E's redevelopment,
Yes.
and it'll be, okay. I want to turn to some other budget things, and this has been a thing that's been interesting to me for quite a while about how we gauge the enrollment of the two sectors and how we budget for the enrollment of the two sectors. Traditionally, what happens is, as I understand it, we estimate what the enrollment at DCPS will be in October. And then you could sum up those projected enrollments for all the individual schools, and you might get one number. And then you add to that number to account for the phenomenon of mid-year arrivals at DCPS and the phenomenon of mid-year departures from the charter sector, and you increase that number for the LEA budgeted amount. And there can be a debate about what adjustment you should be making. I'm curious this year what sort of adjustment you made. So I see
2.3%.
so it's 53,541, so 2.3% of that. So something like 1,000. Okay, I'll do the math, 2.3%. As you know, I think last year it was more like 1,500. And as you know, I believe that the number should be higher because I think the level of departures from the charter sector is high and the level of arrivals at DCPS has gotten increasingly high. But I hope we can continue to have a conversation about this because I do think that's an important kind of adjustment to make in this process in order to put the sectors on equal footing. But the answer is 2.3%.
2.3, yes. And also, just as a very small note on that, council member, DCPS does receive students from the charter sector every year, as you know. They also do receive a number of students from out of state. So this is not just a case of students transferring from the charter sector to DCPS, but it's also just kids coming into the system.
100%, 100%. It's a complicated world, and figuring out what's the right adjustment. Reasonable minds can differ on that. I come to a different conclusion than you do, but reasonable minds can differ. A different thing, and going back to the facilities allocation, in the adequacy report, the consultants observed that the facilities allocation overpays the charter sector for building costs, and which is, I thought, wow, that is a thing that I have believed for a long time, because in the financial audit review documents for the charter sector, it shows occupancy costs, and folks have said for a long time, occupancy costs are higher than the facilities allocation, but occupancy costs includes maintenance and operations costs, which is generally paid for out of the UPSFF. Am I right in thinking that the consultants took maintenance and operation cost out from occupancy costs to determine what the cost of the buildings were, and the conclusion that the facilities allocation overpays by a small amount?
So I would just make a few friendly amendments to the statements you just made there. The first one is, it wasn't the consultants, but it's actually how we do the common financial reporting standards. So those are now all public for the charter sector and available. And in those standards, which create similar line item categories across all schools, we have a facilities cost that does not include custodial care or maintenance for buildings. That lives in the operations bucket. So the consultants simply used our common financial reporting standards to get to this number. Secondly, they found, when in the year they looked, that we paid $169 million in charter facilities allotment in total across the sector. And the charters that year expended 149 million. So that's a $20 million delta. However, they did not conclude that meant overpayment, because what they also learned is that many charter schools and LEAs are in fact saving money in order to make expenditure against facilities in later years. And so what they conveyed to me, what they conveyed to our team, is that they were pretty satisfied that we have the charter facilities allotment just about right for what we're currently seeing as the spend in the charter sector. So I don't think it's accurate, at least according to them, in a technical way, to say that we're overfunding the facilities. I think we have it just about right.
You have it may be, and we could quibble around that, and it's a complicated space because actually maintenance and operations for DCPS, some of it is paid for outside of the UPSFF also. So it's another one of these complicated worlds. One of the things that the consultants observed was the wide variation among charter schools of how much they were paying for their facilities. And this again goes to a place that, one charter school might have a building cost that's much higher than the facilities allocation. Another might have one that's much lower. On average, it's just right. And I have thought for some time that we could do better if we were paying actual occupancy costs for both sectors. The 2013 or 2014 adequacy study went on at some length about how facilities cost isn't related to enrollment in the same way that all of the other costs are. That facilities cost goes to the size, age, and uses of the buildings. Are you thinking about the possibility of moving to an actual cost compensation for facilities for both sectors? Would you be open to conversations about that as we go forward, which I think would create fairness between the sectors and fairness within the charter sector for different LEAs?
So the honest answer to your first question is no, I'm not thinking about that. The honest answer to your second question is, of course, I'm open to further conversations about this. We did consider this at some length, this set of questions with the consultants who helped us with the school funding study. And we also, looked at how this is done elsewhere. And we ended up in a place where we were concerned about unintended consequence of doing it, for example, on a reimbursement basis, which you can only imagine could be problematic. But I am, as in all things, open to considering this in the interest of equity and fairness. So absolutely.
Yeah, I hear you that there's a trade-off because there is an administrative burden to trying to pay actual costs. On the other hand, there's an unfairness to paying the same to people who have different burdens. And so there's a trade-off there, but let's have that conversation. A different thing that you talked about coming out of the adequacy study was the price tag associated with overcapacity. And I'm curious to, and that maybe we needed to move into a world where we were doing an analysis of the cost to to all of the systems and to the taxpayers associated with opening new schools where there may not be the students to fill them, increasing the proportion of our dollars being spent on buildings and administration, and diluting our ability to invest in the classroom. I wonder if you could, that was a very interesting new suggestion in the adequacy study. And I wonder if you could speak to the things that were on your mind and solutions that you see in that space.
Yeah, thanks for that. It was indeed a very interesting set of insights that came from the consultants that helped us with this. In particular, what they shared with us is that we as a city, because we have a comparatively larger number of smaller schools, many of them, of course, are intentionally small, but we have a larger number of smaller schools. We do have a more expensive system writ large, because small schools are indeed more expensive in the aggregate than larger schools because of the reasons that you mentioned: facilities, operations, administration, and so on. And so we had this very much on our mind of new school openings because, of course, MacArthur was opening with a number of students estimated to be in the range of 800. And of course, those students, if they go there, will come from elsewhere. And so we got to wondering with the consultants about how we might consider ensuring as a city we understand the long-term cost to the system of this. And you understand this, council member. It's not about whether or not this year the system is more or less expensive because we fund on a per student basis, and wherever the students go, that's where the dollars flow. But as you see more and more schools opening, and you see in general a diminishment potentially in the number of students, it's important for us as a city, I think, to understand the cost of that overall approach. No one ever contemplated that this would be a cost to LEAs, so you wouldn't charge DCPS in that sense. But this is more a conceptual way of trying to understand in a financial plan what you might be paying for opening these additional schools in the long term. And basically the recommendation was you should do some more analysis to try to understand this. And this would be one vehicle you could use to do that.
Okay, just to close this out. So, and did you do an evaluation of, given the excess capacity we have now, how much more it costs us to be operating a system with the level of this excess capacity that we have as compared to if we had fewer schools and we were able to invest more in the classrooms in those schools? Do you have a sense of what the price tag is to date on that?
We did not look at that, and in part because, you know, what they fundamentally found was our system is well-funded and we're seeing very, very strong results. In other words, we're celebrating our public school system as it is today, and we are looking at the longer term range of projections for school age population. And we are worried that if we end up with the lower end of that range, we'll have some choices and decisions to make. And we just want to be ready for those things.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. There'll be another round. Deputy Mayor Kine, your OSI budget, your OST budget for next year is what, 30 million?
27.2, I believe.
And that is mostly grants,
Yes,
but there is some administrative cost.
there is.
How much do you take out for administration?
I believe that it's about 5 or 6% for personnel. And then there is some additional funding that goes to contracts to support the grantees. So I don't know if you'll count that as administration. I think it's about 91% overall goes to grants.
Is that definitive enough, or do you need to get back to me?
I can find out right now. What's the
Okay.
percentage goes to grants? What is it? 89% goes to grants.
At yesterday's hearing, we heard that DCPS would pay security costs for OST programs. Can you confirm that?
Yes.
To what extent are you involved with this issue? And that is, when the council adopts the budget for the fiscal year, we include in the Local Budget Act the ability for DCPS to advance draw, because the school year starts in August and the fiscal year starts October 1st. That hasn't worked so well. My question isn't why it hasn't worked so well, but rather, are you involved with that at all?
I have not been involved in that.
Okay. And I asked that to set up for this. So there was some testimony yesterday about the OST programs and the grants. Well, so we budget for fiscal year 25, starts October 1st, school year starts in August. Do you have money in August for those OST programs?
We actually have money in August for many of them because we've implemented this strong system of continuation grants. We've done it, for example, for the My After School DC grantees this year, where we have purposefully, we know they will continue next year, and we've built into the program and their budgets the idea that they will be able to get started in the summer and at the beginning of the school year. There is the occasion where we have new grantees that come online with fiscal, it'll be fiscal 25 dollars. And we have worked with them to ensure that they will be reimbursed for what they spend, but there is some friction still in the system that we're working on.
So would it be helpful to have an advance, a fiscal year advance for this program?
I will say tentatively, yes, not knowing specifically what the puts and takes from an accounting perspective are, but I know we heard last year from some grantees that they felt there was a a challenge because the funding wasn't released until later and they couldn't get started in their schools. We have, as I said, tried to solve this programmatically in many cases, but there will still be some where this is a challenge and there's some friction.
The grantees are always reimbursed, right? Or do they sometimes get paid prospectively?
We give them some money. They can offer us a reimbursement upfront for some proportion of the dollars, but yes, it's done on a reimbursement basis where we pay their invoices.
Do I write down mostly reimbursable or entirely reimbursable?
Entirely or mostly?
What was that?
I think it's entirely reimbursement.
Well, would you look at that, whether we should, I volunteer this without having talked with the attorney who writes the local budget act for us, but if you would look at whether we should include the OST program in the advance.
Okay, thank you. We will look at that.
And that's authority for the advanced, and you have to apply for the advance.
Yes,
It's been a bit
understood.
of a problem with DCPS, which is separate. And my first question to you on this, I don't know that I want to use my time to go into all that here, but in any event, if you would get back to me on that.
Okay,
The proposed budget for your agency includes capital funding for the education through employment system.
yes,
Last year, when we adopted this in the capital plan, which I think was the first year, we adopted it with a cost of $3.5 million. Now it is $6 million. What are we getting for the additional? What did I say? $2.5 million.
yeah, thanks for the question. We didn't fund the entirety of it in last year's plan. We funded the first half of it. So this is the scope we've always talked about, where by the end of fiscal year 25, the system will be up and running for folks like you and me, for policymakers to understand what are the outcomes and impacts of this. The subsequent years in the capital budget, funding will pay for the next module, which is the resident and family facing module. So they'll be able to understand what programs are producing what outcomes for students. So
Well-
it's phase 2, basically,
But what did you call that again? Resident and something?
family.
What was the full sentence or phrase?
I used the term resident and family module, but it's basically the resident facing piece of this infrastructure.
Well, why didn't we budget for that last year?
We decided that we would get started with this and we put in, I think, a year or 2 years of capital funding with the required sort of technical build FTE. And now we're coming back and we're getting ready to do phase 2.
And does resident facing mean basically public access or
Yes.
public user?
Yes.
And
So
that's
if you
gonna,
look at some of the good practice that you see around the country on this, you'll see some very nice and sophisticated websites that the public has access to, and then some more specific versions of those things for potential users of these different programs.
now I believe that the proposal includes 3 FTEs. I'm always a little wary of FTEs in the capital budget. Why? What are they doing?
I think it's actually 3 FTEs in the operating budget and 1 in the capital budget,
For a total of 4.
for a total of 4, yes.
And why do you need 3 FTEs to operate this?
We are doing something that I think it's probably fair to say is almost unprecedented across city government, where we're actually trying to integrate data systems and data from 17 different agencies. So in the first instance, this is obviously our education and workforce data systems, but it does include all of those other entities. And so you have to have a person, and one of those people manages all of that, all of those agreements and privacy laws and, working with DYRS and CFSA and DHS. The second person is responsible for the research agenda and proposal. We've got a community well, we've got a set of agency and community stakeholders who help to inform all of this. And so you need someone who's driving the research agenda and doing some of that. You've got the executive director of that office, who of course is using their capacity to support both of those, but also helping to inform and drive the research. The IT FTE, the one that's on the capital budget, is doing the build. That person goes away once the system is built, but that's why they're there. They're building the APIs, they're working with the vendor and so on. I've been informed by folks who are close to this that this infrastructure that we're proposing, this budget that the mayor has agreed with, is a very, very lean operation for what the outcomes and outputs will be that we get from this
Why
compared
do
to
you
other
need a
places.
research person? This is gathering data from within the government.
That's right, but you've got to have somebody who's helping to inform the insights that you're producing. So remember, this is a collective. It's a collaborative across government with lots of entities and agencies interested in all kinds of different questions about the outcomes of what they're doing. And so there has to be someone who is helping to coordinate that input and inform the insights and then actually do the analysis. So it's not just a static system that we're building that's going to sit in a room. This is a very vibrant piece of infrastructure that is informed by people like you, Chairman, and others about what insights we want and then ensuring that we get them.
I'm going to shift subjects. The budget proposes eliminating the DC Futures program. I assume you're familiar with that.
I am, yes.
Why is the proposal to simply eliminate it?
So thanks for the question. It was, I did hear some of the testimony yesterday, which was very both heartening to understand the power of that program, but also really distressing to hear about what the discontinuation will mean for people and residents. DC Futures was a program that we stood up with ARPA dollars. It was one of the big investments that we made, and certainly my office and OSSI really championed it. And we developed it as both a way for residents to get access to additional funding for higher education, but also, as you know, included these wraparound supports that you heard quite a lot about yesterday. And it was a successful program for many people. In fact, those that attended UDC saw something like an 8 percentage point greater year-over-year retention rate than students that didn't have access to this. So when we looked across the budget, and as we've said many, many times, and I'll continue to repeat, this is a year of incredibly difficult decisions and choices. And we looked at all of the ARPA investments that we've made over the course of the pandemic, and we had to make a determination about which to continue, which we were able to continue, and which we were not. And this was one that unfortunately, though we understand its power and potential, we were not able to sustain on local dollars. What we did do, and what you'll talk about with President Eddington, I'm sure, is we made an investment in the UDC Success Center, which actually incorporates virtually identical supports and wraparound for students. And so our hope is that we'll sustain some of the coaching and mentorship and other supports through the UDC-based now Student Success Center. And we will work with recipients of DC Futures to see whether or not we can help them get into and get some of the benefits from the teacher apprenticeship, which will not be nearly as big, but will certainly be appropriate for those DC Future students pursuing education, and of course, DC TAG, which is available.
So is the UDC Student Success Center, is that new?
It's new, yes.
And so that is a replacement or an alternative?
It is, I would say it's neither a replacement, but it would be an alternative for some students. It doesn't come with the scholarship funding, but it does come with the wraparound supports. In other words, and again, I'm sure you'll have a chance to talk with Dr. Eddington about this, something he's very committed to is how do you support and sustain students who are at UDC, which was a big part of the DC Futures model, if you will. And so he's intending to do that, but of course that doesn't have the scholarship.
Just to finish this line, how much money is being saved hate to put it that way, but in a budget, how much is being saved by eliminating DC futures?
I don't think any money is being saved because it was funded with ARPA dollars.
How much money was at issue?
It was, I think it was $10 million in this final year. Is that right, team? Yes.
Okay, so why the choice of eliminating DC futures and increasing out of school time, just for example? So there's 6 million more going into out of school time,
6.8 million, yes.
7 million going into out of school time. Important program, don't want to knock it, but in the budget, there are choices, and I'm just tossing this out. There's a choice to increase out of school time and eliminate DC futures. Why is that choice?
I mean, in that instance, and these are very, very hard conversations to have and hard trade-offs to make, but I would say in that instance, we saw the out-of-school time investments as investments for students who otherwise would not have access to opportunities that would be provided. So for example, that's money that is going to clear wait lists at schools to ensure every child can have access to an after-school program. And when we looked at DC futures, we did see, not perfect and not complete, but we did see some alternatives for some participants. And we believe that, as we've talked about in this room many times, the idea of youth development and recreation and its long-term consequential outcomes for young people's lives into the future is worthy of that investment. It doesn't diminish the importance of DC futures, but when we make the trade-offs, that was some of the rationale that we used.
DC futures is an OSSI program.
It was ultimately funded through OSSI, yes.
So if I have more questions about it, I should ask OSSI.
You're welcome to ask me or ask the superintendent, yes.
Well, I'd like to know how much it will cost to sustain the folks who are in the program. So do I ask you or do I ask OSSI?
You can ask the superintendent.
Okay. I do have a couple more questions, but I'll turn to Mr. Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I do hope, I guess I take it from that, that you're going to do another round. So I'm planning to also, I want to know where I am. So I hope to do another round as well. We don't always have the Deputy Mayor for Education in front of us.
Well, I don't know if it's a full round, but, and if another member comes, I may use chairman's prerogative.
Actually, I just, you went 5 minutes over. So I do think, I'm looking forward.
You
to
guys need
having
some
another
time
round.
alone.
So this is all great. We're a team, but I want to get my questions answered. Deputy Mayor Kine, what you mentioned MacArthur High School, and we were at a meeting together a week or so back where it was unclear what was going to be in the capital improvement plan for MacArthur High School. You know that there's been a lot of requests that the school include an auditorium, and it was represented that it was an open question at that point whether or not that would be in the budget in the CIP. It was not. So we have a very strong request for that from the community, and it's not there right now. And for me, and I alluded to this at the meeting, it presents a challenge because I need to understand, everybody needs to understand what would it look like? What would the additional cost of having an auditorium included be? What would the effect on the timing of the project be? What other things might have to be taken out if you added an auditorium? And we need to have those questions framed in this budget process, because when the budget process ends, then I don't have a way to address this issue or hear from the community and then be responsive for another year, and that's too late. So at that meeting, there was a reference to having sit meetings every 6 to 8 weeks. From that meeting to 8 weeks, it's already at the time when we'd be voting on the budget. So I need, and I'm hoping that you will commit to trying to get a sit meeting early in May where those more detail can be shown about what's included in the plan now, not just boxes on the screen, but more detail about what's included and what it would take to add an auditorium, what the cost would be, what the delay would be, what the trade-offs are, so that the community can then inform me of its desires, and I can advocate. I may succeed, I may not succeed, but I need to be in a position to make the case for the community. Can we work together to ensure that there would be that kind of a sit meeting to frame these issues by early May so that we can address this issue in this budget? Because if we don't, you just run out the clock, and I don't think that's fair to the community.
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking if I'm prepared to support the idea of a community meeting with you, of course I will. I would say, having spent a little bit of time on this question, I can share, I don't think the answers that you and potentially some members of the community are as easily come by as that. So for example, they have the folks that are currently doing the current scope, which is the $66.6 million investment in that school for renovation of classrooms. They've got a project plan and a timeline, and they intend to continue down that path. If one is talking about introducing a large new element of that project, like an auditorium, I think there's an important question to be asked about whether you try to stop what they're doing, as they alluded to at that meeting, and redefine the whole scope, or whether they finish their scope and then this comes afterwards. And that's a legitimate and open question that I hear from the designers and from DGS. So I think, we're happy to share the information that we have. I'm not sure it's going to be exactly what you have just articulated as what you'd like.
Well, I mean, I think that it may not point to the answer that some would hope for, but to frame it, what it would mean in terms of additional costs, what it might mean in terms of delay, what other trade-offs there might be. I think your team can provide that information. And then folks in the community can have a discussion about what they want to advocate for. But without that information, actually, you have people who are asking for an auditorium, but don't necessarily understand what the ramifications of that are. I think we all need to get on a base where we have the same shared information, and then we can decide how to advocate. So yeah, I'm accepting your yes, that you will help me press for a community meeting, a sit meeting by early May, where we
Yep.
can frame these
I am
issues.
sure DCPS will be comfortable with that. So yes.
Okay, so let's do that. Back to the adequacy study for a moment. There's a passage in the adequacy study that observes that the charter sector spends $7,200 per pupil on how is it described? On school administration and non-educational administration costs. And that's an interesting figure, but there isn't a similar figure for DCPS. Did you look at that to see how much does DCPS spend on school administration and non-education administration costs?
I think this is going to be a bit of a I told you so moment, because I think this is a product of what we have available in the Common Financial Reporting Standards now. And as you're probably aware, we began with the charter sector and charter LEAs, and the Public Charter School Board has published all of that on their website. The DCPS equivalent of that on a school-by-school basis isn't coming until later this year. So we will be able to do that exact comparative analysis once we have the data from DCPS and DCPS schools in the same way, in the same line items. But because we didn't have it when we went about doing the funding study, we couldn't do the direct comparison. We asked to delay the funding study until we had that, but council said we had to do it now.
I'm sorry, you asked to delay
The funding study.
the adequacy study until you had that?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. And you refer to have that data for individual schools. I'd assume that it would also include all of the money spent at Central.
I don't know the exact item you're referring to, but I'm happy to.
No, to what, I mean, one big debate that we have is how much money is in Central? Whether or not there's extra dollars in Central. Last year in the budget process, as you know, the council took money out of Central. You were all very unhappy about that and put it in schools. And there is a question about, are we spending more in central than we should? And it's not clear to folks exactly what is being spent in central, how it's being used. There's the way budgeting is done is very complicated. Something like this would give us visibility into that. So I hope when you're calculating these line items, you don't leave central out, because there's so many questions about how central is funded and whether it's funded too high or too low. So do you-
Yes, I don't have those questions. I think central is funded probably a little bit too low. There are three parts of the central budget. We talk about this all the time. We convey the numbers. I understand what you're saying, and as we do additional analysis, we should make that exceptionally clear. So I do agree with you.
Yeah, I think exceptionally, you may feel that it's clear, but I think that there aren't that many people who feel that it's crystal clear, and more data that will help us do that, I think, has to be helpful. I thought, and including, and we won't have it for this budget, but I think it was interesting at the budget hearing when the mayor said to Councilmember Louis George in a conversation about Kennedy Street and the library that, let's sit down at the table. The standoff has gone on too long. I thought that that was actually a remarkable moment, because, we do get into standoffs. The council and the administration do get into standoffs, and sometimes they go on for too long to the detriment of everybody. And I feel like that's a thing that's happening on these school budgets, where the council passes a law to say, do it one way. The administration says, no, we're not doing it that way. And neither the twain shall meet. And now we're going to have to figure out what to do about that, how the council is going to address school budgets in our process. And I would just ask you, the way we perceive it is the hole is very deep, and we want to fix it, and we want to do it right. I hope you'll work with us to try to come up with a strategy for how we can address the school budgets and not get into a place where you're very publicly complaining that we're harming something someplace else. Can we have a conversation about how we do this so that we right-size school budgets in places where I think they clearly have been shorted in ways that are going to undermine their ability to function properly? It's just a plea for some shred of collaboration in the spirit of the mayor's comment about the standoff's gone on too long.
I am a deeply pragmatic and collaborative person. The starting point for collaboration, from my perspective, is not going to be that we have to right-size the school budgets. Over the past 4 years, DCPS added to its schools one adult for every single student that came into schools. It was a one-to-one addition. And that was 875 FTEs over the course of the 4 years. This year, we're seeing a net decline of 200. So I agree that schools feel this deeply. My own kids attend 2 schools that are seeing their budgets reduced effectively. So I understand it. And at the same time, we don't think that it's feasible to do everything everybody wants us to do, given the inflation that we've seen. So my starting point is going to be, I'm very happy to work with you and the chairman and whoever else on school budgets to avoid the kind of standoff that we find ourselves in year over year. Absolutely.
So, and I'll just say to close out, I've heard that number of, we've added these many adults and the enrollment hasn't grown. But the problem with that is the assumption is we were at the right place 4 years ago. And I don't believe we were at the right place 4 years ago. I believe that 4 years ago, we needed to add staff in order to serve the children who we were serving. So I hear you that we're not seeing a dramatic increase in enrollment, but that only works if you thought, 4 years ago we were at the right place. If 4 years ago we weren't at the right place, and I believe that that is the case, then I don't think that comparison works. But let's work together to try to do something that everybody can walk away and say, that succeeds, and we're fully serving our kids. I don't feel like we are with the budgets that we have right now. You may but let's get to where we can both feel good about it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Deputy Mayor, just to pick up on that. Since 4 years ago, does that mean since 2019, since 2020, DCPS has added one FTE for every student who came into the system? Can you, what does that mean? The enrollment growth or?
Yes, so from fiscal year 2021 to this year,
Meaning 24.
24, DCPS saw an increase of FTEs in their buildings that was roughly the same as the increase in the number of students.
And how many is that? 800?
I think it was about 875.
And that's roughly the same as the growth in DCPS.
Yeah, we'll get you the numbers. We have them from 2018 through to last year, and we'll share them with you.
Would you?
Yes,
And that's 875 new FTEs in DCPS,
schools,
the individual schools themselves.
yes. And this year, we're seeing a net decrease in that number of 200, unfortunately.
The mayor's proposed budget eliminates community schools. My recollection is that when the mayor made the presentation, either she or Jenny Reed said, but the connected schools will continue, substantially the same program. Is that the rationale for for eliminating the community schools?
It's partially the rationale is that the fact that DCPS has its connected schools, which is essentially the same program funded in its schools, and it funds those as an LEA, primarily through application for a federal grant that funds them. We felt that this was a place where other LEAs that were interested in that model could find other sources of funding. Secondly, we have no, and this is one of those instances, again, where we're making tough choices and trade-offs, but we had no indication of outcomes from this program that we could point to that said, we absolutely should, we should keep it going. But mostly we felt like DCPS has really shown us the way to get this funded with federal. There are 4 grant programs that are available for these kinds of school programs, and DCPS relies on one of them.
You say there are 4 federal grant programs?
Yes.
I'm writing, that's why I'm not looking at you. What do you mean by no indication of outcomes? There's just no research around this or no?
In terms of the OSSI funded programs, I think they primarily fund a coordinator that goes into the schools with some grant dollars, but it wasn't clear, at least in the work that we were doing with this particular program, that there were outcomes for students in the schools that we could see a
Well, do
clear
you think
path
that-
to benefit.
Do you see benefits from the connected schools?
I think there again, this is something that that DCPS pursues on its own. We know that the research is actually a little variable on the effectiveness of community schools. More recently, I think we've seen some strong outcomes from both DCPS and nationally in terms of engagement and some of the work that's done. But it's it depends on the implementation and how the schools approach it. These look very different in different schools. So the ones that OSSI will tell you, and I'm sure you can ask the superintendent, that at least the funding they offered did not seem to lead to any noticeable outcomes. DCPS has seen, for example, increased attendance at the schools that have connected schools, but OSSI can't say the same thing for the other schools that it funds.
You have a virtual course hub.
Yes, sir, we do.
What's the purpose?
This is a small project that we're extremely excited about, and I think goes to the idea of some catalytic investments that the mayor talked about. This is funded at $300,000 for fiscal year 25. This year it's funded at in the mayor's proposed budget, and this year it's funded at something comparable. And the idea is that as we look for new ways to provide greater access to students, to classes and courses they would not otherwise get, this is a really quite wonderful way to do that. So the Virtual Course Hub provides synchronous virtual classes to schools in their school buildings during the school day that they are scheduled into. So for example, if your school does not offer AP Physics, or your school does not offer some level of AP Calculus, or it does not offer American Sign Language, or other classes, this is a way the school can offer those classes to its students. Because what we do is we have a set of teachers that teach these courses synchronously virtually and can actually do that across multiple schools at the same scheduled time period every day. And so the students now have access to these rare, high-level classes that otherwise they would not. It's one of the things I have often felt that is actually trying to find some benefit from our use of virtual during the pandemic. Students are now well used to engaging virtually, and the idea that you can do that in your school with a learning coach in the room and a remote teacher who can teach across more than one school, I think is a really wonderful and innovative idea to pursue as we work to expand access to great courses.
For $300,000, how do you afford all these teachers? Or is it a contract, or are these teachers who are,
This is now currently just in the charter sector because these are contract teachers. We're certainly working with DCPS to understand how we might expand this. But this year we had 5 schools, all of which were charter schools, and I think about 180 students participating.
how
And
many?
next,
180?
about 180. And our plan, if this budget is approved, for the coming year is to expand the number of schools and the number of students. We are reimagining high school.
Are you familiar with the outdoor STEM learning labs?
Outdoor STEM learning labs?
Yes.
I'm not sure, Chairman.
Okay, it's apparently OSSI paid for designs, but they haven't been built.
Oh, I am familiar with that, actually. Yes, they were, there was an organization, I met with the leadership of it. They produced outdoor classroom designs across, I think
Yeah.
it was some large number of schools, like 70 or so. Don't quote me on that
Correct.
number, but that's true. But the money was simply for them to produce the designs. That's right.
So what was the thinking of the administration to pay for the designs, but not have a plan in place to implement them?
So my recollection is, and I think the organization is called OutTeach, that this was stood up in the very heart of the pandemic, when we were actually not certain about what the future was going to be. And of course, we did not know at that point. I think we started working with them when students were still entirely virtual. And so this was one of the many, many ways in which we were working to try to determine how we would continue to educate students. We're back to something that feels a lot like normal now. But at that time, we were not 100% sure we would ever get here. So that's why we wanted the plans and designs and engage with communities. And I think some of the schools have been working to get these spaces implemented. And as you know, there is a lot more outdoor space that has been activated over the past few years.
There was an interesting news story on NPR the other morning about kids reading in eyeglasses and programs to provide free eyeglasses to kids, which has shown significant improvement for many kids in schools. The council actually adopted legislation about 4 years ago to facilitate nonprofits coming to schools here in the district to provide vision screening and then glasses appropriate to whatever the vision requirements are, free of charge to the students, free of charge to the schools. Do you know how many kids have gotten free eyeglasses?
I do not. I do know that my office recently engaged with an organization that does that work. So I'll have to follow up with you. I don't have the details of it.
As I recall from the hearing, the estimates were somewhere around 25% of kids need glasses and don't know it.
Hmm.
That may sound a little strange. I shouldn't bring this up, but my daughter like a couple months ago, said to me that she was worried about her vision because she couldn't see her teacher so well. She's in college. Couldn't see her teacher or what was going on in the front. Actually, it moved from the back of the classroom to the front. So she was worried something was wrong with her eyes. It turned out it was nothing more than that she needed glasses.
Hmm.
She got glasses, and the first day she was just stunned at how much she could see.
Yeah, I'm aware that the evidence on this is actually very good.
Well, council made it possible for this to happen free of charge.
We will follow up. Thank you.
Councilmember Fruman.
Sorry, Chairman, I just wanted to make sure I made one thing clear about the Advanced Technical Center, which I failed to mention as we were discussing the Ward 8. The money that we've put in also comes with an assumption that there will be a philanthropic match. We've been engaged with the National Philanthropy to help support and sustain that work. And while we're not in a position now, due to their own timing and cycle, to talk about what that is or who they are, I just wanted you to know that we consider that to be city government's part of that collaboration. And we anticipate that there will be more philanthropic funding to come in if the numbers seem low to fund that overall program.
They do, but is that philanthropic match for operating or for startup?
It's for startup and it would be for 3 years.
So after 3 years, there would be a recurring cost to the government.
Correct.
Can you follow up with what that would be?
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, and I will endeavor to not use all of the time, Chairman Mendelson. On the food prints, you said, I think, 1.9 million for food prints. Is that maintaining current levels? Is it an increase or is it a decrease?
I believe it's maintaining. I think that was the intent,
Okay.
but I'll confirm that.
And then the data system that you're working on with $10 million, is that related to the comparative cost structures in the different sectors, or is that a completely different
I'm
data?
sorry, what data system?
The $10 million for the workforce data to be able to track outcomes.
Oh, you're talking about the education through employment capital investment. And I guess the investment we're making in the student longitudinal education data system
Right.
for the course cataloging, which is also critical for our understanding. None of that is related in the first instance to the common financial reporting standards. That's a reporting that happens from the LEAs, and we already have a site and
system
an
to do
ability
that.
to convey that, yes.
Okay, great.
However, I will share with you that in the first instance, it will allow us to much better understand what we're getting for the money we're spending. So that's going to be critical. And in the second instance, it'll allow us to figure out, as we have to, how we might do some adjustments across schools as students transfer, because we'll have a much better sense about them, make sure they take their credits with them and so on and so forth. So
Okay, super helpful. And I'll be curious to see all of that data once it comes out. You excitedly talked about this opportunity to do virtual classrooms inside of a student's school so that it opens up access to different curricula for students in places where they don't have those courses there. And I hear you that right now this is all being done inside of the charter sector. You're trying to do a number of things that are cross-sector, the Advanced Technical Center cross-sector. Is there a concept of having a virtual class that might be taught at a charter school, but you might have students at a DCPS school who are participating in that? How are you thinking about using this to make opportunities available to students in all of our different schools?
yeah, we very much, and I very much adopt I think the mindset that our parents have, which is they actually don't see a difference between DCPS and any particular charter LEA. A public school is a public school. And so when we think about this very exciting reimagining we're doing of high school in particular, it is very much cross-sector. So the idea of these shared classes that you can take at the Advanced Technical Center We have students from DCPS schools. We have students from charter schools, as you just pointed out. And yes, for the virtual course hub, we want to do that. We have to do that very respectfully in the context of a unionized workforce at DCPS. And so therefore, we've got to work carefully and closely with our DCPS colleagues so that we're not doing anything that we would not be proud of.
Okay, that's very helpful. Another thing that's out there that you are doing, Aussie is doing, is dual enrollment. And these access to virtual classes strikes me as an opportunity again for a place like UDC to be offering courses that you could have high school students participate on site at their school. Are you thinking about that? Are you thinking about an interplay between this virtual system and our institutions of higher learning as well?
Yes. I mean, we're extremely excited, and I think you can expect to see over the coming years quite a dramatic expansion of access to dual enrollment because of the profound benefits it has, and also because right now we don't, I think, have nearly enough high school students that have access to it. So, we've got this wonderful potential partnership with UDC and Anacostia High School, which we see as being a really terrific benefit to the students that attend that school. We'd love to see that potentially open up to other students. We've been, obviously, President Eddington is a huge supporter of the public school system in general and has big plans himself to expand partnership in many, many ways, including the ones you're describing.
So again, using every opportunity to leverage and support UDC and have UDC support our students. I think this is an opportunity I hadn't thought about before, but thank you for it. The last topic that I'll touch on is out of school time. And I know when I introduced legislation on out of school time, I think folks in your office and maybe you thought, what the hell is he doing? We're on this. And I hope you felt that when we rolled it out, that there was an acknowledgement that we're working, that this is a shared goal and we're trying to get this, maximize this both. The council is interested in this, you're interested in this. There's some data, I think in the oversight responses, there's a reference to FY23 data that there were 11,850 out of school seats in the school year and 10,000 during the summer. So close on 22,000 seats in FY23. What does it look like for FY24? And what are the investments that you're talking about in FY25 look like in terms of increases, decreases off of that?
I can share with you the projected 25 number is 16,000.
During the school year or summer or both?
That's without the summer.
And so that would be, compared to 23, that would be a 33% increase compared to 23.
4 over 11, give or take, sure.
Yeah. And so anything, do you have a sense for the summer?
I'm not sure. I don't know the summer. Do we know the summer projection? Well, so we'll have to follow up with you, council member, on that.
And I mean, it's all very exciting. There is always the issue of capacity. And so you can only move up so fast before you get in front of the capacity to deliver the programs.
Mm-hmm.
But that's exciting that you would be looking at over a 3-year period, a 30%, 33% increase in access during the school year.
Actually, Councilmember, I've just been told it's 1,700 for the summer. Although that number seems low
That
compared to what we had
well,
before.
yeah, I
We'll
think
follow up with you.
Okay. And then there's 30 million that you budgeted, 30,484 to the out of school time office. How much of that, do you have a sense of how much of that will be issued in grants to providers and how much of it will be office overhead?
So as I said before, I think our calculation is that the staff cost or the personnel cost is about 6%. We do have a number of contracts for data system, which then comes into the kind of contracts line. We run the institute, which has its own costs, which I don't consider to be overhead given its direct service to training. That's also our quality work lives there. And then grants themselves comprise, I think, just above 89% of the total amount.
Okay, thank you. And talking about overhead, one of the things that some of the providers talk about is the extent to which their overhead is covered through the grants. To what extent will the grants to out-of-school time providers include funding for the overhead associated from running their programs generally?
It's a good question. Right now, we have a rate typically at which we fund the providers. Our assumption is it includes, all of their costs. Many of them, of course, have other sources of funding that they take advantage of. And right now, we're involved in a process whereby we're trying to determine that we're actually funding accurately. And we've been working with some of the providers on that. So we'll have more, I think, a more detailed approach to this in the coming months.
And a lot of places where there will be more detail in the coming months. I hear you, and the fact that you're pursuing that detail, very, very, very
I
helpful.
mean, we've made so much progress in the out-of-school time office and the out-of-school time space. I'm very, very proud of the work we've done, the grants we've produced, and the number of kids that are being served. And as with everything, we've got to be engaged in a process of continuous improvement, and that's what we're doing. So this is not a punt, but rather an acknowledgement that every time you ask specific questions, you'll get an answer, which is, hey, we're working on that. But we've also concluded so much and we've stood up so much. So
No, and I hear you on that. And I also, and one of the things is getting the grants out and doing the contracting so that there's predictability. And that's a thing that we often hear about. And I hope that's a thing that you'll be working on as well, so that providers have confidence that they're going to be in place in the next year, if they're going to be in place, and can plan for it.
yeah, we've done a lot more. We've done a lot more of these continuation grants, which is something providers really wanted. So I'm really happy about that. And we've come through quite a difficult year with the implementation of our new financial reporting system, DIFS, which you're very familiar with. And we've worked out a lot of the kinks there. So I think we're going to be, yes, in a much better position for grantees to support them.
So last thing, and one of the things we want to make sure everybody who wants to be served is served. I do think that sometimes when we talk about the data, there are programs in Ward 3, for example, that are PTA sponsored and parents pay tuition. There are kids who are in sports after school, maybe don't have the same need because they're engaged after school. There are kids who choose to work after school. I think in terms of figuring out what's the denominator of how many people we need to serve, I think we can be a little more granular than some of the calculations that I've seen. And maybe we can conclude that we've achieved our goals earlier if we recognize that there are certain kids who aren't in the pool who were really in a hurry to serve because they have something else.
Well, I'd be very curious for your thoughts on how to do that. I don't mean that glibly. I mean that seriously. We worked with the policy center, as you know, and they ended up working with the data that they had and identified based on just a percentage of people what they thought the need was. And I would love for us to figure out a slightly more refined way to do that. So I'm very open to hearing your thoughts along with others.
Well, thank you
you.
very much. And I am done and will not ask for another round.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Nice to see you.
And you,
Mr.
council
Deputy.
member?
Yes. I wanted to, there are a couple of questions that I have based on some of the comments that have been made. One, I remember the mayor saying that we are spending $2.7 billion on education. And what I was curious about, is that a number that includes the current proposed budget, or is it to date through the 24 budget?
That's the current proposed fiscal 25 budget, and it's comprised of the money that would go to DCPS and the money that would go to the charter sector, charter schools. So that's the schools budget.
All right. And I appreciate hearing the concept that the virtual course hub is something that is, if I'm understanding correctly, is something that is utilized by both public schools and the charter schools. Am I correct? No.
Actually, not now. Right now, it's utilized only, it's a very small pilot. It's 5 schools, and all 5 of those schools are charter schools.
All right. And we are thinking that that might work in the public schools.
we think it might work. There are different constraints given I shouldn't say constraints, there are just different circumstances in DCPS, given that it has a unionized teaching workforce and the charter sector does not. So we just have to be very careful to honor the collective bargaining agreement in DCPS and ensure that if DCPS decides it wants to participate in the pilot and is interested in this kind of expanded access, either it would do it itself or it could join this, but then we'd have to ensure that teachers were appropriately credentialed.
All right, appropriately credentialed. And I thought I heard you indicate that the instructors for the virtual course are contract teachers.
This,
Did I hear that?
this past year, yes, that we did
Okay.
it, we did it with a partner organization that I think they had some full-time employees, but they also had some contracted employees that actually are teachers, by the way. These are all teachers.
And so this virtual courses are quite different from, or maybe at an advanced level from those that are currently offered in public schools?
I would say it a little bit differently, council member. I would say they are comparable to the advanced classes that are offered throughout the city, but in many instances, we cannot offer all those classes in every school. So there are schools, for example, high schools in the city that don't offer AP Physics. But through the virtual course hub now, we can offer AP Physics at a school that doesn't currently offer it. It's not more advanced than AP Physics that is taught or, in other schools, but it provides access to a class that kids would not otherwise get.
Okay, and so when you say that you're looking at public schools perhaps moving into this realm, as long as you would have the appropriate instruction, are you saying that there's some specialized certification that the instructors would need in order to share that information with the students to take advantage of the virtual courses?
I think I'm saying two different things, and I'm sorry if I'm not being clear on this, but the one is that all teachers that work at DCPS that instruct in any way have got to be in the Washington Teachers Union. It's a unionized workforce. And that comes with lots and lots of benefits, and it's a wonderful thing for DCPS. The same is not true in the charter sector. The charter sector teachers do not need to be in the union. So in other words, if we were to offer virtual classes in DCPS, the workforce would need to be, any teacher participating in that would have to be part of the Washington Teachers Union. So I'm simply sharing that as a fact, essentially.
I appreciate that, but it's not about their educational attainment or their skill set. It's about whether or not they are contracted.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. I was a little concerned when I first heard the comments. Thank you. I wanted to talk also, please, about the 875 additional FTEs, and that relates to I thought it was a few more that are additional enrollment since 2020. And you're saying that there is a complement of enrollment increase to the FTE count. In other words, we've added as many employees as we have expanded our enrollment in the school system.
Yeah, and I'll just make the larger point that that's an example of the larger point, which is we have added, and I think rightly so, and this is a conversation I was having with Councilmember Fruman, rightly so, we've added a lot of adults to our schools over the past 5 years. And we added lots of adults in a way that we felt was appropriate and necessary, particularly during the pandemic and in recovery. And now, as the federal stimulus money is running out, we have to ask ourselves the question about whether we can indeed sustain all of the adults that we've added. And we, of course, in the mayor's proposed budget have said, well, given other city priorities and the hard choices and trade-offs, we think we need to adjust the numbers of FTEs in some schools in ways that we know schools experience as very, very difficult. And we're looking at tough choices across the budget, and these were the choices that we decided we had to make. So the example is just that we've added lots of adults to our schools over the past, say, 5 years of the pandemic. And in fact, that roughly equates to the
Yeah.
same number of kids is the
Okay,
example.
just the comparison, that's all it
Yes,
was.
that's all it is.
Okay, so I wanted to ask about the ATC. You added adults there to do the Advanced Technical Center at Penn Center, right? No?
Added adults, what do you mean? FTEs or?
Yes, FTEs.
I think at the Penn Center, we are sustaining the staffing level that is there this year because we're trying to sustain that. The number of students will grow from about 200 to 250.
I guess I'm trying to figure out where the additional FTEs are in the system and wondered if they were related to the new programming that you are doing, like the everyday labs, things like that. Just trying to, in other words, understanding the value of the additional personnel that we have added to the system.
Yeah, I think this year in the fiscal 25 budget, council member, we're going to see a net decrease in the number of people that are providing instruction across the system, not an increase.
And I understand that. I've taken a look at that. What I'm trying to understand is when we added these individuals, did we add them to assist with these very specialized programming that you are reporting on? It's in your testimony.
Mm.
And so I'm trying to understand, what did we get through those programs, and wondered if it was that we got additional personnel in order to administer those programs.
I think in general, for the programs you're referring to, there's limited to no additional people associated with them. Everyday Labs it's a technology nudge function to help with attendance with some very good outcomes. The Ward 8 Advanced Technical Center has a 0.5 FTE associated with it. And then I think in the Penn Center Advanced Technical Center, as I said, I believe we're sustaining the handful of FTEs that are there. I think the number is something like 3 there that we've had
Okay.
in the past year or two.
Okay.
I don't know if that's helpful or not.
It is. I'm just trying to understand when we add personnel, that is for a function. And so I'm trying to understand if the functions have anything whatsoever to do with these new programs that you're reporting on and indicating we've had great outcomes.
Hmm,
That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
So thank you very much. And I see my time is up. Thank you.
You sure you don't want to ask me questions about how we're improving the workforce system?
I wanted to talk to you about I would like to talk to you and Lynn about the new computer system and what we anticipate to be the outcomes and all, but I'm going to stick to, I've got a lot of questions about that, and maybe I'll talk to you on Monday, the 8th at some point.
Wonderful. And anytime you want to, Councilmember, I know your interest and passion in that.
Oh,
but
yes,
We'll be
yes.
happy to follow up with you.
Yes, I'm trying to do schools today and trying to understand our huge budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vons. That's going to complete our questions for you. There were some matters you said you would follow up. I invited you to give me a written explanation after the hearing with regard to the DCPS funding that's budgeting that's outside of the UPSFF, like impact, early stages, stabilization money. And you're going to get back to me with regard to in our exchange regarding St. Coletta's, you said they're getting more money due to the increase in the foundation weight. And I asked if you could, and you're welcome to expand on that with regard to how we provide additional money if you want to expand on your answer. You are going to get back with regard to whether how you want or how you would take advantage of if we could do for you and the OST program, what we do for DCPS, which is the advanced funding. You will give me an itemization of sort of like a pro forma, if you will, of the ATC in Ward 8 after the, which would be, I guess, ideally from now until several years after the philanthropic match expires. There was, you were gonna get back to me with something regarding the growth in FTEs in the schools over the last 4 years. And you are going to get back with regard to eyeglasses, free eyeglasses.
That's correct, yes.
And I couldn't quite tell if you had some, you were getting back to Councilmember Fruman on MacArthur, but
No, nothing at all.
okay. Well, I may have a follow-up for you on MacArthur. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you to your team. We'll turn to the public witnesses. Letting them in. I want to know who's virtual, who's in person. Hmm? I have to call. Ronald Williams, Meredith Willis, Bill Rice, Justin Lessick, Kelly Smith, Maya Martin Cottigan with PAVE, Aisha Andrews with PAVE, Anna Rodriguez with PAVE, I think I will stop there. 3 minutes, please. So let me see. Ronald Williams, why don't you proceed?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and esteemed guests. I am Ronald Williams Jr., a junior political science major at UDC, a recipient of the DC Future Scholarship, president of the University of the District of Columbia's Political Science Student Association, a Ward 7 resident living in Randall Highlands, a Ward 8 business owner on Marionberry Avenue, and I am honored today to provide testimony in strong support of the University of the District of Columbia's fiscal year 2025 budget and financial plan. First and foremost, I want to express my wholehearted endorsement of Mayor Bowser's budget theme of strategic investments and shared sacrifice. This strategic approach aligns perfectly with the values and goals of our university, emphasizing the importance of investing in our future while acknowledging the responsibility we all share in contributing to its success. Furthermore, I wholeheartedly support the mayor's investment of $61 million in funds for the University of the District of Columbia. These funds are crucial for improving classrooms, labs, and grounds, ensuring that our students have access to the best possible learning environments. Moreover, I believe it's time to look towards the future by embarking on the redevelopment of the entire Van Ness campus, building by building, beginning with the DC Archives site and the redevelopment of Building 41. We have the opportunity to transform UDC into the state institution of the future, one that is competitive with our local, regional, and national counterparts. With Dr. Eddington's leadership and the expertise of David Franklin, we have the capacity to make strategic investments that will position UDC as a beacon of excellence in public education, public higher education. Additionally, I endorse the allocation of $3 million for planning and design for new student housing on the Van Ness campus, as well as the establishment of a new College of Agriculture and Performing Arts Center. These initiatives will not only enhance the student experience, but also contribute to the vibrancy and diversity of our campus community. In conclusion, I stand firmly behind the University of the District of Columbia's fiscal year 2020 budget and financial plan. It represents a bold vision for the future of our institution, one that prioritizes student success, academic excellence, and community engagement. As president of the Political Science Student Association, I urge all stakeholders to unite in support of this transformative budget proposal, ensuring that UDC continues to thrive and flourish for generations to come. Thank you, Ronald Williams Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Meredith Willis.
To the esteemed members of the council, my name is Meredith Willis, a devoted member of the University of the District of Columbia since 2005. I am a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a 17-year veteran of the police department. I have 4 children, and I am a native Washingtonian living in Ward 7. As a working mother aspiring to be a first-generation college graduate, my experience at UDC has been both enriching and challenging. I'm here to share my story, highlight the institution's efforts to support its students, and propose recommendations for its improvement. UDC has been a beacon of hope for many, providing accessible education tailored to diverse lifestyles, especially for working adults like myself. The dedication of faculty members such as Dr. Amanda Huron has been instrumental in my journey. Dr. Huron's advocacy enabled my graduation timeline to shift from fall 2025 to spring 2024 by navigating the constraints of course offerings available only in certain semesters. This personal story underscores the faculty's commitment to student success. However, challenges persist. The university struggles to offer flexible scheduling options and sufficient high-flex classrooms, mainly due to financial constraints, has been a significant hurdle. In my initial enrollment in 2005, UDC boasted a schedule that catered extensively to the working class. The reduction in class time since then has posed difficulties for students balancing education with employment or family obligations. To address these issues and foster positive trajectory for UDC and its students, I propose 1, enhance flexibility in course offerings, adapt course schedules to include more evening and weekend classes. This change will substantially aid students juggling work and family commitments. 2, expansion of high-flex learning environments, increase investments in high-flex classrooms. This technology-supported approach accommodates in-person and remote learners, offering a solution to current scheduling and space limitations. Connecting this expansion to UDC's 2025 budget priorities could provide a feasible funding pathway. 3, community and reputation enhancement. Strengthen initiatives that boost UDC's image within the local community and among academic peers. Efforts could include clear communication regarding accreditation and more active engagement with alumni and businesses. In closing, I deeply value my time at UDC and am committed to contributing to its growth and success. Addressing the outlined challenges will not only enhance the educational experience for all students, but also reaffirm UDC's esteemed position in our community. And I also support the mayor's budget for technology with the university for this fiscal year. Thank you for considering my testimony and for your dedication to advancing higher education within our community.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. I believe Bill Rice is not here. Justin Lessig. I believe is not here. Kelly Smith is online.
Yes, thank you. My name is Kelly Smith. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Finance Officer for Perry Street Prep Public Charter School, in addition to being a proud DC resident and parent of 4 children attending DC public schools. I will speak briefly as I can on the proposed budget impacts, financial details regarding the facilities use at 1800 Perry Street, and lastly, my experience as a parent whose children attend DC public schools. First and foremost, I'm incredibly proud to work and live in a district that is among the highest funded in our country. Our teachers are some of the highest paid, and we should all be proud of that commitment. With this said, as has been stated, buying power is decreasing this year with the combination of legislated increases for teacher pay and the finale of ESSER funding following the pandemic. Even with the absolutely necessary proposed 12.4% increase, every school like mine is making hard choices about what can be funded next year. We increased teacher pay by the same 12.4% as is proposed, but our teachers are all stepping up the pay scale each year. On average, one step is 3.5% at Perry Street Prep, mirroring DCPS. If you look at the data, you'll see that our most veteran teachers and highest paid are not retiring yet, and we do not have enough young teachers entering the field at lower costs. This means compensation expenses keep increasing. In addition to this, we all know as residents, costs on goods and services are increasing. This is true for schools too, so we have to make cuts to positions and supplies. Perry Street Prep is a Ward 5 single-site Title I charter school, most recently ranked on the prior PMF as Tier 1. We serve 450 students in pre-K 3 to 8th. 100% of our students are Black and Brown, and approximately 70% are Aussie identified as economically disadvantaged. We need every dollar possible to invest in our students. We need the best teachers possible to close achievement gaps. We want and must pay our teachers, counselors, interventionists, and educating staff as a whole competitive wages. They are serving our most valuable asset in the city, our children. I also want to address misleading information being stated in the community that charter schools are private organizations profiting off of DGS-owned buildings in our city. Perry Street Prep made an agreement with the city in 2010 to take over a decades-empty facility, and we invested $21 million to simply raise it to a condition that is acceptable to serve students. Our charter school, also a nonprofit, took out loans that we must service monthly. These loans funded the renovation that abate the negotiated rent assigned from DGS for an agreed upon period of time. It costs us almost $1 million annually to simply maintain this 200,000 square foot facility and property. And since the initial renovation, we have had to replace roofs, gutters, manage stormwater system collapses, and updated every bathroom. These are all capitalized leasehold improvements that are outside any occupancy expenses and below the line. Yes, we receive a facilities allotment each year per student and celebrate the proposed increase to this funding, though we are befuddled by the proposed future change to this. We know we spend more annually than our per pupil facilities allotment, and we are proud of this. We are proud to invest and evidence the care we have for our youth. We also rent portions of our building to other schools and nonprofits to efficiently and effectively use this public space to serve as many youth as possible. Quite simply, we also use it to pay our bills. Our charter school has no aims nor any feasible prospect to profit off of the city in maintaining a public school building to provide public education. Charters are doing the same work as DCPS without any access to the city's capital funds, modernization funds, budgeted school safety enhancements, or funding for small capital projects which are included in the mayor's proposed budgets. We save UPSFF dollars, we fundraise, and we plan meticulously to maintain the city's asset. When you hear from community members who believe schools are profiting off of our city's buildings, please think critically about that math and the incredible cost our city would undertake if charter schools were not caring for these buildings.
Ms.
We are
Smith,
working, I'm sorry.
you're over your time, so thank you. And I don't have a copy of your statement if you want to provide it.
I sure will. I'm sorry. I thought I emailed it.
Thank you. Justin Lessick?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council. My name is Justin Lessick. I'm the Executive Director at Sojourner Truth Public Charter School in Ward 5. Sojourner Truth Public Charter School is the district's first and only public Montessori middle and high school. And I also just want to quickly thank Ms. Smith for her prior testimony. I thought that resonated quite a bit with me. Yesterday, I testified and started off by expressing appreciation for the mayor's proposed UPSFF increase of 12.4%. And before moving on, I once again want to share my school community's appreciation for that investment. Like Ms. Smith just mentioned in the previous testimony, this still leaves us with some significant financial challenges, but it's going to allow Truth to provide much deserved increases to the salary scales of our incredibly important staff members that were not able to benefit from last year's funding, which was specifically targeted for teachers. Thanks to the UPSFF increase, our counselors, social workers, instructional aides, and operations team members will also benefit. We're thankful that public charter schools will receive a 3.1% facilities funding allotment increase for fiscal year 25, but we are very concerned about the possibility of not having that increase guaranteed for the following years. My understanding is that a law was passed to maintain it, but that recent proposals have put that at risk. I strongly advocate that the 3.1% increase that was committed for future years remains intact. Over the past 2 years, Truth has fundraised and benefited from grants from City Tutor DC to develop and implement high-impact tutoring for our middle school math students. The data that we have collected in partnership with City Tutor DC and Empower K-12 demonstrates that the Truth students receiving consistent individual or small group tutoring, which has meant at least 2 sessions per week, each consisting of at least 1 hour, have achieved gains that on average significantly outpace those of their peers not receiving the tutoring. We're deeply appreciative of the support that the DME, the mayor, and OSSI have played to support high impact tutoring and to continue to fund it on a citywide level. As the leader of a public charter school, I would also like to thank the PCSB, or the Public Charter School Board, for its ongoing work as our authorizer. We know that the PCSB has worked very hard on the development of the new Aspire framework that it will use to assess schools. And we're appreciative of the immense amount of feedback that they have solicited from schools in an effort to refine and continue to improve the framework before it is finalized. The feedback process continues, particularly with respect to the framework for high schools, and I look forward to ongoing opportunities for discussion and iteration. Finally, thank you to the State Board of Education for the focus it's put on preventing chronic absenteeism around the district. We're thankful to President Ebony Rose Thompson, Vice President Jock Patterson, all representatives, and in particular Ward 5 Representative Robert Henderson for the deep commitment they've shown to truly learning about the root causes of chronic absenteeism and possible mitigating measures. In my testimony yesterday, I mentioned the importance of out-of-school time programs as an effort to curb violence and conflict that often occurs in the hours immediately following middle and high school dismissal. I know that the DCIAA Athletic Association contributes greatly to productive programs for middle and high school students after school, and this no doubt helps to counter the violence. As a public charter school, Truth participates in the Public Charter School Athletic Association, or PCSAA, and I hope that the council considers opportunities to equitably support the PCSAA as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Lessig. Maya Kotkin?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, and members of the Committee of the Whole and committee staff. My name is Maya Martin Cadogan. I am a Ward 4 resident and parent of a 7th-generation Washingtonian, and I'm also the founder and executive director of PAVE, and you'll get to meet many of our amazing parent leaders here today. I'm here today to talk about the work of the OSA, SBOE, and PCSB alongside our parent priorities around specialized school programs and safe passage to school. First, around safe passage, we need stronger coordination around safe passage entities and schools. Despite pleas from school leaders, families, and community members, consistent hyper-local convenings around safety that are not just in response to incidents have not been happening. We applaud the Office of the Student Advocate for stepping up and committing to host ward and neighborhood-based convenings with folks doing the work on the ground, so like safe passage workers, school principals, MPD and WMATA PD officers, to build relationships and foster partnerships and collaboration. OSA is a trusted and neutral source to bring people together as they have built strong relationships across the district. Doing this regularly will take resources and staff time. They have a small team, so we hope that the upcoming budget for the OSA supports this critical work. And I think that's even more critical given the incident that we had yesterday on the Metro in Ward 5 at Brookland during dismissal time that was between two youth, making sure that people can convene together to talk about not just how to respond to incidents, but how to prevent incidents is critically important. The other piece of that is that we've learned that public charter schools are often not included in all conversations about safety with district agencies. It should be a priority to ensure that public safety agencies are meeting regularly with both DCPS and public charter schools. We want to give kudos to the work PCSB has done in partnership with the DC Charter Alliance to host bi-weekly meetings with leaders from MPD, WMATA PD, Safe Passage Program leads, OAG, and LEA leaders to discuss safety. We hope that they continue this important work to get to 100% participation from all LEAs. We also really encourage in-person convenings, minimally at the start of the school year, to deepen relationships and collaboration. These are budget-friendly solutions that can have a huge impact on students and communities. Second, we need to revisit the change to DC's attendance policy. We are at a true crisis point regarding chronic absenteeism and truancy rates in DC. While multiple pieces of legislation have recently been introduced to address this crisis, SBOE's policy around what counts for a student to be present is an important policy that we'd like to revisit. We've heard stories from school leaders of students standing outside of school, sometimes smoking weed, robbing other kids, or getting into fights. They wait until 11 or 11:30 a.m. to come into school because there isn't any consequence, because they are counted as present if they attend 60% of the day. Despite missing most of their first 2 class periods for the year, they can still have perfect attendance. This isn't good for schools or communities. We understand why the policy was created, to create more grace for students, but it's one thing to be 10 to 15 minutes late for school and another to be 2 to 3 hours late and missing critical instruction. We want to be flexible in student circumstance, like students who are late due to OSSI transportation should not be counted as absent, but we know that the current policy isn't working. And while we certainly have an issue with students who are not attending school at all, we have an equally important issue with students who are not attending much school even when they show up. So we hope that the budget hearings that we're having address some of the needs around truancy and around tardiness as well.
Thank you, Ms. Cottigan. And Taisha Andrews? Oh. Oh, she has not accepted. Anna Rodriguez.
Chairperson Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole Committee. My name is Ana Rodriguez, and I am a proud parent of an 8th grader who attends McKinley Middle in Ward 5. I also serve as a paid Parents at Flying Voice in Education on citywide Ward 5 parent leaderboards. I am testifying today on the access to specialized programs. Specialized school programs are not being administered equitably or at the same quality across the city. Even schools that score high on academic performance or on the school report card do not always have the high quality programs they claim to have or the support to succeed in specialized program. My daughter wants to work in STEM fields, and I saw how tough it is to ensure students get the curriculum they need to succeed in STEM specialized school programs. I want to start off by thanking Mayor Bowser and Deputy Mayor Constant for the increase 21.8 million in funding for CTE programs, for maintaining the 700,000 in funding for the district's dual enrollment program, and for the 581,000 to expand access to support the Ward 8 Advancement Technical Center. My daughter currently is an 8th grader at McKinley Middle School, and I have firsthand experience of how important it is for all students to have access to all these type of programs. I transferred my daughter during the second term because of the issues that I have been with my daughter not having access to algebra. When my daughter was in 7th grade at Brooklyn, she came in, they put her in cohort 7A. I didn't know that each cohort functioned differently from 7A all the way to 7E. In cohort 7D, they put what we call smart kids and gave them access to an accelerated math curriculum, which my daughter did not get. The 7D cohort was given access to high-pack and tutoring and other additional resources that my daughter, again, could not access. I was shocked, especially with the money being used from the high-pack and tutoring. I am grateful for the 4.8 million in the budget. High-impact tutoring, and hope these funds are used to increase accessibility to tutoring and find a way to hold schools accountable to include students with the highest needs and high-quality tutoring. The one at my daughter's school was supposed to be for all students, but how is she supposed to succeed in STEM program if she can't get math curriculum or extra support she needs? This increase in funding for high-pack and tutoring can save parents from having to find separate outside tutoring programs like I had for my daughter. During the summer, my daughter was part of the Algebra Accelerator program, and her teacher was actually a McKinley teacher that taught algebra. He sent a letter to Brooklyn to tell him that she was prepared for algebra. When my daughter started 8th grade, I was told by the school things would be different. But before the end of 7th grade, my daughter had just received her 504 medical plan. I had debated on getting this because I heard that they don't give kids with 504 IEPs access to accelerated curriculums, and they move them from their cohorts. On her first day of school, she was in cohort 8A. 2 days later, she was moved to 8C. That class had over 50% of kids with IEPs and 504s, and the math was below what she already knew. This wasn't fair. Children shouldn't be mixed, and I wanted her to be moved back to 8A because her access was being taken. By the time I finally got her to move back to her original class, she had missed a whole term of algebra. I was determined as a parent that no school was going to stop my daughter from having access to math and set her back because she had a medical disability or because she wasn't in the right cohort. So I moved her to McKinley Middle School, which is my neighborhood school. I never told McKinley about the issues at Brooklyn Middle School. She has now algebra, but my concern is how many kids are not getting access to math or even specialized programs like dual language because they are measuring our kids on how they test. If the kid has a 504 IEP, I'm not going to allow DCPS or any other school to stop my daughter from having equitable access to program, especially when my daughter wants to focus in STEM. It took me a long battle to navigate the system to make sure that she had equitable access to program she deserved. I believe OSSI should verify that schools are offering the programs they provide.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Sorry,
you're over your time.
thank you.
So if you could give us a copy of your statement.
Okay.
Thank you. That's going to conclude this group of witnesses. I do not have questions for you, but thank you very much for your testimony. So I'm going to call the next group of witnesses, Sharice Muhammad, who's a parent leader with PAVE, Quiana Lemons, who's a parent leader with PAVE, Dominique Moore, who's a parent leader with PAVE, Catrice Fuller, a parent leader with PAVE, Sharnetta Boone Ruffin, who's a parent leader with PAVE, I'm told Olivia Chase and Gregory Anthony Deere are not here or not attending. Monique Bullock, who's with Education Reform Now. Scott Goldstein, Executive Director of Empower Ed. Robert Henderson, who's a Ward 5 representative to the DC State Board of Education. And Eric Goulet, who's the Ward 3 representative to the DC State Board of Education. So let me see. Faris Mohammed, I believe, is not here. You are here. Ah, you're at the table. Excellent. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and to the Committee of the Whole. I'm Sharice Muhammad, a Ward 7 resident, parent of an alum of McKinley Technology High School, and former 3-term LSAT chair serving the communities as a PAVE Ward 7 PLE board member. Currently, I have a niece who attends Duke Ellington School of the Arts, my alma mater. My testimony today focuses on safe passage. However, today, with targeted investments in youth-only WMATA buses and Metro cars with safety personnel. A test pilot could be for schools that are the farthest distances across the city, such as Jackson Reed, Duke Ellington School of the Arts, School Without Walls, MacArthur High School, and Coolidge High School. The reason I'm requesting youth-only WMATA buses is because for years, the District of Columbia Public Schools do not have fleets of yellow buses as primary modes of transportation to schools for its students like PG County and Montgomery counties. If you can believe it, I fondly recall when I was attending Duke Ellington School of the Arts, we had a WMATA charter bus, which picked us up at LaFont Square at Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast. Students from wards 5, 6, 7, and 8 would get on that bus at this location and be taken to Ellington for school. Instead of driving a multitude of riders riders insane with our rehearsals on our instruments or dramatic readings or dance routines on the bus, our designated WMATA driver bore the brunt of our artistic preparations for the day of school. We know that youth-only WMATA bus routes are viable options and can work if appropriately funded. I, along with the countless alum, can attest to this, as Duke Ellington School of the Arts has a vibrant and civically engaged alumni association. After initial review of the FY2025 budget, it is my hope that funding will be allocated to address assigned transportation to the aforementioned schools as a test to see if it can work. Now, over the winter break, I reviewed the WMATA GM proposed FY2025 budget and was livid at the pending cuts to the bus routes throughout the city. I was livid, and I wrote my letter on Christmas morning to the general manager, Randy Clark, to highlight in detail the high schools who would be adversely impacted if said cuts were made. I implore the Committee of the Whole, the State Board of Education, Office of the Student Advocate, and the Ombudsman of Education to address the transportation of our students with the same vigor as nearly unanimous vote to give Leonsis $515 million for the Capital One Arena. Thank you all for holding this hearing. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mohammed. I believe Kiana Lamans is online.
Yes, how you doing, Councilman?
Please proceed.
Chairman. Greetings, Chairman, Committee of the Whole, Committee of the Staff. My name is Quiana Lamans. I am a paid parent leader and I live in Ward 7. All my children attend DC Public Schools. I want to thank you all for being here today and continue your leadership in this city. Today, I'm here to testify on the needs for specialized school programs and safe transportation for students to and from. Students with or without special needs, like my sons, in every ward should have access to specialized school programming that provides a variety of learning opportunities that meet their needs and interests. Specialized school programs are programs like arts, integration, dual language, career, technical education, STEM programs, and many more that provide unique learning opportunities that centers on different topics and learning styles. These programs are good for all students and should be available to all students, regardless of where they live. Before I get any further, I think it's important to take a look at the data. Nearly 50% of all DC all DC students attend school outside of their ward of residence, including my own. Additionally, students living in Ward 5, 7, and 8 travels further to get to school and often travels over 2 miles so they could get access to specialized school programs and schools with high quality learning curriculum and style. Not only are there not enough seats for all these students in the wards to access specialized school programs, but there are safety transportation passes safety transportation passes available for them, creating a whole nother problem. I am grateful to the Mayor Browser for the increase of 21.8 million in funding for CTE programs, for maintaining the 700,000 in funding for District Columbia dual enrollment programs, and for the 581,000 to expand access to support the Ward 8 advanced technical centers. I am also thankful for the 7.2 million maintained to DC Connect program and the 6.5 million to increase the RC special education transportation program. However, even with these increases, they do not guarantee the students of Ward 7 and 8 with access to the program of their interest, and it does not guarantee students and safety mode transportation to get to these programs. I urge the councilmen, DME, public school charter leaders, and DCPS leaders to use these fundings to work together to increase seats and access to specialized programs all over the city, especially for students with special needs. I would like to work with you all to ensure each student not only has access to the special school programs, but they also can get there safely and efficiently. Public transportation does not meet the need and understand conditions or have the services that all children, especially special need children, require. And we as parents would like to have a safe pathway for our children, along with the funding for DC School Connect and RC Special Education Bus Program, with which I fully support, and I and other paid parents would like to see PCSB, DCPS, and Safe Passage Worker, WMAT, PD, and MPD convene regular, both at the city level and hyper-local, to discuss and make plans for the safe passage students. This matters to me because we want to ensure that every family have access to high quality specialized school programs for their children to support their individual needs regardless of their level or where they live, and that they have a safe way to get there.
Ms. Lamons, I have to cut you off. You're a minute over your time.
Thank you for your time.
And if you could provide a copy of your statement. Dominique Moore? If you're in gallery view, you're participating virtually and you're in gallery view, you should be able to see the clock in the top row, and it's 3 minutes per witness. Ms. Moore? You're muted.
Thank you so much. It's really great to see you again, and thank you for letting me know I'm muted. So again, thank you for having me today. My name is Dominique Moore, a PAVE Ward 4 citywide board member. I want to say I am truly happy to hear today about the city's investment in measuring the quality of education being provided by specialized school programs. I hope that the projected investment of $688,000 that we are making, that we make the most of the opportunity. We make the most of the opportunity. Sorry about that. We make the most of this opportunity by verifying what and where specialized school programs are being offered. I also plead that once this information is constructed, that we share it publicly across agencies as well as with individuals throughout the cities. As a parent with a neurodivergent child navigating the DC school system, I know how important knowing post-graduation outcomes, whether that's college or employment, is going to be. And so I'm really excited to hear about this investment and the intentionality behind it. I hope comes with it as well. DC's youth are in crisis right now. We've seen this since the pandemic. There's chronic absenteeism has been rising, and youth violence is more predominant than ever before. And we really need to get children back into the classrooms. Through some of our advocation and talking with partners and policy individuals, we know that safety is one of those things that is leading to our youth not being in the classrooms. So today I'm also asking that the Office of Student Advocate utilize some of their budget to partner with the Deputy Mayor on public safety and justice to add information on all safety opportunities, resources, and services that are available for school leaders on their Safe Passage website. The lack of public information is a problem and can help to reduce some of the problems we are facing now by just making sure that as citizens and as people of the District of Columbia, we are knowledgeable about what's out there. I also ask that OSA utilize a portion of their budget to convene hyper-local monthly meetings with Safe Passage stakeholders to discuss issues, updates, and interventions to minimally include school leaders, Safe Passage workers, MPD, WMATA PD, and Safe Passage and community partners. Intentionality in using the money that is allocated to these agencies will help us to restore Washington, D.C. and our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Catrice Fuller.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the Committee of the Whole. As you mentioned, my name is Catrice Fuller. I am a native Washingtonian, current Ward 5 resident, and a proud mom of an 8th grader, 7th grader, kindergartner, and pre-kindergartner, age 3. Additionally, I'm a proud servant of my community as a citywide board member with PAVE, and also under my role as the Chief of Family and Community Engagement at Monument Academy Public Charter School. A place that I do consider to be a gem within our city due to the myriad of opportunities we are able to provide for our students. So as a school leader, I want to start off by saying I'm grateful for these 3 things: the 12.4 increase to per pupil funding and the 0.6 increase to the at-risk weight, seeing as though that is a lot of my student population. Additionally, the enhancement of $4.8 million for high impact tutoring, and also the enhancement of $5 million to support reimagining high school strategy, including the Advanced Technical Center, Career Ready Internships, Advanced Internship Program, and dual enrollment. I'm testifying today, both as an educator and a parent of an 8th grader, to talk about the opportunities or lack thereof for students to access quality specialized school programs. One of my many responsibilities at Monument Academy is to coordinate the high school transition work. And what I train my team to do and myself, we work directly with each individual families and student to make sure what their interests, their overall career and post-secondary goals align with some of their school choices in this lottery system. What I found in this research is, for instance, for my son, who was very interested in engineering, he did get accepted into McKinley Tech. McKinley Tech is very explicit about their offerings and how it translates into their curriculum. However, I had a few students, Monument, we have a drum line. I have a few students who want to continue their percussion, their love for percussions. And what we're noticing, some of these schools that offer arts integration and say that they have a robust music program actually did not have any opportunities for my little percussionists. So what I'm asking the council today, I urge you all to consider creating systems that do a better job at communicating to families what their options for programming are in schools, such as providing a $750,000 in funding for a school navigator system so that there's a network that does exactly what I do for families at Monument Academy. Also, to create a system of accountability that communicates how well programs are actually operating, and are they operating in fidelity to what they say they offer. And if that information could be very transparent within the Aspire framework or the DC School Report Card. That way we could think about feeder patterns so that these interests, let's say a child is in Montessori elementary, there's a Montessori continuation in middle school and in high school instead of just the one that I think we have in the city. I thank you for your time and consideration. There's more information in my testimony, and I'm looking forward to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Sharnetta Boone Ruffin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, hello, Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole. I am Shawnetta Boone Ruffin. I'm a Ward 8 resident and a paid PLE board member. I'm also a Dunbar High School Engineering Program parent and an Eagle Academy Public Charter School Capitol Riverfront parent. I want to start by thanking the mayor for the 12.4% increase in UPSFF and 0.6 increase to the at-risk weight. The funding enhancement of 4.8 million for high impact tutoring, as well as the enhancements of $5 million to support reimagining high school strategy, including advanced technical centers, career-ready internships, advanced internship programs, and dual enrollment, my favorite. Specialized school programs like dual enrollment, CTE, dual language, and STEM are very important to me because I know how much they help students engage in schools and sets them up for the future past graduation. I urge the council to work to find the funding in the budget to create systems that do a better job of communicating to parents and families what their school options are, such as providing $750,000 in funding for the creation of a school navigator system that will connect families with real persons or real people that can help them find their right fit school. I also ask that public charter schools, DC Public Schools, and the School Board of Education work to create a system of accountability that communicates which schools have specialized school programs and if the programs are being taught with fidelity to the program framework. I and other paid parents would love to see the reflected in the Public Charter School Board new Aspire framework, which I will be testifying at next week, and the DC School Report Card for School Board Education and OSSI. Lastly, I would like to see public charter schools, DC Public Schools, OSSI, and DME work together to ensure the upcoming databases and performance management frameworks include data about post-graduation outcomes and that they are shared across agencies. Parents and families deserve to know what percentages of kids do go to college and complete their first year. Did the students participate in the specialized school programs, receive trade licensures, complete the first year of that trade? What does it look like when children leave our DC high schools and enter into adulthood? That's important. That's an important metrics, and it often is forgotten. I hope that some of the $668,000 in the budget for OSSI goes through employment pathways, is used to collect this data, begin tracking things collaborative with DC Public Schools, public charter schools, so we can know how successful on a large scale our children are when they receive this education. Thank you so much. I'm here for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Boone Ruffin. Vonique Bullock.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, members, and the staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Vonique Bullock, and I live in Ward 7. I am here as a parent, educator, community member, and a civic leader with the DC chapter of Education Reform Now Advocacy, ERNA, or an organization fighting for a just and equitable public education system for all DC students. Today, I am here to discuss the importance of ensuring all of our students have strong math skills. Mathematics is more than solving problems to get the right answer. It is imperative that we educate our children in mathematics by giving them the tools and resources of reasoning, problem-solving skills, and critical thinking, which allows them to have a broader understanding of the world around them. It also opens up college and career opportunities. In the 2022-23 school year, nearly 8 out of 10 students who took the PARCC assessment in math did not meet or exceed expectations. As a previous fourth grade teacher, I've observed that many students do not have fact fluency and number sense, which makes it difficult for them to understand fractions and decimals. These are just some of the concepts needed for students to be ready for algebra. I and my team use many interventions such as Reflex, a fact fluency app, and Kathy Richardson, a research resource for small groups to catch students up. I believe more support is needed for our educators and ultimately our students. Currently, there's no funding in the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget and fiscal plan for a statewide strategy for supporting all students with math. There is no comprehensive statewide pre-K through 8th mathematics strategy. And with that, how do we know our children are receiving high-quality content? How are our teachers delivering daily math instruction with instructional materials? Are there designated teachers and block times for math interventions? Lastly, what support are we giving to families and caregivers if there's no comprehensive statewide pre-K through 8 mathematics strategy? I'm asking for the DC Council to fund the establishment of a mathematics innovation and research task force comprised of local and national experts to support pre-K through 8th grade students, educators, and families with math. These experts can implement a statewide math strategy that includes 5 elements: daily math instruction with high-quality content and instructional materials, support for teachers, assessments and parent notification, interventions, and resources for families and caregivers to support math instruction at home or learning math themselves. This is needed so that DC public schools and public charter schools all utilize the best strategies to support children. This is needed so that DC public schools and public charter schools all utilize the best strategies to support students. This task force is particularly important as the DC Public Charter School Board gets ready to implement its new Aspire academic accountability framework, and schools are again held accountable for providing their students with excellent math education. Thank you for considering this important issue. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bullock. Thank you, Ms. Bullock.
Thank you.
Scott Goldstein.
Good afternoon. Just this week, OSSE unveiled its new social emotional learning standards to the State Board of Education. These landmark standards represent an important milestone in prioritizing the social emotional development of our students alongside academics. But standards don't come to life on their own. And with so many demands on their plates and so few resources, students will not receive this critical instruction unless the council actually ensures there's funding for curriculum and teacher training. If we want to make our schools safer, we must teach conflict resolution starting in pre-K and all the way through 12th grade. Quality curriculum exists, but schools and educators don't have the funds to purchase it or be trained on it. That's why we're asking for $250,000 in conflict resolution curriculum and training. The State Board of Education has also been a leader on teacher retention over the past decade, and I hope their budget is sufficient to engage in further research on retention solutions. I'm here to ask them to double down on their teacher retention focus with specific targeted work. Right now, Empower Ed and the WTU are conducting a joint citywide survey of all DC educators across DCPS and public charter schools about educator wellness and retention. While the survey is ongoing, it's worth noting some preliminary data in this setting. 25% currently say they are definitely leaving or seriously considering leaving at the end of this school year. 47% of educators say they've struggled with their mental health in the past year. To only 24% say they have a voice in school level decision-making. Just 10% say they believe the district education leaders value their well-being. 73% say their school offers no scheduling flexibility. The top 5 things educators say would retain them have been very consistent: better pay and benefits, additional staff mental health days, reforms to the teacher evaluation system, more planning time, and flexible scheduling. I hope the state board will take these teacher priorities and dive deeply, utilizing their research budget into specific research-backed ways to address these retention crises. Regarding the PCSB, as you know, last year, the budget appropriately ensured that charter school educators received a well-deserved pay raise. It also requires that every public charter school that does not have one establishes a public and transparent pay scale by steps and grades by May 1st. In our survey so far, most charter educators respondents have said they do in fact have received both back pay and pay raises under the funds allotted by the council last year. While many believe the schools are working to implement the transparent pay scales, most are reporting they don't believe schools have consulted educators in that process, which could be both because they haven't consulted at all or simply not broadly enough. We hope both PCSB and the council will make sure all schools are fully compliant by the May 1st deadline. We sincerely appreciate our public charter schools for these efforts, and we push on this issue precisely because we know that transparent pay scales ensure women and educators of color do not suffer pay discrimination, and that all educators can have the year-to-year certainty to plan their lives. We also stand with charter leaders and charter school teachers pushing for a higher weight for adult education and recommended 1.3, and to keep the adult student transit subsidy. We stand with charter leaders and educators pushing for a more holistic Aspire accountability framework. We also believe that, to put it simply, outcome goals are never achieved just by telling people to meet outcome goals. They are only achieved by providing schools the incentives and the authority to pursue the most effective inputs. I want to add full support for what paid parent leaders have prioritized, both in expanding safe passage and for the expansion of specialized programs, especially east of the river. As always, we appreciate the work of the student advocate and ask you consult their office and their expertise, especially on any legislation and budget changes related to student safety and attendance, as they are the ones hearing from families daily on those issues. We're grateful for UDC's Grow Your Own programs for educators and look forward to their role in the teacher apprenticeship program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein, and thank you for being here in person. Robert Henderson, who's online.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Robert Henderson. I am here in my individual capacity as Ward 5 member of the State Board of Education, and I am not representing the views of the board as a whole. I'd like to start with my appreciation for the preservation of the Special Education Hub and the shift of that office's funding to come fully through the State Board of Education. The SPED Hub does extensive community engagement and offers much needed supports to families seeking to understand and access resources for students with special needs. It is well worth the continued investment and is now rightly positioned within an independent agency. I hope that this investment will be coupled with improvements in DC's capacity to serve special education students. It is this shift in funding into the SBOE that explains most of the increased funding that you see for the board. The State Board remains a small but mighty agency. I strongly support the testimony that you will hear from State Board President Thompson regarding the need to protect the independence of the State Board in the budgeting process, and in particular want to highlight the State Board's request for funding for an agency human resources position, the absence of which has caused delays in filling positions over the past year. I also ask the Council to preserve the funding in the proposed budget for the Office of the Ombudsman and the Office of the Student Advocate. These offices are deeply engaged with the public and are providing essential assistance to families and students. I'm not surprised to hear from the PAVE advocates that the OSA is volunteering to convene stakeholders around public safety. They also are a small but mighty team, and for them to do that well, they might need additional budget support. Finally, I have reached out to Ward 5 school leaders in preparation for this hearing, and the main concerns shared with me by charter sector leaders were about maintaining the facilities allowance for charter schools and about safety around schools. It seems to me that the issue around the facilities allowance might be just an accounting trick, but it's certainly causing a great deal of concern. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. And Eric Goulet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate being able to be here before you a second day in a row. My name is Eric Goulet, the Ward 3 representative for the DC State Board of Education. And today I'll be testifying before you in my individual capacity, Mr. Chairman, and not on behalf of the board, which our president and executive director will do later. I apologize for not being here when you called me up to the panel originally, Mr. Chairman. I was upstairs getting to watch a panel of our students who you got to hear testimony from yesterday supporting a Green New Deal for schools before the Janice Lewis George's new facilities committee that they have up there with DGS coming up. And I think it's a real opportunity to look at, what you did, Mr. Chairman, years ago with the PLA legislation, where you were able to look at the capital budget and add PLAs to every project above a certain amount there. I hope this year you'll consider doing the same thing for schools, but with an environmental component to it. I think that could get one of the students' demands done. I think they've done an excellent job advocating for this. And I think if you follow the same model you did before, we can add those environmental components into future school projects within the capital plan. I know it will cost a little bit more, but since the budget is within your purview, you'll probably be the one to be able to make that happen. So I think that would be something really exciting. I'm certainly eager to work with you on that, Mr. Chairman, as we try to move forward with the budget. Now, I want to turn to our State Board of Education budget here. I want to thank Mayor Bowser, the city administrator, and Budget Director Reed for fully funding many of the needs of the DC State Board of Education, including putting the SPED Hub in there, as my colleague indicated. I would ask you, Mr. Chairman, to support both our operating and capital budget as proposed. And if you want, consider the additions that will be recommended later. One thing I'd like to really highlight is with the FY24 budget, if you and your budget team could look to make sure that any vacancy savings aren't delaying hiring. Our colleague described having a small but mighty agency, and we do have a streamlined staff. So when we have a vacancy, we try to fill it right away. And there are in the FY24 budget some vacancy savings that we want to make sure just don't result in a hiring delay. So that's something that's really important to us. Lastly, I'd just like to thank you for your support last year for the State Board of Ed budget. I think it was very beneficial in ensuring that we had the resources we needed this year to do a very effective job representing all of the residents that come in. And lastly, we're going to be having either, I think it's April 13th or the 20th, and maybe our executive director will talk more about that later. We're going to have an open mic budget engagement session allowing residents who may not have had an opportunity to testify at the hearing yesterday to be able to come in and let us know what their priorities are about public schools in DC. So that's something I'm going to make sure I'm there for and very excited to hear from the public about. Thank you, and I'll be submitting my formal written testimony in the coming days, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Goulet. I was going to ask, I don't have a copy of your statement, but you just said you will be submitting it. I don't think I have any questions for you all.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
my
Yes.
colleague, my fellow PAVE PLE board member, Taisha Andrews, is online. She's awaiting to give her testimony. Is she able
keeps
to do so?
declining when she's
She was having
invited.
some technical issues earlier. So I just wanted to inform you that she is
Let her in.
standing by.
She's here. Ms. Andrews?
Yes, I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Hello, Chairman Mendelson and DC Council staff. My name is Ty Andrews, and I'm a Ward A resident and serve as a PAVE Citywide and Ward A PLE board member. I'm also a parent, and my children attend Plummer Elementary and McKinley Tech High Schools. Thank you for being here today and holding this hearing. As a Ward A resident and native Washingtonian, I have seen firsthand the inequities for families and students living east of the river. These inequities exist in many aspects, but are mainly present in education. Access to specialized school programs such as STEM, career and technical education, and dual language, among many others, is unequal across parts of the city. According to the best available data, west of the river has 76% of all specialized school programs in the town. In comparison, east of the river only has 24% of the remaining programs, even though east of the river is where more students call home. This lack of equitable access to programs hinders students in Wards 7 and 8 from being fully benefiting from all educational opportunities and exploring their career interests. I want to thank Mayor Bowser for increasing $21.8 million in funding for CTE programs, maintaining the $700,000 in funding for the district's dual enrollment programs, and for the $581,000 to expand access to support the Ward A Advanced Technical Center. I urge the members of this council to consider using these funds to increase access to seats east of the river and diversify the programs available based on student and community input with an equity-centered lens. I also ask that a system be in place so that our children with IEPs will not be denied spots in dual language programs like my children were. The lack of specialized school programs poses an inequity challenge and impacts the safety of students commuting to school. If there were high quality specialized programs more equally distributed east of the river, Ward 7 and 8 students would not have to travel 2 or more miles to school each day. For example, my son travels across the city to obtain an excellent education that meets his needs and interests. If we had more choices in school programs on this side of the river, I wouldn't have to put my son through the hardship of taking a bus, 2 trains, and then walking or getting on another bus to get to school. I'm asking DCPS to work with Deputy Mayor for Education to restructure the master facilities plan to expand programs, increase seats, and improve feeder patterns for high-demand specialized school programs. All kids in DC deserve access to a specialized school program that interests them. This will help improve student attendance and graduation rates and help students identify their interests from an early age that can set them up for the workforce and career. The rest of my testimony is submitted and you can read it there. I will stop here for the sake of time and thank you for this opportunity. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews, and I do have your statement, so I appreciate that. I do not have questions for any of you. I do want to thank you for your testimony, the three of you who are in person, appreciate that especially, and the rest of you who are online. So you all are excused. We're going to turn now to the State Board of Education and the Office of the Student Advocate and the Office of the Ombudsman and the State Athletics Association. And maybe that's 4 people. Ms. Thompson, President Thompson, when you're ready, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Council of the District and Columbia and staff. Thank you for holding this hearing today to discuss the fiscal year 2024 budget needs of the DC State Board of Education, herefore referred to as the State Board. My name is Ebony Rose Thompson. I'm the Ward 7 representative and the president of the State Board of Education. And that today I will be testifying on behalf of the agency. I do want to thank Representatives Henderson and Goulet for their testimony earlier. As the council knows, the State Board is required by DC official code to submit a need for appropriations each year to the mayor. The NFA will be included in the mayor's budget proposal and any recommendations she might make related to our requests. The mayor understands the law differently and requires the State Board to participate in the regular budgeting process. Still, unlike agencies under the mayor's control, the State Board is not informed of what will be included in the mayor's submission until it becomes public. We request that the Committee of the Whole include language in their committee report or the Budget Support Act, clarifying the budget process for the State Board. Furthermore, the State Board urges the chairman and the members of the council to safeguard the independence of the DC State Board of Education and support our continued ability to fulfill our mandated responsibilities. With this in mind, we ask you to eliminate the mayor's cuts for SBOE included in this supplemental budget. The $182,000 amount equals at least 6% of our total budget. Moreover, it will negatively impact our ability to negotiate with the candidates we are currently interviewing. We understand the city's fiscal challenges, but we believe that preserving the critical services we provide is integral to the well-being and success of the students and families we serve. As we reflect on the past year's accomplishments and set our sights on the challenges ahead, we are pleased to share a few highlights from our 2023 annual report. This report outlines and highlights our significant strides and underscores our unwavering commitment to the critical initiatives shaping the educational landscape in the District of Columbia. The State Board held 11 public meetings, 12 working sessions, 28 committee meetings, and 12 other community engagement events. We received over 205 pieces of testimony on various topics, including updating and improving the DC school report card, school-based mental health, education governance, attendance, public safety, out-of-school time programming, and more. Over the past year, our collective efforts have been focused on completing essential tasks, such as revising the social studies standards, creating new menstrual health standards, and revising the DC school report card. These foundational elements play a pivotal role in shaping our students' educational experience and ensuring that our educators have the tools they need to foster a dynamic learning environment. In addition to these crucial tasks, we have embarked upon groundbreaking initiatives such as publishing the Healthy Schools Facilities Report, participating in the Early Literacy Working Group, and School Safety Enhancement Committee, and adopting education governance recommendations. These initiatives aim to create a robust foundation that supports the holistic development of our students, educators, and communities. One of the hallmarks of this year has been our dedication to building meaningful relationships and establishing our rightful place in the education landscape. The first ever DC Council and State Board Breakfast exemplifies our commitment to aligning priorities and advancing educational equity collaboratively. Through such engagement, we can collectively address the challenges facing our education system and work towards fostering an inclusive and equitable learning environment. We are particularly proud of our strides in direct engagement with community. The growth of our Ombudsman's office with the addition of the DC Special Education Hub is a testament to our commitment to supporting families directly. By creating more opportunities for engagement, whether through social studies standards, discussions, or joint initiatives with OSSE around the report card, we aim to better the diverse needs and aspirations of our students, educators, and families. The State Board, through a diverse slate of resolutions, brings attention to education issues that we know profoundly affect students and families across the district. As the only elected body for public education in the district, the State Board continues to amplify community voice, enhance interagency collaboration, expand our reach and visibility, and create opportunity for deeper engagement in our work. The State Board understands the reality of this year's budget constraints and what they mean to agencies across the district. We urge the council to prioritize items that meet the critical needs of students and families and protect the district from any lawsuits. We would appreciate the council's assistance in restoring the funding and local dollars to the Special Education Hub with the Office of Ombudsman for Public Education and funding to keep the restoration of the funding. And we need additional funding for a full-time human resources professional for the State Board office. The State Board thanks the mayor for including funding to retain the Special Education Hub within the Ombudsman for Public Education Office created 3 years ago with ESSER funds to address the increasing demand for their services due to the COVID-19 pandemic. While the district is no longer in a state of emergency, the community demand for their services has not diminished, and requests for their services have increased. Moreover, each FTE part of the SPED Hub team assists needy families. Since its inception, the SPED Hub has supported more than 800 families, delivered 31 trainings, and published a website with digital resources for families with special needs students. The website has had more than 14,000 visitors to date. We urge the council to support this work and retain the funding put in by the mayor. The Special Education Hub is critical for families navigating our DC educational ecosystem. The State Board also requests 1 FTE to lead and manage its human resources work for the agency, to keep pace with the agency's growth and required governmental responsibilities, such as having a dedicated sexual harassment officer. We think that's a good thing. Americans with Disabilities Act coordinator and Family and Medical Leave Act coordinator. We need 1 full-time equivalent to hire a human resources manager. Our executive director currently serves as the agency's FLMA coordinator, sexual harassment coordinator, human resource advisor, ADA coordinator, and ethics officer. This eliminates any due process for agency staff on critical issues to a safe and productive workplace and goes against statutes passed by the council for the adjudication and reporting of sexual assault and workplace bullying. The State Board currently has an MOU with the DC Department of Human Resources, but it does not cover any of the duties above. Moreover, staff changes and shortages at DCHR have negatively impacted our agency. For example, while our position description for our procurement analyst awarded to our agency in the FY2024 budget cycle was complete and ready for the position, staff changes at DCHR prevented us from securing a position number, posting it in PeopleSoft, and beginning the recruitment process until late December. This human resources FTE would serve all 3 SBOE offices, prevent legal challenges due to lack of due process, increase organizational efficiency, and improve our agency's ability to respond to citizen requests. As the State Board looks ahead to FY 2025, we are grateful that the mayor included funds in the capital budget to renovate the State Board's office. These funds will help us create a space to accommodate our growing team and better serve district residents. We are also excited to continue working with the Office of State Board of Education to update and refresh the district's graduation requirements. We look forward to supporting OSSI in implementing the newly passed social studies standards, financial literacy, and pending social emotional standards. The state board is also committed to strengthening our communication and relationship with the education cluster partners to enhance our services to families and students. To close, Mr. Chairman, the state board may be a relatively small agency, or as my colleague said, a small but mighty agency. But even with a limited budget and staff, we have proven to be strong partners in advancing and amplifying community voice, supporting student voice and engagement, and strengthening interagency collaboration. We look forward to continuing this work in fiscal year 2025. I also want to extend my appreciation to the state board staff, including the employees of the Ombudsman for Public Education and the Office of the Student Advocate. They are incredibly hardworking and deeply dedicated to our mission. We would not be successful without them, and they have the state board's deepest gratitude. I'm now available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, President Thompson. Tony Kreiner?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. I am Tony Kreiner, Interim Ombudsman for Public Education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Office of Ombudsman for Public Education to discuss the fiscal year 2025 budget. The Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education is an independent office housed within the State Board of Education. The purpose of the Ombudsman's Office is to serve as an external, neutral resource for current and prospective public school students and their parents in the resolution of complaints and concerns regarding public education in a way that furthers the student's best interest. Most of the office's responsibilities involve significant case management. Daily, we interact with families and schools to assist in resolving conflicts. We talk with families and schools, discussing concerns and deliberating about choices that were made, whether those choices were correct. We're assessing the impact of those choices on children and providing information, sometimes reminding schools about legal requirements, and sometimes sharing with parents the limitations of laws. We coach families on advocating for their children by providing information, helping them draft letters and organize their thoughts before conversing with school administrators. We sometimes facilitate meetings unexpectedly after realizing a parent, guardian, or educator was triggered. Allowing space to process emotions is the only way to move the conversation forward. When deliberating with schools about an issue, we work to develop a solution within the relevant policy that serves the student's best interest. When the concern falls within a gray area, we help the school shift away from the concepts of right and wrong and refocus on what resolution is in the best interest of the child. The office collects data through its casework. The amalgamated data is analyzed to identify systemic trends, and based on the observed trends, the office recommends policy changes to reduce barriers to assessing high-quality public education and improve the city's public education systems. At a minimum, the office publishes its policy recommendations in its annual report. However, the office also connects with education stakeholders throughout the year to share trends, brainstorm solutions, and seek a deeper understanding of problems, including limitations to systemic resolution. Year after year, the office experiences an increase in service demand. In the current school year, the office has already served over 400 families, 155 being safety cases and 90 being special education. Other concerns that families and schools bring to the office range from attendance, academic progress, including concerns about the overall quality of academic programming, discipline, enrollment, communication and engagement, and other topics. For instance, the office regularly receives concerns about students who have been absent from school due to school-related violence or inappropriate discipline. Families connect with the office seeking to ensure that a safety plan is implemented at the school level and sometimes assistance with safety transfers. The office's success in school year 22-23 are due to the expanded resources we received, such as the Assistant Ombudsman that was funded through ARPA, which was permanently funded in fiscal year 24. Additionally, we received ESSER funding for the DC Special Education Hub for 5 FTEs through an MOU with OSSI. The increase in staff has allowed the office to improve data collection systems, devote increased time to providing one-to-one support to families of students with disabilities and navigating the education system and other stakeholder engagement. I would like to emphasize the remarkable accomplishments of the DC the DC Special Education Hub. As mentioned during my performance oversight hearing testimony, former Ombudsman Serena Hayes collaborated with OSSI to establish the hub as a subsidiary within the Ombudsman's office. Since its inception in August 2022, the DC Special Education Hub has provided assistance to DCPS and DC Public Charter School families across all 8 wards and in every grade level from pre-K 3 through 12. Additionally, the hub has hosted over 50 trainings, events, and community-based office hour sessions and has published a wide range of digital and hard copy resources available in 11 different languages. Throughout the school year 22-23 academic year, the SPED Hub has supported 781 families and facilitated 31 training sessions in both English and Spanish. Some of those trainings include behavior supports and school discipline and special education, post-secondary transition, when and how to start, and a collaboration with My School DC, choosing the right to school for the year, for special education students. The SPED Hub has also done a wonderful job of growing its digital presence, attracting over 14,000 website visitors. Serving as the primary resource for families seeking information about special education in DC, the Hub has received overwhelmingly positive feedback. A survey revealed that 97% of families who utilize services and/or engage with the Hub will recommend its services to others. The team has demonstrated exceptional commitment to meeting the needs of families and schools. They have developed family-friendly versions of DC policies, provided support to families navigating the special education process, and connected families with relevant resources within the DC government and the community. Their efforts have made a profound impact on improving access to special education services and resources for families across the district. I'm excited to see in the mayor's proposed fiscal year 25 budget that that the SPED Hub has included an increase of $668,000 and 5 FTEs to support the continuation of the Special Education Hub. Today, I am simply asking council to continue the advocacy work during the next few months for the continuation of the hub. And it's important to note that without maintaining the 5 FTEs, the office would struggle to keep up with the increased demand and be forced to reduce services by at least a quarter. The office has already experienced the strain of what case management would look like pre-pandemic if we weren't able to maintain the current staff and resources. Finally, I would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge and thank the DC State Board of Education representatives and former Ombudsman Serena Hayes for the opportunity to advocate for the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education as the interim. Thank you to Mayor Bowser's Budget Review Team, Superintendent Dr. Christina Grant, and team for the letter of support for the Special Education Hub, and Chairman Mendelson's team, Bijan Berlin and Aaliyah McNeely. I am tremendously grateful for your efforts and support. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Dan Davis, and I lead this Office of the Student Advocate as Chief Student Advocate. Our office supports students, families, and community members navigating our complex public education system here in DC. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our fiscal year 25 budget and priorities. We operate a request for assistance hotline and online portal for families seeking support with public education, support during public education. During these conversations, we capture data about their wants and needs to better understand what barriers exist to accessing high-quality instruction offered by the district schools. We walk students, families, and residents through their concerns while providing information and coaching on how to best use the available resources and provide connection to school leaders for solutions. When solutions are not present in the school building, we utilize our partnerships with government agencies and community-based organizations to create a path forward. This past school year, 22-23, more than 700 families requested assistance from our office. At the midway mark for this school year, we served nearly 500 families. If historical patterns hold true and request volume stays consistent, We are estimating a year-over-year increase of 15% and on pace to exceed 800 unique requests for assistance, a record year. Not only are we receiving a higher volume of requests, the way we serve students and families has shifted. We are doing more than coaching, connecting, and informing. The assistance we are providing to families looks more like partnering. The trust and relationships we have built across LEAs allows us to collaborate with school leaders to resolve the evolving needs of our families from start to finish. Our data shows the recurring roadblocks district students and families face. It allows us to demystify how systems in DC operate and work towards reducing those barriers. What we learned through our RFA hotline compels us to support families in 2 additional ways. 1, develop low barrier accessible resources that support the self-advocacy of students, families, and community members. 2, create trainings and workshops around those expressed needs. We strive to make sure families use their expertise about their students in their advocacy. We are intentionally active with reaching out to families to that end, meeting directly with more than 3,600 students, families, and educational stakeholders last school year. Already this school year, our office has met directly with more than 2,200 students, families, and community members. As we continue to engage with families, we are deliberate in reaching out to historically neglected communities to provide support. We partner with CBOs and fellow agencies supporting families where language barriers exist, who are housing insecure, and families are connected to our human service safety net. We recognize various groups of district residents have historically been left out of the decision-making process, from English language learning students and families to students in households headed by a grandparent, relative, or non-biological caregiver. Office is creating multiple outlets for families to receive additional support. In addition to a general increase of RFAs this past school year, we have received an increased number of requests for assistance from multilingual families, particularly from Spanish-speaking communities. This increased engagement can be attributed to our outreach efforts. We deliberately engage multilingual families by ensuring that all our resources, both online and in print, are translated into Amharic and Spanish. We strive to translate all materials across the top 5 languages spoken in the district, but due to budgetary constraints, we are limited to Spanish and Amharic. Additionally, we have committed to having interpreters available at all our workshops and events. A notable increase in children being raised by the grandparents or non-parental caregivers in recent years is reflected in our growing request volume. During school year 22-23, slightly over 10% of RFAs came from multi-generational families, nearly double the total from school year 21-22. Their top concern was student safety and special education. In response to those needs, we hosted multi-generational community conversations in person across the city and virtually. These community conversations were held in partnership with CFSA Grandparent Program, Plaza West, DC King Care Alliance, Shaw Community Center, and SBO representatives Alistair Chang and Dr. Carlene Reed. We want to engage with this community directly about challenges and barriers unique to being a non-parental caregiver. This relationship continues to grow in school year 23-24 as we directly support grandparents at Plaza West with placement and transportation issues. We also recognize that students are often left out of the decision-making process for policies that directly impact them. During this past school year and current school year, nearly 70% of families contacted us about student safety. To better understand the impacts within the community, our office is facilitating both student and family community-based discussions around safety and student-only school-based focus groups. In the past, those discussions were captured in informed reports, reproduced, amplifying the lived perspective of those students, families, and community members. We are currently wrapping our 2024 student safety focus group sessions, and we have spoken with students, families, and community members across 50 DCPS and public charter school communities. As we speak with students and families, families, and school leaders, we have heard a consistent demand for better communication between the safety solutions in our neighborhoods and school communities. We are relaunching our community-based solution work groups meant to connect students and families with their schools, government agencies, public safety, and community stakeholders. These conversations will be solution-oriented and focused on connecting school communities directly to the available resources within their neighborhood, and we will be sure to share the information as we lock in those dates for those conversations. As our reach continues to expand and DC education landscape continues to evolve, the volume of work for each staff member grows. Everyone in our office supports students and families regardless of job title. 5 full-time employees comprised of myself as chief student advocate, 3 student advocates, and 1 program associate, as well as 2 part-time grad student fellows, work hard to manage the volume of requests we are receiving. And so far, we have avoided implementing a queuing system because we understand the urgency families are seeking assistance with us, but more capacity is needed. This fiscal year, our staff did not receive cost of living adjustments, even though inflation continues at a record high. Additionally, the current budget climate eliminated the pool for merit-based pay increases. As demand for our service grows, we must be conscious of how to prevent burnout while also rewarding staff members' performance. We hope the budget will enhance our ability to support the increased needs of district residents. a new FTE position to support our work with multilingual families, connect with school communities across the city in relation to student safety, and close the gap between our capacity and increasing requests for audit. Translate and print physical resources that have already been produced but are only available online, allow more accessibility for communities with limited internet, and allow for expanded administrative capacity in SBOE. Our team's equity-centered approach to providing support for district residents is even more important now with so much instability across the district. The growth of our office throughout the years is possible because of the support from you all in the council. If we hope to match the demand for our office, we continue to ask for your support going forward. We thank you, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff for continuing to share information about our offices and the services we provide. If anyone is interested in contacting the office, they can do so by calling us at 202-741-4692 or emailing us at student.advocate@dc.gov. I thank you for this opportunity to testify and welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Kenneth Owens.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Committee of the Whole. For the record, my name is Kenny Owens. I'm the Executive Director of the DC State Athletic Association, the sanctioning body for interscholastic athletics in the District of Columbia, and a member of the National Federation of State High School Associations. On behalf of the stakeholders in DC, I thank the committee for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the state of school-based athletics in the district. I would like to take a moment to thank those in interscholastic athletics who we work with on a daily basis, who share our goals in maximizing student-athlete participation and enhancing the student-athlete experience. The DCSAA works with a wide array of partners, LEAs, and is in constant contact with athletic directors, coaches, administrators, athletic trainers, and others to ensure we are doing everything possible to maximize the student-athlete experience. I would especially like to recognize our partners at the DC Interscholastic Athletic Association, the athletic arms of the DC Public Schools, and the Public Charter School Athletic Association for their partnership and collaboration. We share the same goals, and the ability to work together and rely on each other definitely makes a difference. The DCSAA, which is the sanctioning body for high school athletics in the District of Columbia, organizes state champions for DC's public charter, and private schools. Recently concluded perhaps its busiest time of the year. We recently conducted state championships in indoor track and field, swimming and diving, and wrestling, all of which continue to grow year after year. The DCSAA Girls and Boys Basketball Championship, with the semifinal games at Georgetown University and the finals at George Washington University, once again shined as one of the area's premier interscholastic athletic events. That followed a fall in which DCSAA held high school championships in football, cross country, volleyball, and soccer. Additionally, DCSAA has expanded its middle school offerings, holding volleyball and boys and girls basketball championships that have been extremely well received by the public charter, and private schools. DCSAA believes that providing structure at the middle school level will encourage these student athletes to be motivated to continue their involvement in extracurricular activities. Also, DCSAA has brought back its series of all-star games and team sports, including football, volleyball, basketball, and soccer, providing the opportunity for student athletes from across the city to play with and against student athletes they otherwise might never know. All of these championships have taken place in safe and secure environments. DCSAA continues to emphasize student athlete safety in executing well-run and secure championship events. DCSAA works with athletic trainers, MPD, and third-party security providers to maintain safety on and off the playing fields and courts. We are able to do this in part by your funding. Our attention now is on spring sports, baseball and softball, boys and girls outdoor track and field, boys and girls lacrosse, boys and girls tennis, and golf. There also will be chess and ultimate frisbee championships. For more than a decade, DCSAA's mission has remained the same: to create a strong and vibrant athletic association for all schools and student athletes. We are dedicated to creating quality competition for student athletes and continue to expand opportunities for students to participate in interscholastic athletics and activities. That includes our commitment to the principle of leveling the playing field and providing the best opportunities for all student athletes. In June, we will again host a boys basketball showcase where the student athletes get a chance to perform in front of college coaches and recruiters. This year, for the first time, DCSAA also plans to hold a girls basketball showcase. We continue sponsoring an all-state designation program for student athletes, allowing them to be honored just like high-performing student athletes in other states. In the fall, we will announce the next class of honorees into the DC High School Hall of Fame to honor men and women who made a substantial impact on DC's sporting landscape. DCSA is also committed to the educational development of our students. In addition to our sports offerings, DCSA continues to organize an academic scholarship program that is fully funded by our partner, United Bank, providing $5,000 scholarships to 5 student athletes. We are also committed to developing our administrators, coaches, and officials. We have created an essential coaches certification program that requires coaches to pass a background check to be certified in CPR, first aid, and defibrillator training. This past summer, we hosted a summit for athletic directors at all DC high schools, including a training session for the Positive Coaching Alliance. DCSA also certifies all interscholastic officials. As it always has been, DCSA remains committed to being inclusive and ensuring gender equity. DCSA strives to include participants from public charter, and private schools in all of its championship events, and its commitment to gender equity is unquestionable. DCSA continues to examine ways to expand its impact, such as continue to expand our middle school sports programs and possibly adding novice portions to some of our events, such as swimming, to increase the participation and inspire competitors at all schools. In order to maintain a high level of programming and continue to enhancing the student athlete experience, DCSA needs council support. The proposed sweep of SPR fund is roughly 50% of DCSA's already small total yearly budget. A large portion of these funds represents sponsorship dollars aimed to bridging the gap between appropriated funding and the actual financial needs of the agency. These sponsorships, which constitute over half of the funding, are tied to specific responsibilities, and sweeping them would impede the agency's ability to fulfill those duties. The agency also faces new fixed costs this year, which combined with sweeping the funding would undermine its capacity to provide quality athletic offerings. Maintaining the agency's operational efficiency and achieving its mission and goals necessitates retaining the SPR balance, as its removal would severely hinder the delivery of high-quality programs. For instance, we would be unable to secure quality college facilities for our 2024-25 events. It would also result in the inability to host the June College Showcase. Thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to testify today about the status of interscholastic athletics in the District of Columbia. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Thank you, each of you. I think I'm going to start with this, but I may have kind of answered it myself. We got testimony earlier from Mr. Lessick, who's with Sojourner Truth Public Charter School. And he, at the end, talked about out-of-school time programs. And then he said, I know that the DCIAA Athletic Association contributes greatly to productive programs for middle and high school students after school, and this no doubt helps to counter violence. As a public charter school, Sojourner Truth participates in the Public Charter School Athletic Association, or PCSAA, and I hope the council considers opportunities to equitably support the PCSAA. That's not really you, but you would know about this. Can you explain all that to me?
Sure. So they basically fall under our hub. And I think what they're looking for is a central office. So DC Public Schools has a central office for athletics, who schedule buses, who schedule the games, and PCSAA doesn't have that. They don't have an office just for athletics. They have individuals that are athletic directors that help organize, but they also have a full-time job as being an athletic director, maybe a PE teacher, maybe a math teacher. So what they're looking for is funding to build a central office that will help them, schedule games and buses and all those things, which they don't have, and they haven't had, since the inception of the PCSAA.
And that would not be something that you would pick up, because you have within you both the public charter and the DCPS.
Correct.
So it needs to be separate.
Right. So we oversee all high school athletics in the city. So that's separate from us. But I think they're looking for funding so they can create a structure, and develop their programs is their hope.
So the mayor proposed with your budget that it's basically flat, except she swept that fund. Am I correct?
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
that's where that fund was swept, and, you know, our sponsorship dollars have gone down. So things were gonna have to be cut moving forward. If they haven't swept it yet, but if it does get swept, then,
Well, that's the proposal. is to
right,
sweep
that's a
it.
proposal to sweep it.
Didn't we go through this last year?
Yes.
Why has your fundraising gone down?
Not necessarily a fundraising, it's our events. So the revenue from our events has gone down. It all depends on who's in our championships. And, you know, depending on, you know, if you have a Jackson Reed in the championship, they bring kids, a lot of kids. So, you know, depending on who's in the championships, the revenue from ticket sales goes up or down. So right now, I think, last year, FY23, our revenue was from sponsorships and ticket sales was 240,000. Right now, year to date, we're at 155,000. And I don't see us really making that up in the next few months because the sports that we have, we really don't sell tickets to. So it's going to be, we're going to look at, you know, losing revenue this year.
And so you make that up with this non-lapsing fund, this 148 million?
Yes. No. 1,000.
Did I say million?
Yeah.
Did I excite you for a second?
Yeah. Inside of him.
And you get this money from ticket sales and?
And sponsorships. A lot of our events or championships are on the Federation Network. So we get money from the Federation Network. Well.
So if we replenish.
So some of our sponsors are Dick's Sporting Goods, United Bank, Chocolate Milk, Max Prep, and the National Federation, which broadcasts our events. And Beef is one of the sponsors too.
So if we were able to find $148,000, you would be able to sleep at night?
Yes. Because we, you know, with the money you gave us last year, the money the council gave us, we were able to bring back stuff that we had cut. We had cut all-star games. We had cut some sports. And now we're able to bring all that stuff back. We're able to add middle school. Now we added all that stuff. And then going into, if we get cut, then we're not going to be able to do that. We're going to have to cut them again. So, I mean.
With regard to the state board, President Thompson, the way I read your testimony, the biggest issue is the cut to the current year budget of $182,000.
Yes. We are currently hiring several positions. So as I understand it, and I'm going to look to the staff to hand me the breakdown of where that came from. But we currently are hiring a public information officer. We should have that person on board, fingers crossed, by I'm hoping the end of the month. We have done our best to accelerate that hiring process. Quite frankly, we could have hired a lot faster if DCHR was moving a bit faster because we do pay a MOU for their services. We also have a couple of positions that are in transition. We have the ombudsman, her start date is April 22nd. Though part of that funding is a projected vacancy for the position our interim ombudsman has been in, so she is going to go back to her position, which means that we will have to account for both her salary and the salary of the incoming ombudsman. And so they are projecting several vacancies. There's also I think some of that money also comes out of our fringe benefits, which again is reflected, which changes based on which positions are filled, but we're working really fast to fill those positions. And I know we already have a cert for one of them that's gone unfilled, which is not reflected in the 182,000. The other big problem is the upcoming budget. So we currently do not have enough HR capacity. We don't have anyone other than the executive director who deals with HR. I know she recently went to a training around the sexual assault requirement that is now in place, and they pretty much told us we are all the way out of compliance once this goes into effect. because there should be a separate person that is not her. And the way our agency is structured, there's not really another appropriate person to do it. And so while we have worked really hard to grow and build capacity, we're past the point now, thanks to you all, where when the phone rings, it doesn't ring to everybody in the office the same way. But we definitely need to be at a point, because just like everybody else, our employees, like, this is their professional job. And they need the supports that HR provides. We've had delays in FMLA. That's unacceptable. And so we desperately do need an HR person in the SBOE office. It serves all three offices. I will let the OSA office speak for themselves with regards to the other position they're seeking. And I would note that if they make these changes to the supplemental budget this year, what Dan said about the COLAs that staff have not been able to get, and some of the other things would also just continue to be true.
So putting aside the HR person for next year, the budget request for next year is okay.
Putting aside the HR person, and I also heard Dan Davis, our student advocate, say they are desperately in need of a position that serves families whose first language is not English. But those would be the two things that we would really appreciate and recommend.
Making a note here. But there was something, President Thompson, your statement was a little confusing. The top of page 3, we would appreciate the council's assistance in restoring the funding and local dollars to the special education hub. But that's not the 182,000 that's being cut. Or is it?
Correct. I do think that was written less than clearly. So the mayor has restored the cuts to the special education hub.
Well, it was in FY23, it's 0 in FY24, I believe, but then there's 669,000 in FY25.
We're good on the SPED hub because all of those things have been transitioned to local dollars. The thing that we are concerned about is again, the HR position, the position for OSA, and then the 182 is actually part of the supplemental request for the mayor's office.
Yes.
So they should be taken separately. But I don't think that came across clearly in the testimony. You are correct.
I wasn't saying your testimony wasn't clear. I was just asking to understand.
Oh, when I read that part, I was like, oh, we could have said that better. That's a little mumbled. And I think it is very important that you all understand what we're asking for.
Give me just a second. I don't think I have any other questions for any of you. Thank you all very much. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you. Sorry, can I say one thing? We are actually going to submit testimony, given the comments about the changes in the 80-20 and the 60-40 rule.
Yeah.
I want to be really clear about that. We've taken the time to take a look at the report. And I think it's really important that we note that SR 22-3 was passed in spring of 21-22. We heard from a lot of parents, a lot of advocates, that this process was overly punitive, including like Sheila Carson Carr, Karen Settles, Kathy Riley, and Councilmember White. I want to note that like there's a really clean data is very important. When we look at the data from the report, there is a 5% change that happened as far as absence, chronic absenteeism and truancy. And when we look at the changes in the data, there's a 0.2% correlation in the difference for students who are chronically tardy, like myself as a kid, and chronically absent or chronically truant. Those are very different students. And so I hope that we do get testimony from parents around the changes to this policy, just like we got testimony before we changed the policy, but we have not heard from a single family that they are opposed to this change or that any of the ways it's been implemented has been detrimental. And so I think we already shared our truancy and absenteeism draft resolution with the council members. We do look forward to passing that at our upcoming meeting. I'm assuming the members will vote for it, of course. I cannot speak from them, but it will be on the agenda there. And some of the things raised earlier that you raised about the zeroing out of the community schools budget completely mirror what we're hearing as far as what has been helpful to schools around as far as the solutions to truancy. So I did want to say on the record, since that is a policy that we work with OSSI to adjust, we think it was the right adjustment. It's really important that you get good data, because if you get the problem wrong, you're definitely going to get the solution wrong. And I hope we continue to look at the reports that OSSI is providing. I'm glad they're providing more frequent reporting. And I look forward to working with the council to make sure that we're developing solutions together.
Thank you. So you're going to send us something supplemental regarding that?
Yes.
Which I would be interested in. Now, I had a note to ask you about it, but I decided not to because this is budget, not performance. We are going to have a hearing after we're done with budget on truancy and attendance, because there are, I believe, 3 bills pending in the council right now regarding that. And even though the Washington Post reported that the mayor has introduced a bill, I haven't seen it yet, which is, bills are not introduced until I see them because I have to like refer them. Just a little digression to note that the mayor's bill has not been introduced, but I expect it will be, and so we'll have a hearing on this issue. I'll have a hearing on all 4 bills, and it will incorporate the broader topic of attendance, truancy, chronic absenteeism, and tardiness. Although I do agree with you, that's different. So thank you for that.
No worries. We'll be there, and thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes this part. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, which means until 2:35. We will recess until 2:35. I'm calling back into session this hearing of the Committee of the Whole with regard to budgets under the purview of the Committee of the Whole. And we are turning now to, I should note it's 3:14 p.m., a little longer than the 10 minutes I promised. Sorry. Maybe I'll be forgiven another time. We're turning now to the University of the District of Columbia, and we have three witnesses before we turn to the president of the university. I believe they're all participating virtually. Teresa Aspinwall, who's Director of Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers. Sia Barbara Camara, who is Chief Strategy Officer with DC Early Learning Collaborative. And Jessica Giles, who's Executive Director, DC Education Reform Now Advocacy. And I see each of them online. Ms. Aspinwall, you are first when you're ready.
Yes, hello. Totally forgiven after a 15-hour session yesterday. I totally understand.
Thank you.
So yes, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of committee, and Dr. Eddington. As a longtime DC resident, I am so grateful for these many meetings. Chairman, thanks for your leadership and the inclusion of the many voices at these hearings, even if it is a 15-hour session. Thanks also, I wanted to, for Councilmember Henderson, who attended this morning's rally to save early childhood. Thank you, thank you. And it is clear that the council does support early learners, all DC learners actually. So my name is Teresa Aspinwall, and I serve as the director of the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association. We're an association of early childhood educators and owners and operators of early learning programs in the district. I support the University of the District of Columbia's fiscal year 2025 budget and financial plan. UDC has a proven track record of serving the District of Columbia and beyond. I'm here today to ask the council to preserve and extend funding for the Higher Education Incentive Scholarship Award Program, which is managed by UDC. The HEI scholarship is one of the city's first scholarships that removed access barriers for the attainment of post-secondary degrees in early education. The scholarships are used for educators to enroll at Trinity Washington Catholic University, and UDC. My written testimony provides outcome data on the HEI scholarship program. The most important impact of this program has really been the increased number of highly credentialed educators, which are employed in licensed child development programs throughout the city. UDC also offers an innovative bilingual pathway for educators who are employed in dual language learning programs. On behalf of the MSS community, I would like to recognize the visionary leadership of Dean Hamilton, Director King, and their team who have created one of the largest programs at DC's only public university. As the council works through this tight budget season, I appeal that you find the funds to continue priority investments in DC's early childhood system. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimonies. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Aspinwall. Sia Barbara Camara.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, of the council persons, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Sia Barbara Camara, a longtime resident of Ward 4, the Chief Strategy Officer for the DC Early Learning Collaborative. The collaborative was very much engaged in the establishment of the Pre-K for All legislation in 2008 and the Birth to Three for All a decade later, 2019. I'm also a member of the DC Association for the Education of Young Children and the Under 3 DC Executive Committee. The DCLC believes that we should create a seamless continuum of high-quality early childhood education programs and services in the District of Columbia. Evidence from comprehensive longitudinal research documents that high-quality early childhood has long-lasting effects that can confer significant educational, economic, and social emotional benefits that continue into adulthood. At age 21, participants in one of these longitudinal studies were better in terms of test taking and reading and mathematics. There was a great likelihood of being enrolled in college, greater likely to be enrolled in school or having a skilled job or both. They were less likely to be a teen parent, smoke marijuana, or report depressive symptoms. A major contributor to these outcomes were educators who were highly trained, highly qualified, highly competent, and well compensated. The University of the District of Columbia significantly contributes to expanding the pool of highly trained and highly qualified early educators who teach in the 465 programs licensed by OSSE. Since the fall of 2021, UDC has enrolled 526 associate degree people. They have also graduated 81 students. And you've already heard about the Spanish speaking track. I will not go into that. But I will say UDC has maintained retention and graduation rates exceeding 80%. We certainly salute Dean Hamilton, Professor Scott, and their team at the DC's Land Grant College. There's still 1,070 teachers who need to attain associate's degrees and 918 that need the CDA. UDC is ready and capable to support these educators in collaboration with OSSE-funded grantees. I implore the Council to continue its long-standing financial support for the University of the District of Columbia, and we acknowledge and appreciate your vision and leadership. I'm available to respond to questions.
Thank you. And Jessica Giles.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the Executive Director of the DC chapter of Education Reform Now Advocacy, an organization fighting for a just and equitable public education system for all students. Please note that my testimony is about UDC, but it also is about equitable funding for students. At ERNA, we prioritize students' need no matter where they live or which school they attend. That is why we are particularly concerned about Subtitle 4A, which delays equitable funding between DCPS and public charter schools until fiscal year 2029, and Subtitle 4K, which repeals the public charter facility allowance after fiscal year 25. Subtitle 4A sets a bad precedent for the next 4 years and reverses DC Council's incredible work last year to provide the same level of funding for schools across sectors. We urge you to strike this language. Subtitle 4K repeals the public charter facilities allowance after next year. All students need safe, well-maintained buildings in order to learn. The facilities allowance helps schools make needed renovations and keep up with rising costs and inflation. We urge you to also strike this language. And super appreciative of your questions about this earlier, Chairman Mendelson. The second topic I want to discuss is strengthening student supports at the University of the District of Columbia. As DC's only public university, UDC is a critical partner in ensuring residents are able to earn an affordable degree and launch a career that allows them to thrive. With low student enrollment and completion rates, it is imperative that UDC strengthen its student support services. And I was pleased to note that UDC adopted and is aligned with many of the recommendations that we shared in a report that was released last year about recommendations that UDC should make to improve supports for students. So we're glad to see that in the strategic plan. The mayor's proposed budget includes 3 student-first investments that are important, and we hope to hear more discussion about them today. $1.65 million to maintain a scholarship program at UDC for residents who seek a career pathway within behavioral health. $1.1 million for UDC to bolster student success and outcomes, and $4 million in capital improvements for a customer relationship management system that will enhance the university's ability to attract, enroll, retain, and graduate the DC residents. We would also like to learn more from UDC about their efforts to expand dual enrollment and whether the proposed budget supports this. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Giles. Give me just a second. Ms. Giles, you mentioned the customer relationship management system. My impression, but we just got the budget, is that the capital improvement plan actually removes it from the capital budget in the out years. Is this a $4 million figure in the next year?
I can go back and check. I mean, I
Biden
didn't,
also asked the university president.
yeah, I mean, well, we will be supportive of funding for that. I think it's really important to have those type of supports for students.
Yeah. I will ask the president about it.
Okay.
And then let me see, with regard to, so this would be to Ms. Aspinwall and Ms. Kamara. My thinking at this point is that we're not going to touch UDC with regard to the a high education incentive. I think it's fully funded in UDC's proposed budget.
Yeah.
I think. And it's our desire to see if we can't restore the program at OSSI so that the need for the scholarships will continue as the need for the workers, because we're continuing to provide the pay parity program.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Ms. Aspinwall, you look like you're thinking about what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
yeah, I was waiting for Ms. Sia Barbara to respond. So yes, it is, my understanding and is that the council has continually been funding, I believe it's 850,000 for the scholarship program. But what happened is that there was a huge influx of educators applying and enrolling into UDC. And so we've had 2 straight years, and this will probably be the 3rd year that about 200 educators are enrolled. And that is just really stretching the program. So what the council was able to do, definitely within the last 2 years, was to double the money, increase it, extend it to another 850,000. And so those monies, I understand, are going to end in FY24 October. And then and there's a need for increased funding to support the new cohorts that are starting to come in. So it's a little bit of a different pot of money, and it has been a blessing, I must say, working with for the past 5 years, helping hundreds of educators access this program. And it is also streamlined. It is more than tuition. There are some supports already built in there, and especially when you talk about language, I think they've done an amazing job to really meet the students where they are. So that's why we're shaking my head. So we're asking for, I guess, the original funding plus extra this year.
So then what you're saying is roughly 800 million plus roughly
800 million.
million.
Oh boy, 800 million would be awesome, but we
Would be
know,
awesome.
no, we understand that the funding, as you said, is in place. So thank you very much for that.
Okay, I got totally confused. Did I say million again? You realize that?
Yes, yes, you did.
Yeah, I know. Everything's in millions. No, 800,000. And then what I'm hearing you say, Ms. Aspinwall, is basically double that.
That's what I'm saying, yes, but maybe UDC leadership might have a different opinion, but that's originally why I came to the table.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you. Councilmember Fruman, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Just a couple. That program to support early education educators is an important one. I'm going to want to focus on that going forward with the president as well. Ms. Giles, you did a report about, things that should be done in order to support students to increase rates of success for students, including at UDC. And there was a request in the strategic plan from UDC for a certain amount of funding. And then the budget includes, I think, $1.16 million for that function. Do you see that 1.16 million as adequate to do the kinds of things that you are urging? And if not, what kinds of arguments should we be making for why that funding should be increased?
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that question. We, with our, recommendations that we made, we really asked for there to be quite expansive supports for students, from additional scholarships for them, to paying down debt for students for them first year, to having early warning signals for students who may be off track for their degree program. And so these are just some of the ways that we love for students to be supported. 1 million doesn't sound like a lot in order to be able to do that type of work. So I would always encourage there to be even more investments for students at UDC. So.
And have you followed the discussion about the DC Futures program where?
I did.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I heard some of the just heartbreaking testimony from yesterday about DC Futures, and then I heard a comment earlier today that DC Futures was somehow part of the school success center that UDC is constructing or supporting students with this fund. So I was kind of confused by that. So I'd love to learn more about what that looks like.
My sense was what the deputy mayor was saying is they're not the same things, but that the DC Futures program provided supports and scholarships. And then the student support program that's being funded with 1.16 million provides some of those supports, not necessarily to the exact same population. So the increased spending on student supports defrayed some of the loss from the DC Futures program. It doesn't sound like it defrays it anywhere near entirely. And it kind of underscores again to me the need to have a robust program at UDC that may require more money than 1.16 million to do the kind of student support that's been withdrawn right now with the loss of the DC Futures program.
Yeah, especially because students, who would attend Catholic and Trinity was also eligible for those funds.
All right, well, thank you very much. And thank you for your report on this subject. I think the headline of that report, was that 8 out of 100 graduates of DC schools graduate college within 5 or 6 years. Is that right? It's an emergency.
Right. I think there's been a slight increase since then, but to 18 out of 100 ninth grade cohort students will complete post-secondary degree, which is still way too low. So we need to do everything possible to ensure that students have the supports they need to be successful in college and in career.
Well, actually, that's not the subject of this hearing, but to go from 8 to 18, what do you see as the explanation for that? It's not where we need to be, but it's a significant change off of the data that you reported in your original report.
I hope that it was because of investments that the city has made. Yeah, that's quite a jump. But we just need to continue to wrap students up with support and ensuring that these early warning signals, continuing to have scholarships. I want to +1 all the DC Futures testimony from yesterday. These are all important for students as they go on to have careers in DC.
Thank you very much, Ms. Giles. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruin. Ms. Giles, I got the answer on the CRM. It's a reduction of what we had appropriated a year ago was $8 million over the financial plan. And what the mayor has proposed reduces that by half. And so there would be there's 2 million available now and 2 million proposed in FY25, and that would be the end of it. So a total of 4 million, which means that it's cut in half from what we had originally proposed, which was 8 million, which I think, but it's not here on the table, is 2 million a year for 4 years.
Yeah,
I will ask the university president about it.
please do. I'm glad you will, and I hope that the money will be there for this type of work to be done.
Yes. All right, thank you, each of you, for your testimony. We're going to turn now to the president of the university, Dr. Maurice Eddington. I thought for a second you were showing up alone, and it turns out you got a whole posse with you.
Thank you, sir. Chair Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff, good afternoon. I am Maurice Eddington, President of the University of the District of Columbia, the district's public land-grant institution. I am pleased to provide testimony on the university's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget. I want to begin by thanking Mayor Bowser for providing a budget and financial plan that provides significant strategic investments in support of the university's key goals and priorities. I also want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and the other council members for your strong commitment to the university. As I noted in my testimony during the university's performance oversight hearing in February, this is an exciting time at the university, and I am extremely honored to be here in this role. As the university's new president, this is my first budget hearing with the council. The university has made tremendous progress over the past several years under the leadership of our board of trustees and our administration, and that has been fueled by significant investments from the mayor and the council. And I also want to acknowledge the presence of one of our board members here, Trustee Jerome Shelton is in the audience, so thank you, sir. Thinking about the alignment of our fiscal year 25 budget priorities with the new university strategic plan, as you are aware, the UCD Board of Trustees recently approved a new 5-year university strategic plan, delivering on the promise. This plan articulates a bold vision that will establish UDC as a leading national public urban university through 3 pillar goals. 1, excellence in student achievement. 2, strong alignment with DC's workforce needs. And 3, impactful service to the DC community. This strategic plan will significantly transform the university and better position it to address district needs, transform lives, and facilitate economic mobility for district residents. Anticipated outcomes by 2029 include significantly boosting student retention and completion rates across all campus sites, increasing enrollment by 50%, doubling the number of credentials awarded, tripling annual fundraising totals, and increasing research expenditures by 50%. Achieving these aggressive goals will require continued investment from the district government. Accordingly, our FY 2025 budget request was to develop to align with the priorities of the new strategic plan by seeking increased investments to expand core functions that support student success, sustain faculty excellence, strengthen and expand workforce development programs, and improve the physical infrastructure to create state-of-the-art facilities. With respect to our proposed FY 2025 subsidy budget, our subsidy budget is comprised of funds from the district government. For FY 2025, the total proposed subsidy budget is $102.152 million, which represents a $1.827 million or 1.8% decrease from the previous year. In comparison to the FY 2024 budget, the proposed FY 2025 budget reflects the removal of $1.79 million in Federal American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds that were used to support the academic infrastructure support project, a marked reduction of $2.83 million, and that was offset by an increase of $1.652 million to support the district's new Pathway to Behavioral Health program, and also an increase in $1.1 million to support the establishment of a comprehensive student success center, which will include hiring additional academic advisors to support efforts to increase student success outcomes. I want to thank the mayor for her strategic approach in developing UDC's proposed subsidy budget. Although the budget includes a marked reduction of $2.8 million, an almost equal amount of new funding, $2.79 million, was allocated for the two initiatives. Special thanks to Councilmember Robert White and the entire council for your vision to make the Pathways to Behavioral Health program a reality. We are also pleased that the mayor proposed the $1.1 million allocation in support of our top enhancement requests, which reflects our commitment to prioritize and increase student success via the strategies outlined in our new strategic plan. We recognize that given the current budget climate, it may be difficult for the council to provide additional funding in support of our student success enhancement requests, as well as identify funding for our faculty excellence and workforce development enhancement requests. Your consideration of these requests is greatly appreciated. Now, looking at our capital budget, the proposed FY 2025 to FY 2030 capital improvement plan totals $65.5 million, which reflects a $17 million reduction from the $82.5 million that was approved last year, just looking at the FY 25 through FY 29 period. The proposed budget includes $31.5 million in FY 25, $31 million in FY 26, and $3 million in FY 27. We thank the mayor for maintaining funding for many of our capital projects, which include replacement of roofs, windows, and elevators on the Van Ness campus, infrastructure updates on the Van Ness campus, campus paver restoration. We are also grateful to the mayor for increasing the capital budget by $5 million in FY 25 for classroom and lab modernization. These critical investments will support our strategic plan goals to modernize the campus and improve the student experience. Additionally, I want to thank the mayor for including new funding in our proposed capital budget to conduct feasibility studies for student housing, renovation projects for buildings 44 and 46 at $1 million each. As outlined in our strategic plan, increasing student housing is a priority for the university and is a critical component of our plans for growing enrollment and increasing student success outcomes. Renovating the outdated buildings will enable us to provide our students with world-class learning environments. We humbly request the council's support of the aforementioned items included in the mayor's proposed capital budget for UDC, as well as your consideration for additional funding to address some of our priorities that are not funded in the proposed budget. This includes $28 million in FY 25 for the purchase of Old Congress Heights leasehold rights in Ward 8, $60 million in FY 26 and $60 million in FY 27 for student housing, $2 million in FY 26 and $2 million in FY 27 to complete the CRM project, and lastly, $20 million to upgrade and develop Firebird. In conclusion, I want to thank Mayor Bowser for supporting the university's strategic priorities in the proposed budget for FY 25. Thank you, Chair Mendelson and members of the council for the opportunity to testify and for your support for the university. I am happy to answer any questions you or your committee members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Eddington. Dr. Eddington, I think I'll begin with this. In your statement, you talked about the mayor's subsidy proposal. I get the removal of the ARPA dollars, which of course supported something, but still the ARPA dollars were meant to
Yes.
disappear at some point. When you say a mark reduction, is that the, I've never seen mark spelled out M-A-R-C. Is that the mayor said, we want you to cut 2%, 3%, and that's the mark that you're talking
Right,
about?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So this was just, the mayor said, find some savings and you, what ended
Well-
up negotiating was a $2.8 million reduction.
Yeah, well, you know, the agencies were required to make a budget reduction based on the budget number that we got back, which
Yeah.
was the mark. And so we did a strategic assessment, proposed some cuts, and then that number ended up being 2.8 million ultimately is what was reduced from our budget through that process. And then in the mayor's proposed subsidy budget.
Yes, I have
Right.
that in front of
Yeah,
me,
right.
but that includes 1.652 million to support the new pathway to behavioral health. That's what the
Yes.
council put in last year.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's not really new, and I'm not saying that as a criticism to
Oh,
you.
yeah, yeah.
But that's not really new. When we put the 1.6 million in last year, when we put the 1.6 million in for this fiscal year, we put it in the financial plan as a recurring. So this is not really new. And then the Student Success Center. There was some testimony earlier. I don't know if you saw it. The executive has a program called DC Futures,
Yes, sir.
which is a scholarship program.
Mhm.
And the mayor has proposed eliminating that suddenly, which I guess means, I want to say October 1st, although I think I heard it might be in the supplemental, not sure. In any event, when I asked about that today, the Deputy Mayor for Education pointed to the Student Success Center as providing similar wraparound services, but not a scholarship. Is that accurate?
Well, I would say the description he provided is accurate. And then I'll provide my own explanation
Please.
from my perspective. Thinking about, this is all, my comments are through the UDC lens with respect to DC Futures. UDC students receive support by accessing wraparound services and scholarship support through that program. What we are proposing to do as part of our enhancement request was to implement what we're calling a comprehensive student success center, which would include many of the same academic support services that those DC Future students are currently receiving. What's not in our approach with respect to the center is the financial support directly to the student for tuition or emergency issues, but the academic support services. What I understood the deputy mayor was saying is that the approach that we're doing based on our academic support services on best practices is similar to the approach that the DC Futures program uses to provide support to UDC students.
So let me ask you a bit more about it. So what the mayor put in, and I'm looking at your testimony, is an increase of 1.143 million to support the establishment of a comprehensive student success center. So that would be, at the moment, the entire budget, 1.143 million.
Yes, sir.
And what you would like to see is an additional 4 million?
Well, the total request was 4 million. We take an additional 4 million, yes, but additional 3 million would
calm
meet
down.
the request. Mhm.
So then, what do you, was this an enhanced, what we call an
It's an
enhancement
enhancement
request?
request, yes,
Can you give us a copy of that enhancement request?
sure.
And give me a second. I'm going to make a note that you're going to give me a copy of the enhancement. And the total amount of that request was,
It was about 4 million.
I think in your statement, you have a 4.01.
Yes, yeah. Mhm.
And that is million. But if I can find the dollars and I'm to fully fund this, please don't get excited because I don't know that I can. What I would be looking for would be 4.01 million less 1.143 million.
Yes, that's correct.
Give me just a second. So this is a new idea, and I don't know that I've heard about it before. The intent of this is to
Yeah,
help students who need some help.
Yeah, well, to help all students, all undergraduate students, there'll be varying degrees of the type of support needed, right, based on where the student is coming in or as they matriculate. But the philosophical approach is to implement across the institution very comprehensively and consistently of what I call a student success framework. So it describes the type of academic advisement that we would provide, right? There are various different approaches. We would adopt a specific approach for doing that and ensure that we have sufficient numbers of academic advisors in place. Currently, we have a very small number of academic advisors. So the students are not getting the full type of support that they could get consistently throughout the semester. Academic coaches, they provide services that complement what a student gets from an academic advisor, building out a stronger, more vibrant tutorial center, particularly focusing on math and writing skills, and then using technology to adopt a more comprehensive approach using predictive analytics, and incorporating what we call an early alert warning system. So we call it wraparound services, right? So the minute each student sets foot on our campus, they have an assortment of support and a suite of resources at their disposal. And then we monitor the students on an almost weekly basis in terms of how they're doing in the courses. So these approaches are best practices, been implemented across the country. I myself have had a lot of experience doing this at my prior institution. When I got here and did my initial assessment of UDC and our academic support infrastructure and framework, I noticed that we're not structured the way we need to, particularly given the student population that we serve. Right? So we have students who come to us who are sometimes deficient in one or more academic areas and they need support. And then we've also set very aggressive student retention and graduation rate goals that will position UDC to be much more competitive with our peers. And so that request is basically saying, give us the resources to build out a world-class support structure, and we will then be able to get students out more efficiently and effectively.
So if the council isn't able to find additional dollars, and there's a lot of competition for dollars, then what do you get, or what do we get for the 1.1 million that the mayor puts in?
Yeah, well, you're going to get more students graduating faster.
That's not what I meant. So students, you think you need 4 million for the Student Success Center.
Yes.
Mayor puts in 1 million, council doesn't add to that. So you've got 1/4 of what you asked for. What does that Student Success Center look like?
Oh, we're still going to do it. It just won't impact as many students the way that we envision. So we may focus on a subset of our students with those resources because we won't be able to hire the full suite of advisors, for example.
So it'd be fewer advisors.
Right. That's one that definitely is a fact. Yes, that's one of the consequences. Right. Fewer advisors, can't hire as many, so then fewer students impacted by the number of advisors.
The impression I'm getting is that what this is really just and I don't mean this in a critical way, it's just increasing, having a group of academic advisors. There's a floor in a building, I'm thinking of the new building on Connecticut Avenue.
Student Center.
The Student Center floor, that's the Student Success Center, and it's just full of advisors. Are there some other folks there besides advisors?
Are you saying currently? That's what you?
No, that's what this.
In theory.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's one way you could think about it, but even if it's just hiring the people that you're talking about, even if that was all we did, it's much more than that. It's what the people are doing with respect to the student is where you get the impact, right? So you can recall traditional advising is a student every semester, they have to go get a sign off from this person called an advisor with respect to the courses they're going to take the next semester. And that advisor also looks at where they are with respect to their curriculum and says, okay, you're on track or you need to take this class, right? That's traditional advising. What we're talking about is something much more intrusive and comprehensive. The advisor works with other campus staff, including faculty, and monitors that student's academic performance every week. They work with the financial aid office to monitor the student's financial situation to see if there are any financial implications that may impede progress. They are very closely connected to the student support center. If Maurice Eddington gets a scenario, gets a D on a calculus quiz third week in school, that advisor has access to that data and immediately intervenes, and we connect Maurice with appropriate support staff. That's intrusive advising, and it's called a caseload approach. So you have a case, it's like social work, right? You have a case, and all of these people in these different offices across campus are communicating with each other in real time about every single student that comes through our campus. And the impact, as you can imagine, is very significant, because the approach is that rather than wait for a student to stumble and then give them a remediation path, you're trying to prevent the student from stumbling to the degree that you can't reverse it. So the people is where it starts, but it's the tools, the training that you give them, the cross-campus collaboration, and those are the things that really make this work.
And so for a quarter of the bucks, you will get a quarter of the program.
You'll get a quarter of what we want to do, yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming one of the outcomes is increasing retention, student retention.
Yes, sir.
And maybe even increasing graduation
Yes,
rates.
yep.
So you'll provide the enhancement request,
Yes, sir.
which I assume goes into more detail about
Okay,
it.
yep.
Now, in your testimony, you also mentioned a workforce development enhancement request. What was that?
Yes, so we want to, in our strategic plan and with our new institutional vision, have a focus on workforce development and working to ensure that UDC is able to adequately meet the workforce needs of the district, right? Looking at the businesses and employers. And so to do that, we need to internally build out our structure a little bit better. We need to do things like enhance the student preparation by providing paid internships to students in high demand, high wage fields. And so part of that request was to allow us to have the resources to work with employers and providers of internship and real world life experiences, where we could fund the student with our dollars as part of their matriculation through their curriculum. That's one example, right? Student professional development. Another component of the request is to hire more staff to help with developing the student and interpreting transcripts and building out the pathways between our different degree programs across our different campus sites and different programs. And so that it's part of this seamless pathways approach, right? Where no matter where a student comes in, we have a guided pathway from that point to a credential, and we have employers waiting on the other side. And then we're committing to the employer that we're going to deliver you a graduate who's very competitive for hire. And so the resources are focused on us enhancing our ability to develop and educate the students, but it's really focused on workforce. So a lot of those dollars will go towards our associates programs as part of our community college and our workforce development program.
You'll provide a copy of that
Yes, sir.
request as well. I forgot to ask, with regard to the Student Success Center, that's recurring dollars, right?
Yes, sir.
Meaning it's not $4 million one time, it's 4
Correct.
million year after year after year.
Yes.
Just so you understand, when we adopt the budget, we're adopting a financial plan. So this is not a $4 million request, it's a $16 million
Gotcha.
request.
Okay.
And I assume the workforce is also
Yes,
recurring?
sir. Yeah.
So let me ask you about the Higher Education Incentive Scholarship Program, HEI Scholarship Program. So I'm a little confused. What's in the budget right now, I guess, for the current year? Is it roughly 800,000?
No, I think it's well, in the FY24 budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it's 1.7 million.
And what's in the proposed budget?
I believe it's goes back down to 850,000. Oh, for 25. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It's going to stay the same at 1.7 million.
So if we do nothing, you're good.
I believe so. I want to make sure that's correct. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yes. I've been told that's correct.
Well, they don't
Yes.
care because
Yeah,
they're not
but-
academic.
But
people.
they're the bean counters. They know. The way I would answer that is if the budget that we received in FY24 is maintained in FY25, we would be happy.
You would what?
We would be happy.
Okay, and happiness is important. And in terms of, I hate to put it this way, throughput, I'm assuming that if you like that amount for 25, you have the capacity to certify or give degrees to all the people.
Yes.
Now, are there more than, in other words, I don't know, I'm not volunteering, but could you actually use more dollars and make the program bigger?
Yeah. My understanding from talking internally to our team is that the answer is yes, but I think if we were expected to take in more students than we're currently taking in, we would need to use some of the resources to expand our capacity to teach those students, right? So we may need to add faculty as well. But if the demand is there on the student side, I would certainly encourage the council to consider broadening that pipeline because we would be very, very pleased to be able to do that if the demand is there.
Because the demand is there.
Right. Yeah, we want to be in a position in high demand fields to respond to the need instead of turning people away. Right?
So let me rephrase this. You're at capacity now for what we've budgeted.
Yes.
And you could take more students, but you would need not only more dollars for the teaching, but you would actually need more dollars to expand your capacity.
Yes.
So I can't just add another 800,000 and say you're going to 50% increase the students. I would have to do a calculation that would involve what the administrative side of it is.
Yeah, and I would certainly like to get back to you with the specifics, but that's how I see that. We're at the point, or going to be at the point soon, where the increasing the dollars to the program don't translate directly into corresponding increase in students because our capacity to handle them will reach its limit if we're not already there.
The 1.652 million for the pathway to behavioral health. I asked you about that at the last hearing. My recollection is that you're still building the program, creating the program.
Yes.
So it's too early to actually have degrees or maybe even students, but that's not so much my question. My question is, are you on track?
Yes, sir, we're on track. One notable achievement since February was that we have hired the director for the program. Back then, I told you we were in the process of searching So we have hired that person effective April 1st. So that's a big milestone. But we are on track, and the plan is to enroll students beginning fall 2025. And that is predicated on us completing all of these steps, including those required by the accreditor.
Okay. I think I want to turn to capital budget, although do I want to turn to capital budget? Don't, I am turning to capital budget. I'm actually looking in the budget book. You have a capital program called renovation of university facilities, renovate the Van Ness campus and facilities at other locations at the university. It looks like the mayor's increased that slightly by 3.5 million. Are you okay with this program?
Yes. Yep.
I think what I'm really getting at is, I would assume with an increase, you're okay, but I know in the past, sometimes the amount of funding is like half what you need, and
Oh, yeah.
so I'm
Yeah,
not looking
yeah.
for your total forever ask, but is this good enough for FY2025 and good enough for the financial plan?
Yeah, that actually was equivalent to our ask for that project for FY2025, that 3.5 million. The total 6-year is 21 million, but on that particular project, we're okay if we receive that 3.5 million allocation.
Roof, windows, elevators? Mayor made no change.
Correct.
MEP, I have not a clue what that is. HVAC and IT upgrades. Mayor cut 24 million.
Yeah, so that's we will certainly come back next year if we don't receive and this is in the out years, right? Our current year ask is equivalent to the mayor's proposed allocation, but we certainly would need those dollars in those out years.
Van Ness exterior plaza paver restoration. No change.
Mhm.
Classroom and lab renovations, modernizations. It's like the mayor's increased that by 5 million.
Yes.
I'm gonna keep moving unless you say there's some problem. CRM, that's the next page. What, you know why the mayor cut that in half?
I do not know why.
I assume, am I right that the total project cost is 8 million?
Yep, it's 8 million total. We had been allocated 2 million for 4 years each. But yeah, so the last 2 years have been reduced or cut. So the total for this year is for FY24, 2 million, FY25 proposed for 2 million.
So ideally, you would like those out years restored.
Yeah, we would certainly like to have that.
Did the mayor
restored.
explain this to you? Like, she's cutting it, but she plans on restoring it next year?
No, we didn't have any discussion about that particular item.
I'm guessing that's what happened. That's probably what happened with the old Congress Heights, which is
Okay.
at the moment annoying me, but we're not there yet. Now, student housing in campus. As you know, I'm skeptical, and looking at your testimony, we're talking about what, $120 million project?
Yeah, well, 130 million in total is what we had asked for the project.
So I think I need to see something from
Yeah.
you that explains.
No, I'm working on it. You know, we have an ongoing discussion on that. What I'm hoping happens, given the mayor's proposed budget, is that one of the ways that we're able to provide you with some additional information about the rationale and ROI is by using this $1 million, because it's intended to assist with us doing some feasibility studies and some planning. And part of that, I think, would yield some of the information that you'd like to see to make a more compelling case.
See, I could take that million and put it in CRM and then I only have a $3 million
I
problem.
see where you're going.
So I think you need to, in the next
But don't
several
do that.
weeks, explain to me at
Okay.
the least why the $1 million is a good idea. Because I think what you're saying is that the $1 million will buy the explanation that will,
Yes, I've been working on you since July 29th. And recall one of those conversations with the colleague you brought to the table was about a particular strategy for housing. And housing is our number one capital priority, right? In terms of how we presented it, because it's part of our overall strategy to grow the institution and increase student success. But what we'll do, we'll certainly get with you very quickly and provide some data and information that we can discuss and you can process.
okay. That would be helpful.
Okay.
I'm reminding myself that the mayor has said several times, this is a budget of not new programs. So you'll give me something that explains the $1 million that will explain that. The next one is Building 44 demolition and reconstruction. The mayor added $1 million. Any issues there?
No, you said building 40, which one? Oh, 44.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, so that, I mean, we're happy with that initial allocation as part of our plan, again, to modernize the campus. So we would use those dollars to begin assessment and planning to present and develop the larger project.
I can't remember. Building 44 is not where the archives are going, is it?
It's no, that's building 41. It's adjacent to it.
The next one is Performing Arts Center building. Looks like that's a new project.
Yes.
Um,
And both of those buildings, you know, building 44, you can think of it as, you know, it houses some very outdated STEM facilities, teaching labs for science, chemistry. We want to totally renovate and modernize that facility, right? We can have better science instruction, research space. Building 46 would be it's a concept around bolstering up our music program and performing arts. And so that would really allow us to have a strong performance arts presence, which could potentially grow into something like a school. But you can think of those two major building projects as pillars of our goals to build out and brand ourselves and offer world-class
Are
programs.
these basically just planning dollars,
Planning dollars, yes.
similar to the housing?
Well, I don't want to know.
You don't want to?
No, I don't want to know. I do not. Not
But
in
it
your
is-
mind, no.
No, I think I was just being obnoxious. But it's
Yeah. Mhm.
the full the $1 million isn't the project. The
Right,
$1 million
exactly.
doesn't get much other than to just get it started.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Old Congress Heights, and then I'll be done, council member. Old Congress Heights. So I'm a little upset about this. The city negotiated a few years ago this lease where the city could purchase. We put the money in the budget and then we blew the deadline. We could still purchase, but now it's not even in the capital budget. It is in your testimony. What discussions have you had with the executive on this?
Well, as part of our engagement around the budget preparation, I mean, it wasn't with the executive directly, the staff, we talked about the rationale for why we included that in our proposed budget, which is important to us, is critical to supporting our workforce development, lifelong learning program, and critical to our long-term goals. That was the extent of the discussion.
I think I've asked in the past for you to give me a one-pager explaining what's going on. I think I want something a little different, and that is basically an economic analysis. You're paying rent for the building now.
Yes.
So what does that rent look like? Let's just project it over 10 years. I know that sounds like a long time, maybe that's too long, but when the city entered into the lease, and this was consolidating other UDC space east of the river into this one location, the economics were such that it was favorable to the city to rent it for a couple years and then buy it at what we thought would be below market. Well, we blew that. There's still the ability to buy it, I think, at market. So if we don't buy it, what's the cost to the university? And then again, if we do buy it, what's the cost? So in economic analysis, I'm not asking so much for a comparison, but just to, if you could over the next, I'm going to say the next decade, play out, we don't buy it, what does that look like?
Okay.
In terms of the cost to the UDC, and if we do buy it, what does that look like? And I think for the latter, it's going to take a little bit of a guess what the market would be.
Okay, we'll provide that.
20 minutes, Councilmember Fruman.
But I think 30 minutes, but all good. So,
I
on
saw
the,
20.
what's that?
I saw 20.
It's all good. It's all good. Great to see you, President Eddington. Congratulations. Congratulations to UDC under your leadership. On the CRM, the budget gets cut in half, but on the one hand, on the Student Support Center, the budget gets cut in half, and you can serve half as many students or some smaller number of students. The CRM, if you don't get all the money, do you get the CRM? Do you get half the CRM? Do you need the money in order for the $4 million investment to be meaningful?
Yeah, so we certainly want and need the full 8 million, right? That's a fact. The way that we would build out the CRM and the way we're going to do it, right, is either way is it's a CRM. You can think of it as consisting of different modules, right? And each module has functionality. So there's functionality for recruiting, admissions, fundraising, marketing, communications, connecting with alumni, and we want the full suite, right? Because everything in that full suite is directly connected to our strategic agenda, right? So if if we end up with 4 million versus 8 million, we would focus on a subset of the package, basically, right? And we would prioritize which set of modules, right, we would want to adopt. But we will still work very aggressively to figure out how to build out the rest, right? But yeah, so we could certainly use the additional $4 million.
And then on the Student Support Center, well, maybe on the DC Futures program, how many students does UDC have who are served by the DC Futures program?
We have, let's see, this total year, fall 23 and spring 24, we were serving 320 students in terms of students receiving DC Futures scholarship dollars from OSSI. Yeah.
That's a lot.
Oh, yeah.
When you think about your overall enrollment, where are you in terms of enrollment? How are those trends going?
Yeah, so the trends are positive. We're in the fall. We report fall data because that's what's called the census number, right? So fall of 2023, enrollment was 3,855. And that was up over the last year, the previous year, by about 7-8%. And then fall 23 was up a little bit over fall 22. So for the last two falls, it's trending up.
What about fall? Oh, okay. So it's trending up for 22 to 23.
Right,
And
23 to 24.
and then I think I've heard people talk about applications for fall
Applications are up.
24. What does that look like?
Yeah, applications are up, actually very significantly. What is the percent? 75%? 75%. Oh, okay. 75% increase in applications compared to last year.
Really? That's terrific.
Oh, no, that's good, yeah.
And on the student support system, Center, you talked about it being a best practice. And how many places have a thing like this?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I would venture to say, and some of this is not speculating, it's from my experience, right? The overwhelming majority of institutions that have respectable retention rates and graduation rates have some version of what we're trying to do, right? And by respectable, I mean institutions with second-year retention rates above 70%, institutions with six-year graduation rates at 60% or higher. I think if you were to look at those types of institutions, George Mason comes to mind as a local public university, right? You would see that they have something very similar to what we're trying to put in place at UDC.
And in terms of the number of students served by it, like if you get the 1.1 million, you'll be able to serve, I don't know how many students. I'd be curious to know how many students you think you would be able to serve as a percentage of your enrollment, although your enrollment's different than other places and you may have a higher percentage that would benefit from this. How many, if we're only at 1.1 million, I guess my question is, how many kids would we be leaving behind who in another institution might not be left behind?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I'm going to guesstimate, think of it maybe as being able to impact a third fewer students, right? To your question, right? Whether that is by us focusing on students in the first year or two, right? Then that means the students we were going to focus on in year 2, 3, and 4, we don't, or we just focus on a smaller population overall. But it will shake out the same way, right? It would be, I'm saying about a third, because we would be able to, it's not one for one, dollar for dollar, but about a third. So I think there'd be a significant portion of students at the institution who would benefit from the 4 million allocation versus the 1.1 million allocation, certainly.
And so, I mean, is this a case where there's a certain amount of administrative cost and then you have the advisors, and so that the marginal, every new marginal dollar might enable you to have more advisors?
Yes, oh yes, exactly.
And it have a larger impact? And thinking about enrollment, I mean, I thought that the early educator program was really interesting, and I think somebody testified that there are 2,000 people out there who could use this. And so the idea of, if we increased investment there, is there a demand for it? It strikes me that there's a demand for it. Also strikes me that building up the enrollment is a good in and of itself. And so this kind of investment, I'd be curious to know how much more it would take for you to have the capacity to serve 100 more students a year. Because if there's 2,000 student backlog, adding 100 students to an enrollment of 3,800 is a meaningful thing. And if that can be done at a relatively low cost, let's try to do it.
Okay, yeah, I think that's smart, yeah.
Thinking about, another place where you could get 100 students, do you have a sense of where we are on the paramedic school? I know that the fire department is interested in opening a paramedic school. UDC seems like a natural place. I think they talk about 70 students a year. Where does that stand?
Yeah, so we had a few weeks back a very good in-depth planning discussion. My administrative team, the chief and his senior team, one of our trustees, Trustee Warner Session, facilitated it. And we sat down together at the fire department and we mapped out a high level, right, vision, talked about the past and some of the work that had been done years back. We and I communicated a strong commitment to being the partner with them on this. And so where we are now is coming out of that meeting. The next step was going to be some internal discussions between a few of our team members. And then we're going to come back and start fleshing out a plan for how we could do this. But it was very good, positive, productive discussion.
And if it happened, what would be the target for when it would open, when you could add those students?
Yes, and so I'm speculating. We didn't talk about that specifically, but I don't imagine it being any sooner than 2025. But I don't have the timeline down yet.
Well, I hope that is a thing that we can make happen. I mean, it fits perfectly with your workforce.
Right, exactly,
One
yes.
pillar of strengthening the
Yes.
workforce also adds students. Where do you think it would be housed? Do you think it would be housed at the Van Ness campus, at one of the community college sites? What's the
Probably
thinking?
at the community college site on Lamont Riggs.
Lamont Riggs,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what the
I
current
think so,
thinking is?
Yeah.
And then the pathways to behavioral health, cross your fingers, it could start in the fall of 2025. How many students, where would that be, and where, how many students can we hope for to
Yeah.
be in that?
So that program is a master's in social work program. So it would be at the Van Ness site. And I believe the plan is for 20 students in year one, and then growing to a steady state population of 40 students. So certainly that's very meaningful, because we're talking about a master's level program. In terms of the number, the 40 students at a master's level program is very significant.
So 20 students a year. So it's smaller, but it's a master's program.
Exactly.
That's natural.
Now, and let me just add though, but if the demand exists, and if, in the future, right, if once we get it set up, because, one of the things I'm very serious about when we do something new is to set it up the right way. But then as we think about the future, it does appear that there's a larger demand than 40 students, right? And so we would certainly be very aggressive about growing it as we see the demand existing.
And then there was talk earlier today about the new program at the Max Robinson Center at St. E's that will be a workforce program, and it sounded like a health-oriented advanced technical center. You're a partner in the other advanced technical center. Do you have the capacity to participate in that advanced technical center as well?
Yeah, I think we do. We have nursing programs at the workforce development site, at the community college site, and at the Van Ness site. So we would certainly be very open to being included in that initiative.
So I visited the campus and got a tour by students last week. And one of the things they did is they took me to the place where students live, where there's the students who live near campus live in 2 apartment buildings nearby. And it was interesting how much emphasis students placed on having access to housing close to the university as a way of minimizing barriers to their education and fostering a sense of community. And so I was struck, and might encourage the chairman to talk with some of the students about how that fit in terms of the goal of retention, the goal of student success, the goal of building community. A different thing, if you don't have that, and it did seem like this is an important thing that's an element, I think, of your retention and success, and maybe you can speak to that.
Sure. Yep. No, thank you for that. And, what you describe is something in higher ed we call stickiness. It is this concept that if a university has activities and core components that help the students stay on the campus more in terms of their time, then they're more likely to access the resources available on campus, right? Like the library, the tutoring center, right? So students who reside on or near campus tend to spend more time within the campus footprint. So then now they're going to be more integrated into the campus culture and environment, and then they use the resources more, they have a stronger sense of belonging. All of those things lead to higher retention rates, right? So when students go home at the end of the term, end of the summer, they look forward to coming back because of that enriched, supportive environment. When you have a commuter campus, basically is what UD historically has been, the students miss a lot of that. So students here have told me since day one, we don't feel connected to the campus. So at 5 o'clock, a student told me something one time, and it made perfect sense. She said, you know, coming to school feels like a job. Come at 9 o'clock and go home at 5 o'clock in the evening. They don't have that vibrant campus life. All of those things have been well proven, Mr. Chair, to have a strong connection to retention and graduation rates. And those are the reasons that we want to grow housing. And then the other part of it is this, the students that we serve in this community, many of them would benefit leaving home to go to college. When I say leave home, I don't mean the city, leaving the place that they live in. If we had housing on or near our campus, we would be providing them with a better living situation, with less distractions and more support. And then there is also the community aspect of students being around other students, right? It's an uplifting effect. So, you know, you think about all of those different things. You look at data, and I did analysis, and I looked at all of the public universities in America, and I compared, it's a rough analysis, but I compared, this was for you, Mr. Chair, compared, you know, told you I'm working on coming back to you. But look, I know. But you can see very clearly, though, the student outcomes are much different for institutions that have residence halls and those that don't. Now, there are other factors, so it's not, so I don't want to say that like a scientific study, but there's a direct correlation to your question. And all of those things are reasons why we want housing. And then the last one is enrollment, right? Think about all the DC students who leave to go to other HBCUs. One of the major reasons they leave DC to go to another HBCU like a Bowie State and a Morgan State, which is not far away, they have housing. Those kids could be staying here at a much cheaper education, same quality, but we don't have the residence hall, so they're not getting that residential experience, right? So there's so many different reasons why we want student housing, and so we'll come back with some data on it, though.
So I don't want it to be the consolation prize for student housing, but another thing that students talked about was that to the extent there isn't student housing and they're commuters, at other universities in the area, I think there's a thing called the U card, or there's a subsidy for transportation. And my understanding is that UDC isn't in a position to provide that kind of thing. What have you looked at the idea of trying to provide that? Should we be thinking about that? Kids ride free to go to secondary school. They get a subsidy to go to other universities in the area. Often businesses provide a transportation subsidy. If we have a commuter college here, but we're not providing a
Right.
subsidy, have
Yeah.
you looked and thought about that?
Yeah, we have, and it makes so much sense, particularly the way you described it. You know, we previously looked at the was it the UPass program with WMATA, the other institutions in the region are able to take advantage of. And the issue there was that we have part-time students, and they want to provide the service to institutions, full-time students. So we did go back after our performance hearing. A member of our team had a conversation with someone there who's over that program. Appears that their position didn't change, but we're going to have some more discussions with them. But to your broader point, I do think we need to think about a solution. Maybe that's much more comprehensive than that, where our students get that resource, whether it's through MATA in that program, or we come up with a way, a solution. Because you're right, we have students who commute, and the majority of the students who commute to UDC, many of them are not in the socioeconomic class where that's not an issue for them. It is an issue. So I appreciate working with you all to figure out a solution.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're increasing the support that we're providing to WMATA, and we'll be in conversations with WMATA about a lot of things. And so do keep us informed about how we may be able to be helpful for that. I mean, ironically, I think if you have kids who are living on a campus and they have that residency there, they probably are less in need of the
Right.
transportation
right.
subsidy than perhaps lower income kids who have to go back and forth and drive, and it drives a lot of cost. Another thing that there's been conversation about in the last couple of days, and it wasn't part of, I don't believe it was part of your testimony, is dual enrollment. And I'm curious how you're thinking about dual enrollment, how you're thinking dual enrollment with high schools around the city, how you're thinking about growing that. It strikes me that one of the things that we need to do, one, it fits with your capital hopes. You want kids to come onto a campus that inspires confidence for them and makes them think this is a place I want to go. But you also want to, in any case, you want to expose kids to the remarkable substance of what's happening on the campus. What are you thinking about in terms of growing the dual enrollment program?
Thank you for that. Yeah, dual enrollment is a key strategy in our strategic plan as part of our overall strategy to grow and increase student success, right? So it's being addressed a couple of different ways. One, we're putting a new administrative structure in place because one of our 3 strategic plan goals is called partnerships. And under that partnership goal in the plan is a concept to establish what I call an Office of Educational Outreach and Partnerships, right? And that office is going to be equipped to manage better the relationships that we have with our public schools. And part of the thinking is that we're going to build out very specific enhanced MOUs with as many partners in DCPS and the public charter school system, building on what we have. We have good relationships with them, but really be more focused and aggressive about the dual enrollment concept. And so we're going to have more administrative focus in real time on managing and developing those relationships, and then think of ways that we can increase our internal investments to support the programs, right? Supporting the faculty who will teach in those programs, adding more resources, recruiting and marketing UDC to the schools in a different way, continuing our engagement. We had a wonderful, a couple weeks ago, half-day visit with guidance counselors from local schools, spent a half-day on our campus with our enrollment management team, ended with an evening reception. It was very wonderful. And what the advisor said is, basically, we're glad we got a chance today to see UDC. We are impressed and we feel comfortable sending our students here. 3 advisors told me that directly. The point is building those relationships and exposing UDC to those schools in a different way. That's the vision and the strategy. But when we talk about growing enrollment, this is one of the main ways that we're going to do it, right? Because I know from experience, if you expose the students to an environment that's attractive to them, and sometimes what it is the quality learning and the caring faculty, and then they can see other students in front of them in that pipeline who are having positive experiences, that makes that student more likely to want to be part of it. And that's one of the values of dual enrollment, is that they're seeing your university while they're still in high school. So we're going to be very aggressive about dual enrollment.
I mean, I love it that you're looking at all different kinds of ways to try to build this pipeline of students and build out capacity. I think that that's really important. Again, great credit to your leadership. You'll see me every time I see something that I think UDC ought to be able to plug into, I will be advocating for you. One of them came up today when the deputy mayor testified, and I'm done with after this question, Chairman Mendelson. The deputy mayor testified about the virtual classroom hubs. And it struck me that's a thing that apparently is happening inside of the charter sector. It seems like a thing that ought to also figure out a way that DCPS can be included in it. But it also jumps off the page to me that maybe that's a thing that UDC could participate with professors teaching classes through Classroom Hub. Have you thought about that? Did you think about that when the deputy mayor talked about it?
Well, yeah, when you suggested it, I said, that's in my head, I said, that's genius. I mean, I literally thought that because I think that's another creative strategy that we could employ. I had not thought about that before today, but that's something that we'll put that in our list of strategies to really explore very aggressively.
And I'll be just even maybe a little bit more specific, and I don't mean to be prescriptive, but you know, the cybersecurity program at UDC is really something that's very special.
Yeah.
And it is a high demand job. And if folks at UDC could offer cybersecurity classes to children who wouldn't have access to that, that would be something very interesting. Another thing that we hear from students, I was surprised, I had a number of students in my office and they went around the table talking about the thing that was most important to them. And it was financial literacy. And, you know, the business school at UDC, you could have people who were teaching classes in financial literacy. So looking for synergies everywhere, which is a thing that you're doing. And really grateful for your leadership and thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you, sir.
Another 2 hours of questions. I think we're good. You're going to get back to me on the enhancement requests, the 2 enhancement requests. An explanation, a detailed explanation on the housing, the 2 economic scenarios related to Old Congress Heights. What else? And anything else you want to give us?
All right. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Going to turn to the Public Charter School Board. I hear an audible sigh in the room. Valerie Jablo, Rosa Escobar, who's a student at Brea Public Charter School, as are the next 2, Sibdu Gimtor and Flor Baruka. Also from Brea Public Charter School, Jamie Sadowik. Sadownik, if that's spelled correctly, Vanessa Gonzalez, Chief Development Officer, DC Prep, Pat Brantley, Chief Executive Officer of Friendship Public Charter School, Chelsea Bradford, Principal Carlos Rosario School, Danielle Nobiamo, student at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. I'm just rattling off names. Yeah, I know, but I've got too many people at the table, or just to write them out. All right, I called 9 folks. I think 5 of them would sit at the table, which means I'll call one of them on the next round. So let's make our way through this. Ms. Jablo, you're first.
Thank you.
I hope you're excited. This is the first time I've seen you in a council hearing room. We're sort of like after the pandemic.
It's quite exciting. Thank you. I am Valerie Jablo, a DC education analyst. By way of 2 FOIA productions from DGS, I calculated that DC loses at least $10 million annually through former DCPS schools leased to charters by DC. That loss is in uncollected charter sublet proceeds, uncollected and unaccounted charter rents, untracked charter renovation credits, and abnormally low rents. With the recently released adequacy study showing that annual per pupil facilities allocations to charters are about $20 million more than reported building costs, DC taxpayers are gifting charter entities at least $30 million annually around facilities with no understanding or guarantee of that investment. The charter board doesn't clearly account for any of this around the 31 publicly owned school buildings leased by charters and needs to. This means instituting internal control procedures to ensure sound accounting of public resources used by charters, specifically providing DC taxpayers one clear place that shows what leases of DC owned buildings charter entities hold, the rents they pay for them, and when, the conditions of and specific work around rent forgiveness, and any problems around payment. The only documents I could find from the charter board for any of this are annual fiscal audits, and the ones I saw omitted important fiscal information. For example, Brea leases the former DCPS schools, Mamie D. Lee and Petworth. DGS is charging $0 rent for both facilities in exchange for renovation credits. I found nothing about rent credits for Mamie D. Lee and Brea's most recent fiscal audit. That audit states that rent for Petworth is about $100,000 annually with rent credit equal to construction costs and that all rent is expected to be abated for the term of the lease. So what has been done at each building and when and for whom and what did it cost? Perry Street Prep's leasing of the former Taft is similarly obscured in charter board records. As noted on the school's most recent fiscal audit, Taft's monthly rent is about $95,000, for which the school receives full abatement through 2025. The audit notes that as of June 30th, 2023, Perry Street Prep had spent $21.5 million on renovations. So what was done and for whom for that $21.5 million, and when, such that the school would start paying DC rent again? Similarly, portions of Taft have been sublet by Perry Street Prep. The Taft lease specifies 50% of sublet proceeds are to be paid to DC. For one of the charter sublets, the most recent fiscal audit notes that rent was abated for up to $4 million in improvements. So was any portion of that sublet income paid to DC? And if rent abatement was the reason it was not paid, what was done for that work? The fiscal audit notes yet another Taft sublet by Perry Street Prep for about $180,000 a year. So where on the fiscal audit is the $90,000 payable to DC for that sublet noted? The 31 former DCPS schools owned by DC and leased to charters are publicly owned and publicly funded spaces. Thus, the charter board has responsibility to the public in accurate and fulsome reporting around these buildings and the publicly funded entities that use them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chablo. Rosa Escobar.
Good afternoon, council members and committee of the whole. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rosa Cruz Escobar. I am 47 years old with a 20-month-old toddler. My son and I both study in Bria Public Charter School. I am proud to be part of a great place like Bria because Bria opened the door for me to better myself by learning English, and I'm getting my child development associate CDA. What I like the most about Bria is that they take care of my child when I am learning, and it's allowed me to focus on my education. And as a mother, it feels good to know there are places like Bria because it gives us an opportunity to grow. And this is something I will forever be grateful for. My son will grow up to see his mom better her English and increase my leadership skills. Which is why I ask you today to fully fund an adult education at 100% of the UPSFF I propose my Mayor Bowser. This increase will continue to change lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Subdu Kimtor.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sibdu Kemtori. I am a mother of 4 beautiful children, an adult learner at Bria Public Charter School, and a part-time staff member. I'm originally from West Africa, where I became the first girl in my village to go to school. This is a big deal. Because of my willingness to learn, an impact was made available to young women from my generation that continues today. Being an adult learner has allowed me to be involved in my children's academic life a lot more because I am able to help them with their schoolwork, understand parent-teacher conferences, and school community activities better. Adult education has a great impact in our families and community. If parents understand the value of education, we are more likely to instill this value in our children. Bria opened the door for me to better my English and increase my leadership skills. Because Bria invests and believes in the student so much, I am now a part-time staff member in the outreach team, sharing my experience with families in the community to know that educating ourselves will help increase the channel of our children going to college. I am proud to say that my daughter is graduating from Michigan State next month, which is why I'm asking you today to fully fund adult education at 100% of the UPFF as proposed by Mayor Bowser. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Flor Baruca.
Flora had to leave. She had to go to work, so I'm gonna read it for her.
Okay.
Um, Good afternoon, Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Flora Boruca. I am a mother of 4 beautiful children, 2 teenagers, a toddler with special needs, and a 3-month-old infant. I am a student at Bria Public Charter School in the advanced English classes with my teacher Lyle, where I study to better my English. Allow me to share the impact Bria has had in my family's life and the role that it has played as my biggest supporter. Bria, it's not just a school to learn English. It has been a refuge where I feel welcomed and valued as a human. It's been an incredible growth journey that allowed me to give my children a better education, land my dream job, and develop multicultural connections in my community. Thanks to places like Bria that open doors to adults to continue their education, as I was able to get my early childhood credentials, CDA, Bria became my foundation to start UDC. I am currently studying to get my bilingual associate to work with children in early childhood. All this growth has happened while bringing my 2 youngest children with me to learn as I learn, allowing my family to save on childcare. I am proof that investing in adult education has great benefits, not only for the student, but for the entire family, which is why I'm here today to ask you to fully fund adult education at 100% of the UPSFF as proposed by Mayor Bowser, because investing in adult learners means investing in the growth of the families in the district. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Jamie Sadonik, who's online.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Jamie Sadownik, and I work at Bria Public Charter School, a nationally recognized 2-generation model that boasts strong outcomes for children and adults. Bria offers infant, toddler, and pre-kindergarten classes, for children, and English, high school diploma, and workforce classes for parents. Last year, 100% of Bria's pre-kindergarten students made growth in math and social emotional learning, and 94% made growth in literacy. 72% of Bria's adult learners improved their English and literacy skills, exceeding the national average of 66%. Similarly, more than 92% of Bria's workforce students passed their credentialing exams, and more than 9% of them are gainfully employed 6 months after graduation. Today, you heard from some of Bria's amazing adult students. They are a testament to the hard work and innovative programming offered to families at our school. I'll focus my testimony on the ways adult education has innovated since the pandemic and why it's worthy of the council's investment. As Bria's education technology manager, I manage our hybrid learning program, instructional technology integrations, teacher training, and educational software programs. I have been working at Bria for 7 years, but my current position did not exist before spring 2020. Like schools everywhere, the pandemic forced us to make abrupt changes to the ways we deliver instruction. Bria met and exceeded this challenge. We became a fully one-to-one school where all our adult learners receive a Chromebook and get assistance in securing a home Wi-Fi connection or hotspot. We now offer in-person, hybrid, virtual, and high-flex learning options for our adult learners. This gives them the flexibility in when and where they learn to balance education with myriad demands on their time and attention. Students gain digital literacy skills through their engagement with the curriculum, which helps them prepare for life and careers beyond our school. At Bria, technology has become a medium through which learning occurs. As a result, we have seen increased student interest and engagement with the content and improved attendance. Students learn how to navigate Zoom, learning management systems like Google Classroom and Schoology, and education software programs like what their children experience at school, thus enabling them to support their children's learning as well. We have also integrated specific technologies to support our multilingual student population, including simultaneous audio translation, captioning tools, and individualized AI pronunciation feedback. These innovations have had a profound impact on our students. Students express that they are more confident navigating technology outside of school and that they are no longer intimidated by the technology all around us. Council members, I ask that you sustain the UPSFF increases proposed by Mayor Bowser, specifically the increase to the adult learner weight. Her proposal matches the 1.0 weight recommended in the 2013 advocacy study, but does not yet reach the 1.3 recommendation in the school funding study released by the DME last month. Please continue to invest in and support adult learners. Thank you for your time and dedication to public education in DC.
Thank you, Mr. Sadownik. Vanessa Gonzalez?
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I'm Vanessa Gonzalez, and I'm the Chief Development Officer of DC Prep. DC Prep is a public charter school network that serves more than 2,100 preschool through 8th grade students in wards 5, 7, and 8. Across our 6 schools, 62% of our students meet the definition for at-risk and 14% have disabilities. With respect to the proposed budget for fiscal year 25, I want to first thank Mayor Bowser for recognizing how important it is to invest in DC's children. We are very grateful for the increase she has proposed to the UPSFF and her recognition that it costs more to meet the needs of our highest needs students. The proposed increase to the UPSFF and the at-risk weight would make a huge difference in our ability to run schools that deliver great outcomes for students. We ask a lot of our teachers and school leaders, and we want to pay them a competitive salary in return. The mayor's proposed budget will make that possible and enable us to be strategic about how to navigate the end of ESSER funding. We're also grateful for the fiscal year 25 budget proposal to including a 3.1% increase in the charter school facilities allotment. This annual increase to the allotment is essential to providing our students and teachers with the schools they deserve: safe, comfortable, well-maintained facilities where the focus can be on learning. As you know, it's very expensive to renovate and maintain schools. And like most things, these costs increase each year. Maintaining at least a 3.1% increase is critical, not just to pay for these costs, but also because charter school financing often relies on banks to have assurances of stable, predictable facilities funding in future years. We plan carefully to ensure good fiscal management and the most efficient use of funding. I've heard that there's been a lot of discussion about what CFRS reporting can tell the public about how charters use our facilities allotment. I can say that this reporting can create a misleading picture of what we spend on our school buildings. Here are a couple examples. In December 2021, we closed on a $52 million loan to refinance 4 of our schools and to renovate the home for our Anacostia Middle campus. We're currently in the interest-only period, meaning we pay interest on the debt but haven't started paying down the principal yet. This means that in the most recent CFRS data, building costs for our loans appear to be much lower, approximately half as much, as it will be next year, when the interest-only period ends and we have to start paying down the principal. In school year 22-23, we received $7.5 million in our facilities allotment. And while our CFRS reported building costs were less than that in fiscal year 23, it would be inaccurate to conclude that we don't need this level of funding. We project we're going to need to spend more than $40 million on building renovation needs over the next 3 to 5 years. And that's not fancy upgrades, but rather basic modernization to ensure that our school buildings support learning. The bottom line is that our facilities allotment is inadequate to provide the quality school buildings that all students and families deserve. Finally, I want to appreciate the work of and investment in the PCSB. DC families are able to choose from many diverse, high-quality charter school options for their children thanks to the hard work of the Public Charter School Board leadership and staff. We're thankful for their commitment to being an effective authorizer of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Chelsea Bradford, don't come forward. So you'll be next panel. And Danielle Nubayamo, is she here? All right, next panel. Questions? Ms. Gonzalez, you spoke about the need to continue the 3.1% increase in the charter facilities allotment. Got that right? Mr. Sadownik, you did not. Is that not an issue for Bria?
Yeah, I would probably have to defer back to my directors on that topic.
So it's not that it's not a problem, it's just that they didn't, in talking with them, it was overlooked as part of your comments.
Yeah, correct. My focus was more on adult education and innovation within the sort of academic realm.
Okay, which is fine. Ms. Chablo, in your testimony, have you brought these concerns up to anyone else?
Yes, I did. I testified before this hearing at the oversight hearing for DGS. And I did talk about the lack of following through on the part of DGS. for these 31 former DCPS school buildings leased to charters.
Can you give me a sense of reaction or what came of
I
it?
specifically asked your colleague, Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, to ask the auditor to follow up because it's clear that DGS is not fulsomely tracking money that should be tracked. And in fact, I discovered quite inadvertently by requesting this information by FOIA from the CFO as well, that the CFO has no records. Yeah, and that you looked up and that was shocking to me too. Maybe I'm not understanding this. DGS turned over information to me that was in fact not responsive to the FOIA request that I made, which was for records and receipts. They turned over information that was in four PDF files that were created the day before they turned them over to me. So in fact, the records I never actually saw, and they came up with two different separate sets of information 2 weeks apart for this FOIA request. So it was very odd. And what was clear when I started just number crunching, and I don't pretend to be an expert on this by any means. It was very clear, however, that between not following up on sublet proceeds, not tracking rents, not accounting for renovation credits, that there are millions being left on the table every year that are simply nobody is following up on. And as the charter board prides itself on its accountability to taxpayers, I think this is sort of basic, which is why I asked that, there's one place where all this information is via the charter board. It's not enough to have it buried in fiscal audits. And as I noted, just the few fiscal audits I saw, it was not fulsome accounting there either.
Well, I think you said it was redacted in a few places. The fiscal.
No, nothing was redacted in the fiscal
right.
audits, just
Then I
there was
misread.
information omitted.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony, and those of you online as well. Let me continue. John Glover, who's testifying for Friendship Public Charter School, Chelsea Bradford, Principal Carlos Rosario, Danielle Nubiamo, who's a student at Carlos Rosario, Anna Meja, student at Carlos Rosario. And we'll begin with Mr. Glover.
Thank you, Chairman. When PARCC results were released earlier this year, Friendship was proud to see that our schools grew at 3 times the citywide average in ELA and double the citywide average in math. If you were to walk into a first grade classroom at Friendship Below Pierce, which you actually have done, it would be easy to understand the secret sauce of our success. Students are divided into 3 groups and sit at 3 curved tables, each with a Friendship educator. A master teacher focuses on phonics and reading accuracy. A paraprofessional focuses on reading comprehension, and a reading interventionist focuses on fluency and writing. 3 educators in 1 classroom, all of whom have completed letters training provided by Friendship's own coaches who are certified letters trainers. All of this made possible by a grant from OSSI and funding from this council. Throughout the class period, the students transition from one teacher to the other, completing a full rotation. 3 times a year, students are reassessed using DIBELS and NWA MAP. The instructional team analyzes the data, and student groupings are adjusted to ensure that every child is receiving the personalized supports they most need. In school year 24, ESSER funds account for nearly 50 staff members at school sites, acceleration teachers, assistant teachers, and full-time substitute teachers, all of whom are working hand in hand with our other Friendship team members to ensure our students recover from pandemic learning loss. This includes several educators in our structured literacy program. These staff represent nearly 60% of the ESSER funds we are losing. We are grateful for the mayor leveraging the power of her office to lead schools to higher levels of achievement, progress, and safety. We are prioritizing resources to ensure that our campuses feel the least disruption from the loss of ESSER funding, so that programs and interventions like the one I just described at Friendship Low Pierce can continue. With the mayor's proposed 12.4% increase in UPSFF, we can mitigate the impact of losing ESSER funds while allowing us to meet our commitments on educator pay, student programs, and well-being. At the same time, we are still in a position of having to make cuts of nearly $5 million, but we are doing so with a clear and steadfast charge to preserve staff and program levels of our campuses, and in order to deliver effectively on the essential work of academic recovery, which will continue for years to come. One final note. Earlier today, Deputy Mayor Kine confirmed the importance of a charter facilities allotment and an annual 3.1% increase to account for inflation. Our bondholders rely on the steady 3.1% annual increase embedded in the law when rating our creditworthiness and approving our debt. If our bond ratings are threatened, it literally means that we will spend more of citizens' tax dollars on higher interest rate payments without getting anything more in return for students. We have currently borrowed at about 3%. Every 1% increase in the interest rate is nearly $1 million more each year in interest expense for Friendship. The UPSFF facilities allotment and known steady increases for inflation are critical. We ask that you reinstate them in the out years of this financial plan. Thank you for your partnership and your commitment to our schools, scholars, and families.
Thank you. Chelsea Bradford.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. My name is Chelsea Bradford, and I have had the honor to serve as principal of the Harvard Street campus of the Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School for the past 2 years. Carlos Rosario is a very special place where the mission statement lives on and is embodied in all who work there. Our mission to deliver quality education, career training, and supportive services that enable adult immigrants to realize their dreams while strengthening our community and economy can be observed in every facet of our daily operations. The Harvard Street campus serves students who are interested in learning English, earning their GED in Spanish, gaining citizenship, or earning certifications in computer basics. I am proud to share that since the start of the school year, we have helped at least 30 students gain citizenship. And for GED in Spanish, we have 6 graduates so far, with 20 more students who are only in need of 1 more subject area to graduate this June. Still, Carlos Rosario is not solely focused on academics, as we realize that to ensure our students are in a position to strengthen the community and economy means that their most basic needs are met. My campus serves almost 1,600 students, and in the fall semester alone, the Student Services Department served almost 800 students. Examples of student support services include, but are not limited to, connecting students with housing solutions, preparing students for job interviews, assisting students in domestic violence situations, and enrolling students in the Smart Trip program. These varying levels of support are needed to ensure our students thrive in the classroom. As principal, I ask that you ensure that adult-serving schools are fully funded. Lack of full funding could adversely impact my school community by requiring us to eliminate resources. For example, since the pandemic, Carlos Rosario has become a one-to-one school, which means that our students receive a loaner laptop as well as Wi-Fi if necessary. Maintaining this initiative has taken a large portion of our budget at around $2 million per year for devices and Wi-Fi. It also has required an increase in investment in personnel, from help desk support to digital literacy tutors. All of these are at jeopardy of disappearing if we are not fully funded. Furthermore, not being fully funded makes it more challenging to support the needs of our students who are in need of specialized services. For school year 24-25, Carlos Rosario has plans to increase the size of the SART team, which meets the needs of students with varying disabilities. Without being fully funded, our ability to expand this team and provide these vital services is severely limited. I am extremely grateful for the support of the mayor, the DME, and city council, as without it, the ability for Carlos Rosario to support, educate, and improve the lives of its students would be severely limited. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you today my hope for continued support for adult education schools.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Ms. Nubiamo.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelssohn and members of the Committee of the Whole and its staff. My name is Nubayama Daniel Manita, a student at Carlos Rosario Public Charter School. I am testifying before you today to respectfully ask that adult education in the district be adequately and fully funded. I am proud to be part of this great school that offers me and many adults in DC the opportunity to learn English, get a GED, enter into a career, and get back to our feet. When you lack language, your world collapses. Language is a great factor in cultural integration. Imagine my frustration my first days here. I avoided public places, meetings, and teaching staff. What stress! I felt embarrassed. Fortunately, we have Carlos Rosario School. Not only am I learning the English language and about American culture, but I am also full of confidence for the future. Many adults do not have a good salary because they do not speak or write in English and do not have a high school diploma. The education these adults receive through the ESL and GED programs allows them to dream of having a career, vacations, retirement, and to hope for better days. Carlos Rosario School provides me as an immigrant with the integration, inclusion, and empowerment that I need. I come from Chad, in Central Africa, where a dictatorial regime has ruled for more than 30 years. On October 20th, 2022, the first big protest, the military regime shot and killed more than 200 young demonstrators in a matter of 3 hours. Many people have gone missing, been arrested, been jailed, and received death threats. My husband was an activist opposing the military regime. This is why my family fled to DC, hoping for a better future for my 2 daughters. Also, the adult learner transportation subsidy that the Carlos Rosario student receive is critical. The 70-a-month transportation assistance that students receive is a weight lift off their shoulders. This assistance helps pay most of the cost of public transportation, which can be expensive. Today, I stand before you confident and at ease speaking in English. I hope that this committee's budget decision will allow me to continue to build my family's future. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify before your committee.
Thank you. And Anna Mejia?
Greetings, Chairman Mendelssohn, council members, and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Ana Mejia. I am a graduate of the Carlos Rosario School and board of the school, a board of trustees for the school. I am also a small business owner, entrepreneur, and mother. I reside in Oversight, and I have been a resident of the district for 15 years. I try to give back to the community because I had been a student for many years, and all that I had learned has had a great impact in my life for the better. The Carlos Rosario School has impacted the community enormously because it provides many immigrants access to better opportunities, salaries, improved family life quality, and greater their confidence. Without the Carlos Rosario School, I will not be where I am today. When I first arrived at the Carlos Rosario School, I was filled with uncertainty and apprehension. English was not my first language, and navigating to educational system in a new country seemed daunting. However, from the moment that I stepped out through the door of the Carlos Rosario, I was embraced in a warm and supportive community that made me feel welcome and encouraged. One of the most valued aspects of my time at Carlos Rosario School has been the individualized attention and resources available to students. The dedicated faculty and staff went above and beyond to ensure that I had access to the tools and support needed to succeed, whether it was extra tutoring sessions, counseling service, or career guidance. I always feel like I had someone in my corner to cheer me on. I graduated from the school's ESL, culinary arts, IT fundamental, and a small business and entrepreneurship programs. And it changed my life. Today, I am running my canning food business called Mena's Boys Gourmet at the UDC Van Ness Farmers Market. And I am able to coach other business owners and chefs about the basics, giving back to the community what I was given to me by the Carlos Rosario. For the 2,000 plus students at the Carlos Rosario serves every year, Carlos Rosario is not only a school, but it is a community and a safety net. Refugees from over 80 countries, speaking over 30 languages, had found a home in Washington, D.C. because of the Carlos Rosario School. Over 90% of the students are below the federal poverty line and will be forgotten without the school. For the people who have limited access to resources and they don't know where their next meal comes from, to be able to access high quality education so they can communicate and explore careers and be able to have a laptop with internet access to government benefits, to have a transportation, to go to the doctor appointments, and take their children to school. All of is a world of different and will not be possible without your support and esteemed council members and chairmen. Please bring funding for adult school to the level of the 2023 adequacy studies so that the Carlos Rosario School can help other immigrants like me and to the thousands and other graduates. With this increase, the school can expand the individualized attention and specialized services that the students need and maintain its one-on-one device radio so that every student had access to online resources and building digital literacy skills. Please fund to the level for adult school to the 100% of the base wage as the mayor budget recommends. And I ask you to maintain the adult learner transportation subsidy that so many students benefit from it, as I do. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. I don't think I have any questions for any of you. Your testimony is helpful, but you're not the first to raise some of these issues, so thank you all very much. Susan Espinoza, who's a student academic resource teacher at Carlos Rosario. Dr. Jeffrey Grant, who's the CEO of Monument Academy Public Charter School. Catherine Procope, Executive Director, Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science. Matthew McCray, Head of School, Meridian Public Charter School. Shannon Hodge, President of KIPP DC. Ms. Esther Johnson, Chief Executive Officer, Academy of Hope. Myron Long, Executive Director, Social Justice Public Charter School. Tracy White, CEO of Paul Public Charter School. Ariel Johnson, Executive Director, DC Charter School Alliance. And Dr. Marco Clark, who is CEO, Richard Wright Public Charter School. I will begin with Ms. Espinoza. Good afternoon. You've been here all day.
All day.
Hope you've been enjoying it. A lot of non-charter stuff.
It's very educational. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. So good evening, Chairman Middleton and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. Thank you for opening this space for us to share our work at Carlos Rosario and our ask for adequate funding for adult education. My name is Susan Espinosa, and I am the Student Academic Resource Teacher at the Carlos Rosario School. At Carlos Rosario, I work with students who are struggling academically, some of whom have diagnosed special needs. Our diverse population has a diverse set of needs. Many of our students have never gone to school. Others are cardiologists and lawyers. Some of our students have learning disabilities that make it difficult for them to progress at the same rate as others. And a handful of our students have more severe disabilities, ranging from cognitive impairment, traumatic brain injury, speech and language impairment, blindness, hard of hearing, and health impairment. Our job as a school is to meet our students where they are and work with them to achieve their goals, to learn English, pass the GED, or graduate from a workforce program. They need to learn English to live in the United States. They want to work and communicate with others. They want to be productive members of our community. We need to individualize the learning for our students who have unique needs. I work with students outside of the classroom, creating special lessons to target their specific strengths and challenges. I support teachers with modified materials, accommodations, and strategies to help them in the classroom. We also contract with external experts, an occupational therapist, and a speech language pathologist. All of this takes time, human capital, and money. I ask that you adequately fund DC's adult-serving public charter schools so that we can provide adequate and appropriate support to our students with learning differences through increased individual interventions, in-class interventions for our students and teachers, and specialized interventions for specific needs. Our students do not want to be a burden to their city or their families. They long to be independent, and they can be with the right support. Please, we are asking for adequate funding to be able to serve all of our students. Thank you for your support of adult education thus far and for this opportunity to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Grant?
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and all members of the council. I am Dr. Jeffrey Grant, CEO of Monument Academy Public Charter School located in Ward 7. We are the only residential public school for middle school scholars in Washington, D.C. Monument Academy operates within its mission of enrolling and educating scholars who are in or at risk of going into the child welfare system. Additionally, Monument's mission identifies the need to attract and retain quality staff members. Our staffing model enables our team members to support the scholars who travel from wards 1, 4, 5, stay in Ward 7, and 8 to learn and live in Monument Academy for over 50% of a calendar year. Many of our scholars are school dependent, a term coined by Yvette Jackson in her poem, Pedagogy of Confidence. This translates to the fact that a large number of our scholars rely on Monument to provide the support and resources needed for them to effectively participate in life. Monument also seeks to attract and retain quality staff members who strive to create and nurture
positive relationships with our scholars and their families. These relationships enable the academic, well-being, and student life departments to modify or enhance the scholars' decision-making skills. The strategy required for learning. It is imperative that we cherish these stakeholders by providing benefits packages and supportive climates to keep highly effective staff members employed in Monument Academy, as well as in the field of education. There remains a national school staff shortage that continues to have a stranglehold on academic growth. Monument works diligently to counter this unfortunate trend that had impacted the community we serve well before the pandemic. Mayor Bowser's proposed increase of 12.4% will enable Monument to continue to positively impact the lives of our stakeholders. In closing, I want to thank all of you for providing the opportunity to be heard. Oftentimes, those who choose to work with the most vulnerable feel ignored and unappreciated while we stay dedicated to the work. Recent events have opened our eyes to the travesties that have permeated our communities for centuries due to the intentional infliction of denial. No one should be surprised by the outcomes that have resulted from ignoring the obvious. Now we have an opportunity to truly repair our communities to ensure that current and future generations can realize their goals and not become statistics due to unrealized dreams. Please fully fund the proposed budget and save the lives we say we want to save. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Grant. Catherine Procope.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to give testimony today on the proposed budget. I represent the Howard University Middle School located in Ward 1, and I myself am a proud resident of Ward 6. We are acutely aware that this budget season comes with its unique set of challenges. The city faces tough decisions across the board, and every sector's needs must be carefully balanced. Despite these difficulties, I stand before you to stress the vital importance of supporting the proposed enhancements to educational funding. The 12.4% increase in the universal per pupil funding formula is a critical component of this budget. As the ESSER funds recede, we find ourselves at a precarious juncture, striving to deliver and maintain high-quality education amidst financial constraints. This increase is not just beneficial, but essential to fill a void left by those diminishing funds and to continue to provide our students with the education they rightfully deserve and provide them with the supports needed to address the existing learning gaps. Equally important is the proposed 3.1 increase in facilities funding. Our buildings are more than just structures. They are the environments where young minds are nurtured and dreams are cultivated. And this funding is crucial for the necessary upkeep and maintenance that ensures our schools are safe, welcoming, and conducive to learning. The inclusion of new program funding in the budget is particularly commendable, specifically high-impact tutoring funding, the teacher apprenticeship program, and attendance intervention initiatives are not just investments for our schools, but in our students' futures. These programs address immediate needs for our educational system, enhancing academic support, expanding the teacher workforce, and ensuring consistent student engagement. I also want to express my deepest gratitude to the Council for past support that has consistently recognized the importance of equitable funding for charter school educators. Your commitment has been instrumental in enabling schools like ours to thrive and serve our communities effectively. While we acknowledge the fiscal challenges our city faces, we must also recognize the indispensable role education plays in shaping our future. Supporting this budget is an investment in that future, a testament to our collective belief in the transformative power of education. And I do so urge you to uphold this commitment by endorsing the mayor's proposed budget for 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Procope. Matthew McCray.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, esteemed members of DC City Council, and guests. I'm honored to testify before you today as the head of school at Meridian Public Charter School to address the proposed fiscal year 25 budget and its implications for charter schools like ours. Meridian has been a pillar of the Ward 1 community for 25 years, serving a high-needs population of students where nearly a third are learning English alongside their home language, and nearly 70% of our students meet the at-risk classification. First, I want to express my gratitude for the mayor's proposed budget, which contains largely positive news for schools like Meridian. The confirmation of the increase in the UPSFF by 12.4%, along with adjustments to various student weightings, most notably the increase in at-risk funding, reflects a commitment to bolstering education funding in our city. Additionally, the 3.1% increase in the fiscal year 25 charter facilities allotment is a step in the right direction for ensuring adequate resources for our schools. However, amidst this good news, there are concerns that we cannot overlook. The revelation that the proposed Budget Support Act may repeal the law mandating an annual 3.1 increase in the charter facilities allotment after fiscal year 25 is troubling. We understand the fiscal challenges facing the district, particularly in light of the need to replenish reserve funds utilized during the pandemic. However, the elimination of this critical provision jeopardizes the stability and predictability of facilities funding for charter schools in the years ahead. Charter school financing often relies on assurances of consistent funding to secure essential facilities. The annual increase in the facilities allotment is not merely a financial matter, but a cornerstone for the long-term sustainability of our schools. It provides crucial assurances to financial institutions and investors, ensuring that we can continue to provide high-quality education to our students without compromise. While the immediate impact of this proposal may not be felt in the upcoming academic year, its implications for the future cannot be understated. I urge you to recognize the significance of the annual 3.1% increase in the facilities allotment, and I advocate for its preservation in the final budget. Finally, I find it disappointing that the mayor's budget continues to place funding outside of the UPSFF targeted to DC public schools. It is disingenuous to say that impact only applies to DCPS when charters have no opportunity outside of our regular operating funds to implement a performance bonus program for our own teachers. I implore council to either move the impact funds into UPSFF or offer equivalent funding to charters to create our own performance pay programs. Last year, council created policy to ensure funding stays within the UPSFF, and council must enforce this policy in this budget and in future budgets. In closing, I implore you to consider the long-term implications of this proposal on the charter school community, which serves half of the students that live within DC and all of our teachers and staff alongside them. Let us work together to ensure that every child in the district has access to the quality education they deserve. And thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you today.
Thank you, Mr. McCray. Shannon Hodge.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Shannon Hodge, and I'm the president of KIPP DC Public Schools, where 1,300 teachers, staff, and leaders educate and support over 7,000 students across campuses in wards 2, 5, 7, and 8. This evening, I'll testify on 3 points. Gratitude for the proposed budget, which treats public schools equitably by funding last year's educator pay increases through the funding formula. Encouragement to continue predictable facilities funding for public charter schools, and respect for the importance of independent authorizing of public charter schools. A year ago today, I asked you to show a commitment to all students and all educators in DC's public schools by funding educator salary increases equitably through the UPSFF. The FY24 budget partially met that challenge, and the proposed FY24 budget meets that challenge by funding educator pay increases equitably through the formula. For that, we are grateful. The city has difficult decisions to make, and we recognize the commitment to public education and high-quality schools in the mayor's proposed budget. We appreciate that, and we ask that the council maintain that commitment. We recognize that as the city plans for a more difficult financial future, it is revisiting its commitments to funding across many areas of the budget. One of those is the charter facilities allowance, which provides much-needed predictability for schools. This dedicated funding allows schools to invest in safe and up-to-date facilities, directly impacting the learning environment for students. Predictable funding enables long-term planning for improvements in maintenance, ensuring classrooms are conducive to learning and essential resources are available. Without stable facilities funding, charter schools are forced to divert resources from core educational programs, hindering our ability to deliver a high-quality public education. We ask that before you make changes to the facilities allowance, talk with us about how our facilities funding works and how changes to that funding will affect our students' learning experiences and outcomes. Finally, an independent chartering body is critical for the success of public charter schools. It provides an objective and unbiased review of charter applications and holds schools accountable for performance. This fosters innovation and allows charters to develop unique educational models that meet the diverse needs of our students. Furthermore, it ensures the financial health and academic rigor of our schools, ultimately creating a thriving and accountable sector that complements our traditional public schools. Thank you for your continued support and investment in education, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Leicester Johnson is not here. Myron Long is not here. Tracy White.
Hello, good evening. I am here.
I see.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Dr. Tracy White, and I'm the CEO of Hall Public Charter Schools. We are located in Ward 4, and we serve 751 students in grades 5 through 12. I'm here today to express both my own and my school community's support for Mayor Bowser's proposed 12.4 increase to the UPSFF. This increase is crucial in our ongoing efforts to close the achievement gap, which was exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. We cannot afford to allow the disruptions of past years to derail the progress we've made with our children, and this funding will help us to continue to recover the learning loss suffered during the pandemic. It will ensure that all students have equal opportunities to succeed and continue the essential investments that were funded by the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds. These investments are instrumental in providing crucial resources, as you are well aware, such as technology upgrades, mental health supports, and most importantly, expanding our learning opportunities to our students. At Paul, these resources enabled our middle school students to rebound and exceed pre-pandemic achievement levels in ELA, and our high school students have also rebounded to pre-pandemic ELA achievement. Additionally, this increase enables us to offer competitive compensation packages to all who serve in our students, which is critical because our teachers and staff are the backbone of our educational system, and it's imperative that we recognize and reward their dedication and hard work. Now, while we are grateful for the proposed increase to the UPSFF, it is equally important to ensure that charters receive annual increases to the facilities allotment. These funds are essential for the creation of safe, code-compliant building spaces for our students. Without these increases, we would struggle to cover the cost of necessary maintenance and renovations, jeopardizing the safety and well-being of our students, staff, and the community. Furthermore, these funds are not only utilized, but also saved to address major projects that would otherwise be out of reach. By investing in our charter school facilities, we are investing in the long-term success and also the prosperity of our city. In conclusion, I fully urge you to support Mayor Bowser's proposed increase to the UPSFF and to prioritize annual increases to facilities allotments for charter schools. I truly appreciate your commitment to providing all students with the resources and support they need to thrive in school and beyond. And thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. White. Ariel Johnson.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee. My name is Ariel Johnson. I am the Executive Director of the DC Charter School Alliance. I'm going to go off script for 1 second and say thank you so much for allowing some flexibility today so that we can attend Dr. Ramona Edelin's memorial this morning. It was well attended and we really appreciate it. I want to start by sharing how grateful we are for the district's continued investments in the city's education system, but there's progress to be made to ensure students are proficient in core subjects. Mayor Bowser's historic proposed 12.4% increase to UPSFF comes at a critical time, with federal ESSER dollars running out this year, fully incorporating the ongoing cost of charter educator raises and increasing the UPSFF weights for students designated at risk, alternative students, and adult students are key to ensuring our schools remain adequately resourced. Additionally, the annual 3.1% charter facilities allotment increase ensures schools keep up with the rising costs to maintain and secure the buildings that students deserve, as charter schools do not have access to capital funds for major facilities upgrades. The proposed budget repeals this vital investment in schools and in students. We urge the council to support these investments in public education. Additionally, I want to acknowledge how fortunate we are to have a strong, independent charter school authorizer who collaborates effectively with agencies and partners across the district. Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis's thoughtful partnership and the critical oversight, support, and services she and her staff provide to charter schools are invaluable. While our system isn't always perfect, It is helpful to look at places comparable to DC that don't have independent authorizers to understand why their absence hurts both charter and traditional schools. In places like Illinois, Massachusetts, or New Jersey, we see embattled fights for equity and fair access to resources that shift focus away from academic achievement toward political decisions that harm students. Meanwhile, our neighbors in Maryland and Virginia continue to experience stifled growth or of even the highest quality seats, or there are no seats at all, limiting choice for all families, but especially the ones who need it most. In contrast, the Deputy Mayor for Education, OSSI, and PCSB are working collectively to build a strong education system in the district, ensuring that every student receives the support they need to thrive. The DC Alliance takes our support of schools seriously, with 100% of DC charter schools as our members. We work closely with leaders to identify and address their challenges. For example, we created and administered no-cost one-to-one leadership coaching for more than 60 leaders from 39 LEAs last year, which was made possible through a unique collaboration between PCSB and OSSI. Additionally, we heard your concerns last year about consistent distribution of resources across the sector to ensure strong educator retention. That's why the DC Alliance commissioned a compensation study to accomplish two things: ensure LEAs are implementing increases to charter educator salaries in accordance with OSSI's guidelines, and provide comprehensive data on regional educator compensation for leaders to use as they incorporate pay increases and set competitive salary scales prior to the May 1st, 2024 deadline. Finally, the DC Alliance facilitates meetings with our school leaders and DC agencies. We partner with the PCSB on bi-weekly calls with MPD, Metro Transit, and Safe Passage representatives. We also host monthly meetings between the DME and our executive committee, a group of leaders elected by their peers representing preschool through adult schools. We use this opportunity to collaborate and navigate challenges. We appreciate our partnership with the district's education agencies. We look forward to our continued collaboration. Thank you for your time and attention. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you, each of you. Why don't we just take a moment? I had forgotten. Could you say something about the service today?
It was a beautiful service, and it was everything that I think Dr. Ramona Edelin would have wanted to honor her tremendous legacy and her tremendous life. It was filled with a ton of education leaders, both charter and district, and folks who have been in the civil rights movement and the fight for equity across sectors for a very long time. I know a lot of us feel still very emotional and overcome from the services this morning, but we are very grateful to have been there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of questions, and I'm going to ask the first one of you, Ms. Johnson. So a number of the charter schools, not everyone, testified that this annual increase of 3.1% to the facilities allotment needs to be kept in place. Are they exaggerating? Why? And I'm asking you, not anybody else, because you represent the Alliance. Are they exaggerating?
Chairman, no, they are not exaggerating. There is a desperate cost between what charter schools are allotted and what DCPS gets. That's just the reality. And we have costs that schools cannot keep up with without this additional increase. It's HVAC, it's keeping up with ADA compliance and elevators. It is all of the things that schools need to just maintain basic facilities. I can give you a number of examples of schools who are struggling right now to figure out how they keep up with their costs. And I understand there's research right now saying that schools are not using their full allotment. They are. It's cyclical, right? So if you have a project that you need to do in 2 years, you have to save for it. So there may look like there's additional costs and resources that schools are hoarding or not using and spending. No, they're doing what responsible schools do, allocating those resources for whatever capital projects they have, because they don't get access to capital funds.
Well, there's been some testimony that schools have borrowed. I'm assuming most schools borrow, and that the borrowing, the financing is dependent upon an annual increase in this allotment.
So I think there's a couple of different things happening there. Not every school has access to borrow and has access to capital in that way. So it is helpful to have some additional facility support so that when they go into a lender, they can say, we have a consistent support from through our government entities to help us maintain our facilities. No lender is going to support a school that doesn't have any sort of resources to back them up or any sort of savings. But there are a number of schools that don't actually have access to lending and capital in the same way. If you are a smaller single site school and you need additional resources, it's much harder to get those resources from a traditional lender than it would be to get it from the government agency.
Chairman, if I can also add to that, I think one of the things that you heard about a lender potentially basing the rate on that particular increase is that in the law, it has been written that there would be a 3.1% increase in charter facilities funding. So if I am a school that's going out to negotiate with a lender, they have that in the law that they can look to and say, this is what I would expect from this school to be able to contribute to this loan over time. If that changes, of course, what the school gets. It does not change what they owe. And so I think what you would have is then people who have entered into agreements based on that understanding in the law now have a situation where they are owing more than they anticipated owing relative to what they're getting in from the city. And the only way to pay for that, because the loan amount is not going to change, the only way to pay for that is to take that money from other places in educational programming, which directly takes away from students.
So I asked the deputy mayor about it this morning, and the answer I got, even though he didn't put it quite this starkly, was it was a budget decision to balance the budget, and that they hope to reverse it next year. But this actually causes some harm in the short term.
In the short term, it creates instability and where we can't afford it.
Did you want to add to that?
I mean, that's the simplest answer. We're going to have schools that will not be able to complete their projects or will not be able to meet the requirements of their lenders without this increase. And again, to Shannon's point, you're going to have schools that they're pulling money from other places. And we've already discussed how we need to make sure that every operational dollar is going into the classroom. We can't have that going for any other costs.
So Mr. McCray said something interesting in his testimony. It's actually, I think, not in the written statement. And that was that his observation that impact bonuses are being paid to DCPS outside of the formula. This is an issue that I've raised at least last year, if not for several years. I find it a bit annoying. I did ask the deputy mayor about it this morning. Somehow, how do I put this fairly? That pay to teachers is unique to DCPS. Did I get that wrong? And therefore justified being outside the formula. But what Mr. McCray said that piqued my whatever is that the council must enforce the law. Well, there's the rub, because we did pass legislation last year that says impact has to be brought within the formula. And the mayor did what she has done before and mayors before her has done, which is she submits a budget with impact outside the formula and a Budget Support Act amendment that changes the law. That's how that works. She did the same thing on the DCPS side with Schools First in funding. Is she's not funding the schools according to the law, but then just in the Budget Support Act repealing the law. So this is actually leading to a question, and that is, how do we enforce? And you may not have an answer, and maybe you need to think about this, but that's really, I said this already, the rub. How can the council say impact has to be within the formula, or these other things have to be however we prescribe them, the 3.1%? And avoid the mayor just getting around it by proposing to change the law. Any ideas? I mean, let me just add that in order to, there are a lot of demands on the council right now. One of them, just in the education sector, which is all these cuts to the individual DCPS schools, but also restoring the 3.1% facilities increase, which I think has $11 million fiscal impact. So if we take the 20 million for, it's actually a little more for impact and put it in the formula, then we have to, it's not quite the same amount, but almost the same amount goes to the charters in the formula, which of course is the point, that those two sectors get paid equally. So it's not easy for me to do it this year. And I just assume that the mayor not set us up like this. So how do we, getting back to my question, do you have any thoughts on how the council can enact a provision like impact has to in the future be part of the formula and make it stick?
My assumption is the reason it's not sticking is because money isn't in the budget to do that on the same side. And so it seems like there are difficult decisions to be made, and I can't make those decisions for you. I think what you see from, I assume Ariel, myself, certainly from Matthew, is that I think we all believe that that money should be given equally to charters. As I understand it, it's about $104 million over 4 years that would be funded to DCPS outside the funding formula for impact. But we also recognize the position the city is in. And so I think the reason you don't have us here wearing T-shirts that say that is that we understand the difficult position the city is in, but we haven't forgotten and won't forget. And so whatever we can do to be helpful, I think we're certainly willing to do that, but we also recognize that there are difficult decisions to be made. I'm sorry, that's not the answer that you wanted. I think what I'm saying is I don't know, but we would support how we get there.
Well, I'm open to suggestions, and we have roughly 54 days between now and first reading. If I could think, I mean, the power of appropriation is pretty powerful, but the process is one where the mayor can undo it in the next budget by just proposing as part of that budget to change the law. And there's actually, just to put a little bit more, I'll say, flavor to this, is that if we did do this year what we did last year, which is to say, all right, impact has to be included in the formula, then we have to reflect that in the financial plan. So it's not just a $20 million hit in 1 year. And let's say we don't do it this year, starting next year, that's for the 3 remaining years, that's 60 million. When the mayor decides, well, I'm just going to go back to what I've been doing, which I think is pretty cynical, but I'm just going to go back to what I'm doing. She now has $60 million because we had set it aside for this, and she, by changing the law, it becomes available to her. That's a challenge with any of these issues that are have recurring funding, is that when she disregards and undoes it, and it's only a proposal that she undoes it, but nonetheless, it means that the budget is balanced. That not only does she get around the policy, she makes it harder for us to implement that policy because we have to pay for it, and then it frees up all this money for her through the fiscal plan, financial plan. I don't think I have any other questions for you. But if you have an answer, you've got 54 days to give me the answer. Thank you. Thank you, each of you. And thank you, the rest of you who are online. At this point, we will turn to Dr. Michelle Walker Davis. And Dr. Davis, as you sit down, please do me a favor. Do not start by saying good evening. It's still afternoon. It's not even 6 o'clock. And if you go to the west, it's probably not even 5 o'clock. When you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's fiscal year 25 budget oversight hearing. I am Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, and I am the Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. I'm joined today by Melody Sampson, Chief School Performance Officer, and Michael Bea, Director of School Finance. Let me start by thanking Mayor Bowser for the historic 12.4% increase to the UPS-FF. This demonstrates that investing in our children and adult learners remains a priority despite a fiscally difficult year for the district. We believe it is important to capture the full cost of education in the funding formula and we hope to continue to see such investments in students for years to come. I'd also like to thank the mayor for increasing the adult weight to 1.0 and the at-risk weight to 0.30. As you know, and heard in testimony today, adult schools provide programs which lead to successful careers within DC communities. These investments will allow schools to support more students. We also recognize that despite historic investments in education, many schools will face cuts due to the loss in federal funding and rising cost. These cuts will require school leaders to make tough decisions. Less buying power may mean personnel reductions for some schools and limited programming in others. While the end of ESSER does present challenges for schools, Mayor Bowser's proposed funding increase will soften the impact. Going into this budget cycle, we know students, teachers, and families have many priorities, but the one we hear most consistently is about safety. While schools are confident in their abilities to provide safe learning environments within their walls, leaders and families continually express concern about neighborhood safety and commuting. Safety requires that all agencies collaborate, hear the concerns of schools, and work to address concerns within their spheres of influence. If we want students to regularly attend school, we have to do more to ensure their safety getting to and from school. We also need to provide school leaders with the resources they require to support internal safety efforts, and we as agencies need to make sure we communicate with them regarding daily safety issues and larger strategies. We hope to see the council fund the School Safety Enhancement Group's recommendations, especially grant funding for hard infrastructure and improved communication and information sharing efforts. In addition, appropriate school facilities are key to keeping students safe. In an environment with rising cost and inflation, our LEAs depend on the increases in the facilities allowance promised to them to maintain and improve their campuses. By removing planned increases in the Budget Support Act, schools may need to hold off on necessary renovations which support both learning and safety. We hope to see the council restore the commitment to the 3.1% increase. Students in both DCPS and public charter schools deserve access to high-quality facilities. Families and school leaders are also concerned about mental health. School leaders report more students are missing school due to poor mental health following the pandemic, and that safety issues across the district are a strain on students mentally. DCPCSB supports restoring some of the cuts to the school-based mental health program to ensure more students have access to resources and clinicians at their campuses. Regarding the DC Public Charter School Agency budget, as you know, DCPCSB operates within legislatively mandated accounting principles, which are different from most agencies of the DC government. In practice, it means we must budget several years in advance while maintaining a fund reserve balance for anticipated and unanticipated expenses. DCPCSB receives funding from assessing an administrative fee to each public charter LEA, instead of through annual council appropriation process similar to other agencies. This funding allows us to support our mission to provide DC students a quality education that makes them feel valued and prepares them for lifelong learning, fulfilling careers, and economic security. To work toward our mission and vision in fiscal year 25, we plan to further invest in data security, meeting our strategic roadmap priorities, and implementing Aspire, our revised accountability system. These investments will complement increases to the funding formula to further promote high-quality schools for our students. We also hope to see the council include a long-term funding solution for St. Coletta Public Charter School in the FY2025 budget. The school has a mission to empower children and adults with intellectual disabilities to discover their full potential. Their program is unique and valuable to the district, serving families for almost 2 decades, and is one we must ensure the resources needed to holistically support its students. Given St. Coletta's unique population and the additional staffing required to implement its programming, the district needs a new and sustainable method for funding this worthy program. We hope to see the council implement the level 4+ special education weight from the 2023 funding study, or raise the special education school weight from 1.17 to 1.9. One of these methods should provide the needed long-term solution for both St. Coletta community as well as the River Terrace Education Campus students. Last year, funding was reappropriated from our budget to fill gaps for St. Coletta. We ask that you do not repeat this approach again in fiscal '25. It is not only unfair to the 68 other LEAs whose fees went to subsidize a policy shortcoming affecting one LEA, but it is also financially unsustainable and will severely impede our ability to fully implement our upcoming oversight activities. Part of our role as the sole authorizer of DC Public Charter Schools is financial oversight of our public charter LEAs. Schools create their budgets in compliance with the Common Financial Reporting Standards, CFRS, and they send their budgets to us, DCPCSB, each July. Our finance team conducts reviews and produces reports to ensure financial stability and fiscal prudence. If our finance team identifies any areas of concern, they will reach out to the school for more information. They thoroughly examine school budgets for any loss or deficits in cash flow, reserve amounts, and expenditure patterns. In addition to budget submissions, our team also collects quarterly or sometimes monthly financial statements from schools to monitor fiscal responsibility. DCPCSB produces a financial analysis report, or FAR, each year that details all schools' financial stability and long-term solvency through a series of common metrics and narrative information. If a school does not meet certain financial measures, they can be placed on our monitoring list, which at any given time usually only includes a few LEAs. Based on the financial measures an LEA missed, we may require monthly financial statements, conduct closer analyses of those statements, and/or request additional documentation. And if our staff determines that an LEA shows an ongoing pattern of unreliable or untimely financials, we may issue a Financial Corrective Action Plan, or FCAP, with the goal of helping the LEA get back on track with their finances. Lastly, I want to emphasize that stable and predictable funding through the Uniform Per Student Funding Formula supports LEAs to provide DC students with quality and equitable programming. Schools need quality teachers, nurses, mental health services, strong leadership, and systems to drive equitable change. Given the personnel required for such work, schools need to know that they can expect the UPSFF to capture the full cost of education. It is a challenge for schools when the city decides to allocate any funding outside the funding formula. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. So the first question I have here is about the 3.1% increase, but I think I've kind of covered that already. And you ended your testimony talking about expenditures that are outside the formula. So you heard me ask the question of the previous panel. Do you have any thoughts on how the council could affect the right policy and have it stick?
Thank you, Chairman. I may not be able to answer the question about how, but I do want to just speak a little bit to why. As you know, this is my second tour of duty here in the district, and was a part of a lot of the discussions in the early years of the Uniform Per Student Funding Formula. And so I want to really more speak to why. In my mind, and as you heard in the testimony, fully funding the cost of education through the funding formula is consistent with the diverse educational ecosystem that we have. It allows a traditional school district to make the decisions that it needs to make, and it also allows each of the very different charter schools to make the decisions that they need to make. And I guess I would reflect on all of us when we're doing our budgeting at home. We have to live within our means. And so what that means for traditional schools and charter schools is, if we believe that the cost of education is such, schools should be given that money to operate. And that means that in DCPS's case, they would need to collectively bargain and do any performance bonuses that they need to do within that budget as would charter schools, get to make the same decisions for themselves. And so I don't know how to make that stick. I know when I was on the other end of the table as a staffer in the mayor's office, as a staffer in the budget office, I was very keen on making sure that we were following the letter of the law. And so for me, I think we have the tools and the mechanisms in the wisdom of the funding formula that we have. And I think it's on all of us to think about the best ways to use it and to fund our services through that funding formula.
You were here when Tony Williams was mayor?
Yes.
And so under Tony Williams, the executive was faithful to the two-sector approach with the UPSFF.
We certainly tried to be.
Because it seems to be a growing problem with this administration. You may not want to join me in that implicit criticism, but it seems to be a growing problem of making the list longer each year. Although maybe the list is the same length this year as last year, but last year the council cut the list shorter, and the mayor's gotten around it by just simply proposing in the BSA that what we did last year is repealed.
Yeah, I would join Ms. Hodge in saying that we recognize that this is a difficult budget year, and there are a lot of decisions that both the mayors had to make and you will have to make, as well as the other council members. And so again, you will always hear me testify to the fact that the solution sits in funding our costs through the funding formula. And I know that you and your team will figure out how to make that happen consistently.
Yeah, I know, we try, but it's tough and I can't make any guarantees on that. But let me just say, every year is a difficult budget year. Was it not last year a difficult budget year? And I think it was the year before. It's a little hard to believe, but every year is a difficult budget year. Let me see. So I'm going to put a little bit of heat on you. So you get, the board gets its funding through an administrative fee. Now the UPSFF went up 12%, so that means that the fee, unless you change it, is going to bring you more money, but you don't necessarily need more people. So why is that okay?
First, I would like to say that this is where you and I have had conversations about the discrepancy between the budget authority that our agency is granted versus the actual revenue that our agency receives. Yes, we are granted an administrative fee for each of the charter schools that are under our authority. We have the ability in law to assess up to 1%, and in recent years, we have not assessed that full 1%. We've given schools a discount in recognition, as you said, of the challenging budget years that we've had, and also the ability for as much money to go to school programming as possible. In addition to that, I think you also have heard me talk to you about the ongoing challenges to our reserve balance. We were asked to cover St. Coletta last year. We also experienced a sweep in our fund reserve for fiscal year 23. And we are now facing what would be considered a 2.6 million deficit, which is really a reduction in our reserves. And as I started at the beginning of my testimony, we plan for years ahead. We don't just plan for the current year. So what that means is the planning that we have for the out years is compromised by those reductions that happened in the budget process. And so while we are getting an increase in the funding formula, it really is allowing us to continue with those planned expenses. It is essentially backfilling the reduction that we experienced in our funding reserves.
I think I missed some of that, and it's not in your statement. So there was a fund sweep for you, from you?
There was a fund sweep in the fiscal 23 BSA. There was also the funding associated with St. Coletta that came out of
Yeah,
our
not
reserve.
asking about St.
And-
Coletta.
And the last thing.
Somehow I didn't bring that one up.
Yes.
But in the FY25 proposed budget, is there a fund sweep?
We were also one of the agencies that experienced a fund sweep in our reserve balance. As the mayor was coming up with her budget, agencies were asked to make difficult choices. And we partnered with the city administrator to make sure that that was the least impactful on our budget.
How much is the fund sweep?
1 million in our case.
Same as St. Coletta's last year. I didn't say that. So an argument could be
It-
made that
To
the,
clarify, that's hitting our fiscal year 24 budget, which means it would not roll into our fiscal 25 budget. So it's happening for this fiscal year.
but where I'm going is that so the increase in the UPSFF, which means more dollars to the charter schools, which means that 1% more dollars to the charter school board, that if the charter school board chooses to assess 1% or close to that, some of that money could go to replenish the fund.
The money that we will receive as a result of the funding formula increase for fiscal year 25 is doing that for the fiscal year 25 budget, because the 2.6 million that I'm talking about is hitting that budget. And so it is essentially making us whole again.
Okay. And if all this wasn't going on, then maybe you would not be assessing the full 1%, which is where you started. That just because you have the authority doesn't mean that that's how much you're collecting.
That is
The
what I
correct
said. I'm
answer.
not sure I understood the first part of what you said. If all of this wasn't going on, we would not assess.
The full amount.
We currently do not. We give a 0.5% discount. I might say that. I always say that wrong. 95% is what we assess, not one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Give me a second here. Lead testing. So, in past years, the mayor has proposed a budget with some money for you for lead testing.
Yes. So in the past, we received ARPA funding for lead testing. That was only one fiscal year. Every other fiscal year, we have either paid for that out of our funding or received grants, not for the full amount, from the Department of Energy. So that's how we've carried that cost. And what I did not mention in the fund reserve reduction is that our coverage of that lead funding is part of that as well. We had to cover that full cost this fiscal year.
How much are we talking about?
About 900,000, close to $1 million. That seems to be the magic number for our cost.
So it's not in the budget for FY25.
It is not.
How's it paid for on the DCPS side?
It is my understanding that it's paid through DGS, that DGS holds a contract for that.
I don't think I've asked this question before of you. I asked it a couple of times at this hearing. I think I've ever asked it before this year. DCPS gets an advance. So we are looking at the FY25 budget, but the school year starts in August, and that's true for the charter schools. DCPS gets an advance from FY25 into 24. Do the charter schools? Or do they need to?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Chairman, but are you talking about projected versus actual?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I'm not sure I
I'm
understand.
talking about cash.
I'm going to ask Mike to answer that question.
Yes, good afternoon. The way OCFO distributes the funds to the schools is there's 4 basic payments. One of those is in advance. It's paid around July 15th. So a portion of the annual funds is paid in advance. And it's paid roughly every quarter.
So you do get an advance. The charter schools do get an advance.
For a certain percentage. It
Yeah.
varies depending if they're first year or not, but yeah.
There was some testimony yesterday about the adult learner transportation subsidy. Do you know if that's in the budget?
I do not, but I can follow up on that.
Would you? Or to put it differently, get back to me on whether there's a problem there.
Will do.
The mayor the mayor's budget eliminates the community schools through OSSI. And my understanding is that benefits primarily or entirely charter schools. Is that a concern?
I have not heard that particular concern expressed by LEAs. We could certainly get back to you to see if there's any LEA that will be adversely impacted by the removal of that.
You stated in your testimony, one of the roles of the Public Charter School Board is financial oversight of the public charter LEAs. Are you aware of any schools that have had challenges submitting their financial information regarding the common financial reporting standards?
Thank you, Chairman. So we were able to meet all of our deadlines. I think for the submission of the budget to us, we may have had a few schools that requested an extension, but we were able to get all of the information that is required to be submitted to us. And it is also our understanding that all of the schools submitted on time their actual expenditures to us.
So there's no issue there at the moment. There was testimony earlier today. Let me see, as you know, last year's budget appropriately ensured that charter school educators received a well-deserved pay raise. It also required that every public charter school that does not yet have one must establish and publish a transparent pay scale by steps and grades by May 1st. Do you know if is that a variation of the question I just asked? I don't think it is. I think it's different. Do you know if all the schools will be compliant by May 1st?
We are expecting to hear from OSSI, the schools that have complied by May 1st. I do know they still have until May 1st, so I'm expecting that schools will continue to be sending their information to OSSI until then.
So to restate that, you're waiting for OSSI to tell you if there's a school that didn't do this.
OSSI is responsible for collecting this information. They're not submitting it to us. And so we are anticipating that schools will comply by the deadline. And so OSSI will be able to tell us if that is true by then.
I'm just making a note. I have to see if we can be done while it's still afternoon. At the moment, I don't think I have any other questions.
Well, thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, Chairman. Also, I want to thank you for the time that you have taken to hear all of the public testimony, not just from public charter schools, but from all of the witnesses around public education. It is important and it does inform the decisions that our agencies make. So thank you for taking that time.
You know, I should just not go there, but I will. Thank you. But I looked at the witnesses from yesterday, and there were 4 organizations that were accounted for over 100 of the witnesses. Kind of interesting. That's going to conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Give me a second. Find something. The next hearing of the Committee of the Whole. The next hearing of the Committee of the Whole on education issues will be next Thursday, April 11th at the beginning at 9 o'clock, and we will hear from government witnesses only regarding DCPS and the Office of the State Superintendent on Education. The week after, maybe 2 weeks after that, the week of April 22nd, the Committee of the Whole has hearings on other agencies under our purview, but those are not education. With that, I am going to adjourn this hearing. The time is 6:18 PM and